Akka start చేయండి.
Hello, all. Welcome to this beautiful event that we have started today, and this is called as DMS SEA, which is the Southeast Asian event, which is a worldwide event which is going on today. So, in which three different countries are participating: Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. So, let me talk about PSSM and what it all stands for. PSSM stands for Pyramid Spiritual Societies Movement, my dear friends. And PSSM was founded by Brahmashri Pitamaha Subhash Patriji in the year 1990 in India, in the goal of creating heaven on earth for the highest good of all humanity. And Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement has completed 30 years this year and still counting. And the organization has established more than 20,000 pyramids all over India and more than 30,000 pyramids around the world, and has conducted millions of free workshops and various esoteric and scientific spiritual subjects across the country and globe to promote the benefits of medicine-free and self-empowered life to every single individual. And PSSM is a movement leading humanity from violence to non-violence, from blind religious beliefs to scientific and spiritual scientific experimentation and spiritual scientific logic, and from bankrupt materialism to magnificent middle path, and finally evolving from animal level of eating to adopting vegetarianism. And today, my dear friends, PSSM, Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement, comprises more than a couple of thousands of independent and autonomous pyramid spiritual societies involving millions of active members and volunteers across all states of India, along with 20 other countries. PSSM is a non-religious, non-cult, non-for-profit spiritual scientific organization movement with an ever-growing expanse of genuine seekers. And PSSM Global is an initiative to strengthen the roots of the Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement worldwide. And PSSM Global, akin to its parent organization, aims to create a ripple across the globe. And we envision a mass movement that creates global and personal transformation on earth. So, my dear friends, as a part of this great transformation process, we all welcome you to enjoy the event today with all the great wisdom and from the speakers all around the world who are coming together for all of us. Thank you so much for coming and joining us in this event. And let's go through the day with lots of enthusiasm, and we are getting lots of wisdom from different speakers around the world. Thank you so much. And I now pass on the stage to Navneet Kaur from Singapore. Thank you, everyone.
So, namaste, friends, and my dear masters. A very warm welcome to Digital Meditation Summit, Southeast Asia. And thank you, Pari, for that very nice introduction about PSSM. Today, we have a full lineup of speakers sharing their wisdom and holistic perspectives in meditation, spiritual science, and self-healing. DMS is a platform to connect to the many seekers of truth and enlightened masters online. A little bit about myself. I first got introduced to pyramid meditation in the year 2011. I was very intrigued about the link between meditation and pyramids. I couldn't figure out why it's connected, but I really enjoyed my very first meditation session. I noticed what you would call cosmic energy very instantly after my first session. And I started practicing regularly, and I noticed amazing changes in my life from doing this meditation practice. And first of all was my diet, friends. It was very easy, very effortless to switch to a vegetarian diet after a few months of practice. And this was not the case before with the other techniques that I was practicing prior to pyramid meditation. Gradually in my journey, I started noticing subtle changes in my personality. I became a lot less introvert, I would say. I started understanding mind patterns, how we are as energy beings. And I've benefited so much from this practice that it just came very naturally for me to volunteer teaching meditation. I do get a lot of understanding about spirituality from the books that I read and also from my meditation practice. I'm very grateful to PSSM for recommending such good spiritual books. I do put that to good use. I design workshop material which Pradeep, my husband, and myself, we use for spiritual science workshops. In 2014, I left the corporate world to dedicate myself fully and also to find myself in service and spirituality. I do this work now full time and I'm very, very happy. I cannot imagine myself doing anything else. So friends, just that was a little bit about myself. And now I have such a great joy to introduce the founder of PSSM, Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji, lovingly called as Patriji. Patriji realized the power of meditation through his own profound experiences early in his life and attained enlightenment in the year 1979. He founded the Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement in 1990 with the objective of spreading the message of spiritual and harmonious living. And this is through the practice of Anapanasati meditation, vegetarianism, and pyramid energies. His approach has been completely scientific and secular without invoking any religious symbolism. Patriji is also a very accomplished flute player and an engaging singer, a fluent orator, a voracious book reader, and an author of spiritual wisdom. And I first had the wonderful opportunity to meet Patriji here in Singapore back in the year 2011. And my second meeting with Patriji was in the same year in a place called Pyramid Valley in India, where I had gone to attend a spiritual conference. And I know Patriji always invites everyone to come to India to visit the pyramids. And I'm so glad that I did that immediately after coming into this meditation practice. It is a must-go place for any spiritual seeker. I got to meditate in the mega pyramid and meet many like-minded people. And it's been a wonderful journey for me with this meditation practice. And I'm so grateful to have met Patriji and all like-minded souls. So Patriji, I now welcome you to the Digital Meditation Summit. Namaste, sir.
That's very great, Navneet. Nice to see you in the morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Nice to be in Southeast Asia. Well, let me also introduce myself. I am a truth seeker, and for truth seeking, there is no beginning, there is no end. It's an ongoing process. My voice not going to. Okay. It's an ongoing process, and it's an eternal process. We are eternal beings of energy, consciousness, and awareness, ECW. We are units of E, C, and W, unit of energy, consciousness, and wisdom. We are eternal beings. And as we are eternal beings, we are here to increase our energy, expand our consciousness, and increase our wisdom. How can we increase our energy? How can we expand our consciousness? How can we refine our wisdom? So that's what I've been up to. And in this lifetime also, expanding consciousness, increasing my wisdom, and increasing my energy. When you increase your energy, you do more work. When you expand your consciousness, you meet many, many friends. And when you increase your wisdom, you increase your efficiency. So, this whole field is called as spirituality, as opposed to materialism, where you consider that you are not anything other than this physical body. You think you are this head, this hands, this body. That's all you see. You limit yourself to the confines of this body, physical body. Then you are materialistic. But when you understand that you are a being, energy being, an enlightened and a consciousness being, a wisdom being, forever being, not at all concerned with the physical body, which is a group of atoms and molecules, then you are called as spiritual. So it is spirituality which gives meaning to the physical body, which gives health to the physical body, which shows the relevance of the physical body, relevance of materialism also. So I've been a truth seeker in this lifetime also, as in every other lifetime. Every soul is a soul seeker. Every soul is a truth seeker. Every soul, knowingly or unknowingly. If you do it knowingly, that it comes as spirituality. Unknowingly, it comes as materialism. Everybody is a soul. Every being is a soul. And every being is on a sojourn of truth. Knowing it changes the whole paradigm. So, when I came to know about my own self, way back, about 40 years back, then I started teaching spiritual science and meditation to everybody else around me. That was in the 1970s. In the 1980s, it got solidified. And I knew my direction, what I have to do in this lifetime with all my resources. Then in the 1990s, the first pyramid meditation center was born in a district town called as Kurnool in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Then it started expanding. Now it is covering the whole world. Right now, I am in Southeast Asia, talking about science of meditation to all of you. Science of meditation is the basis for the science of spirituality. Science of the self. What is science of spirituality? Science of spirituality is the science of self. What the hell am I? Where am I from? Where am I to? Why I am here? All these questions are answered by the science of spirituality. And the science of spirituality is essentially based upon the science of meditation. So today we are here, the whole of the day we listen about meditation and spirituality and spiritual science. The science of meditation is the most fundamental science. It is the science of understanding ourselves, understanding our mind, managing our mind, taking control of our mind. We analyze our mind. We define our mind. We refine our mind. With meditation, we acquire a different mind than what we have had before we started our meditation. Before we do meditation, we have an ignorant mind, a body-oriented mind, a non-compassionate mind, a mostly useless mind. But after meditation, we will have a soul-oriented mind, energy-oriented mind, a mostly useful mind, a good Samaritan mind, a compassionate mind, and an energetic mind, which such a transformation in the mind because of your meditation. You are very happy with everything that happens to you in your life. Before meditation, very rarely do we feel happiness. Everywhere we have complaints, judgments, inferiority complexes. But after meditation, there is no more inferiority complex. You are what you are, in all your brilliance, in all your essentials. So a metamorphosis happens in the mind because of meditation. A caterpillar-like mind becomes a butterfly-like mind. So that is the effect of meditation on every person, in every person who takes the meditation. So today we are here as members of Pyramid Spiritual Society Movement. The science of meditation says about 3 laws. When you observe your breathing, normal breathing, the mind becomes empty. That is the greatest discovery I have had in my search for truth. When you observe your own breathing, normal breathing, natural breathing, the mind becomes empty. That is the first law in the science of meditation. The second law speaks about the cosmic energy, which enters into you, which gets flooded into you because your mind is empty. When your mind is empty, then cosmic energy flows in. When your mind is full like a jungle, then the cosmic energy cannot enter your system. So that's a very simple thing. When your mind is empty, huge amounts of cosmic energy begin to flood in. Then we go to the third law. When the body is saturated with cosmic energy, then all the problems vanish. The physical problems, the emotional problems, the mental problems, the spiritual problems, the economic problems, the social problems, interpersonal problems, all problems vanish one by one. So these are the 3 laws, nothing more than that. Let me repeat again. The first law says, when you are with your normal, natural breath, no mantra chanting at all, the mind becomes empty. The unruly mind becomes ruly. The indisciplined mind becomes disciplined. And when the mind becomes empty, huge amounts of cosmic energy get flooded into the body. We feel that energy. We feel that energy movements in our body, entering into our body. And in due course of collecting that cosmic energy in the physical body, the physical body is healed. The emotional body is healed. The mental body becomes rectified. The intellectual body becomes sharper. The soul body becomes meaningful to you. And you are in the cosmic body. You are there everywhere. You understand that you are a cosmic being. And you are having a nirvanic body, emptiness. You are zero, forever zero. You flow everywhere. You don't have any particular qualities of yourself. Like in a pack of cards, the Joker card is there. It is called a Nirguna card. You become like a Nirguna card. You mix with everybody automatically. So that is your nirvanic body. So physical body, emotional body, mental body, intellectual body, spiritual body, cosmic environment, all your 7 bodies, they get washed. It's as if you are putting all your 7 bodies in a washing machine. And the whole 7 bodies are cleaned up. That's what happens in meditation. Then when all your bodies are cleaned up and pressed very well, you are a very nice being. Yeah? You are a god. When your all bodies are unwashed, muddy, because of no cleaning at all. No washing machine, no cleaning. So all your 7 bodies are very, very muddy, very, very crippled. Okay, then you are called a man. But when your all 7 bodies are pressed, cleaned, put in a washing machine, and you come out with brilliant 7 bodies, flawless, then you are a god. You are a god walking on the earth planet. As an example to everybody, hey, see my bodies, how pure they are. So my dear friends, every day we must do meditation. Any time is best time for meditation. Any place is best place. Any situation, all situations. Just sit comfortably as possible. Cross your feet. Select a place where there is no noise or minimum noise is there. Some noise will always be there wherever you are, but some minimum noise, especially in the nights. And cross your hands, close your eyes, and observe your breathing. The mind wanders. The mind thinks of tomorrow's, yesterday's, other people's homes. What is happening in that fellow's home? What is Navneet Kaur doing? What is she thinking of me? Huh? Actually, she is not thinking of you at all. But we think about her thinking about yours. That's very funny. Nobody is bothered about nobody actually, but we are all always bothered about how other people are bothered about me. It's a very, very funny state of affairs in human beings, in human minds, in non-divine minds. He's always bothered about what others are thinking about you. Actually, nobody is thinking about it. He's enjoying his own movies, his own things. But you think that he must be observing me, he must be commenting upon me. And you drain yourself because you got a stupid mind, unenlightened mind. So let us not bother about what others are thinking about ourselves. Let us not dwell in the futures or in the past, in the tomorrows or the yesterdays. Let us live in the moment. And the breath is the great activity in the moment. The breath of the body. The body is breathing in and breathing out. Where you are thinking about so many other people, the body is doing its wonderful work. Now you have to focus your attention on the body's work. What is the body doing? Body is inhaling, body is exhaling constantly, irrespective of yourself. It's an independent entity. The body is an independent entity. It is doing its work perfectly. Now, you have a perfect example of perfection in your own body. So you have to, if you want to become perfect, you must become one with that perfect process in the body, which is called breathing. When you are perfectly aligned with your body, then you take charge of your mind. That is the simple thing. And what is there going on in the body? The breathing process is going on in the body. You can put your mind's attention on what is happening in Singapore or USA presidential elections, or you can put your mind's attention on your own breath. The choice is yours. And the destiny is yours. If you are thinking about what is presidential elections are happening in America, you are wasting your time. But you are wasting your energy. But if you are putting your attention on your own breath, you are using your time for yourself. You are energizing yourself and all the benefits you are reaching. And you are putting all your 7 bodies in the washing machine. And you are cleaning yourself. Which is better? Thinking of the presidential elections in the USA or washing your own physical bodies all the 7 bodies, which is more essential. So what is the choice? If you are a wise person, you will choose to wash your all 7 bodies rather than think about the presidential elections that are happening in the USA, which is of no matter to us. Washing our 7 bodies is the immediate work. So we close our eyes and become one with the breath. This process is called anapanasati in ancient Pali language. Ana means inhalation, apana means exhalation, sati means to be with. This was adopted by Gautam Buddha, Gautam Siddhartha to become Gautam Buddha. So we can do the same. Before meditation, he was Gautam Siddha. After meditation, he was Gautam Buddha. What did he do? He came to realize the greatness of the oneness of your mind with the breath. The same thing we are doing now. The truth is the same, either for Gautam Siddhartha or Navneet Kaur or Subhash Patri. The truth is the same. The sun is the same, the moon is the same, the truth is the same. So, my dear friends, let us do some meditation right now. Please cross your feet wherever you are sitting comfortably, hands into hands, fingers into fingers. Close your eyes and become one with your breath. I'll be playing some flute, some instrument, music. Music helps in meditation. And let us begin our meditation and ready ourselves for the whole day of pouring wisdom from so many sources. Please close your eyes and become one with your own breath, your own normal, natural, easy, soft, simple, tender, peaceful, tranquil breath. Be with your breath. Don't open your eyes. Be with your breath. Be with your own normal, natural, easy, soft, simple, tender, peaceful, tranquil breath, my dear friend. No mantras whatsoever. No gods from religious sites. We are not following a religion, we are following science. The science of meditation, which is universal. We are all grand beings of energy, consciousness, and wisdom, my dear friend. ECW. We are that, not this body. Your body is existing as a body because of your own ECW unit. Your body is a creation of yourself. You can maintain it in any way you want. The body is an instrument you are using to develop yourself. When you are visiting the Earth planet, Another 3 minutes kindly don't open your eyes. Be with your breath. Be with your normal, natural, easy, soft, simple, tender, peaceful, tranquil breath. Never ever open your eyes. Sit for a long period. Utilize your whole night period for meditation. For present, another 2 minutes. We are now just sampling the meditation. But we have to make it the main plank of our life, our spiritual life. Final 1 minute. Be with your breath. Normal, natural, easy, soft, simple, tender, peaceful, tranquil breath, my dear friends. Your breath is your guru in the art and science of the practice of meditation. Your guru is your breath. So, as a student of spirituality, you must be with your guru. In meditation, we are with our own guru, and our own guru is our own physical breath. The physical body is a great gift, and the breath is the greater gift. We are having both the gifts with us. We utilize those gifts to become a meditator, to become a yogi, to become spiritual, to lead spiritual scientific lives. Final 1 minute with the breath, with the guru, with the teacher, with your best friend. Final 30 seconds. Be with your breath. Normal breath, natural breath. You are not interfering with the breath process in any way. You are just witnessing it. Final 20 seconds. With your breath, with your guru. The breath is your guru. your informer, your reformer, your refiner, your teacher, your inspiration, your guide, your intuitive self. Final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Kindly place your hands on your eyes for 5 seconds. Because when you do meditation, you collect a lot of cosmic energy in your hands. And those cosmic energy hands must be put on your own eyes, physical eyes. So 5 seconds, kindly keep your hands on your eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Slowly remove your hands and you may open your eyes. Thank you very much, my dear friends. Thank you very much, Navneet. It was very short for me, but I did manage whatever I could. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Your session was so wonderful. Lovingly, you explained science of meditation and understanding the mind. And I myself have seen how with this practice of meditation, my own mind was having so much of garbage and junk inside and became more processed, more refined, understanding all those mind patterns which was not serving me. And over the period of time, I could see for myself changes within my own mind patterns. A lot of things we acquire in childhood, and I can see how it changed with meditation. So thank you so much, sir. And the flute meditation was very good. I always enjoy your flute meditation and go very deep into meditation when I hear it. So thank you so much, sir.
Well, I am waiting for the next speaker.
Yes. And now I'm very happy to introduce my very good friend and life partner, Master Pradeep Vijay. He is a very eloquent and charismatic speaker, and I trust you will enjoy his session. Pradeep is the custodian of a very special 144 facet divine crystal, and he has a very interesting story to share. So over to you, Pradeep.
Okay. Namaste, friends. Namaste, Patriji.
Namaste, Baba.
Such a great pleasure to see you in the morning. And we started with a wonderful session. Thank you, sir, for this great inauguration. Friends, today we are going to do crystal meditation. But before that, a few words about my journey. I came into meditation in the year 2008. My sincere search to know the truth. Who am I? Where did I come from? What is life after death? So these questions within me I was having from my childhood. And to know the answers, I came into meditation. I learned Anapanasati meditation in the year 2008 from Maharshi Sahasra. And I intensely practiced this meditation for 3 years, 2008, 2009, 2010. And I got most of my answers. And with that clarity, I started living in a middle path. So I was working as a software engineer in Australia. From the year 2010 till the year 2014, I was doing software job and also teaching part-time meditation and also practicing meditation. So in the year 2014, I've been gifted with a very special crystal from the Galactic Council. And I received this crystal on October 2nd, 2014 in Pyramid Valley. The previous custodian of this crystal was Nina Brown. She was a spiritual visionary from United States. So she got guidance from the Galactic Council to gift this crystal to me. And as per her guidance, she came to India and she gifted this crystal to me in Pyramid Valley in the presence of more than 2,500 meditators. So along with Patriji, Nina Brown, I received this crystal as a gift from the universe. So ever since I received this crystal as a gift from the universe, I started becoming a full-time teacher of meditation. And the crystal took me to many, many countries, traveled more than 30 countries since 2014, teaching meditation. Along with Navneet and myself, we both travel together. So teaching meditation, doing spiritual science workshops, and doing retreats. So this has been my journey. And we are going to experiment with this crystal energies today. So first, let me show you the crystal first. Let me share my screen, friends. I hope you can see my screen. So the crystal, which you can see, this is the crystal which was gifted to me. It has 144 facets. You can see the same crystal from a different angle. It has 144 facets, and it starts with a single tip, and it merges it from a single tip. 144 facets emerges and also merges into a single tip. And all the angles in this crystal are golden angles, which is 51 degrees, 50 minutes. So the technology comes from Atlantis, my dear friends. So the technology in which the crystal has been made, it's a pure quartz crystal, but 144 facets, the golden angles, all this technology comes from Atlantis. So Archangel Metatron gifted this crystal to Nina Brown. And under the guidance of Galactic Council, Nina Brown gifted this crystal to me. So I'm the current custodian of this crystal. Nobody owns the crystals, my dear friends. Crystals are enlightened beings among the mineral kingdom. So we can be custodians, but we cannot own it. So I'm the current custodian, and I conduct crystal meditations around the world. So today we are going to experiment crystal meditation. Crystal meditation is very simple, my dear friends. We gaze into the crystal for 20-30 seconds. Without blinking our eyes, we gaze into the crystal for 20-30 seconds, and then we gently close our eyes and start observing our natural breath. And meditation, as explained by Patriji, is very simple. We just need to close our eyes, sit comfortably, clasping our hands, crossing our feet, and just witnessing our own natural breath. And whenever we notice any thoughts, we cut the thoughts and come back to the breath immediately. So we come back to the breath again and again and again. So let us gaze into the crystal, and we'll do few minutes of crystal meditation. So let us all gaze into the crystal, my dear friends. Without blinking the eyes, let us gaze as deeply as possible. And let us experiment meditation, crystal meditation. To experience the energies of the crystal, we have to do a sincere experiment. So for the next 20 minutes, let us do this sincere experiment. Gazing as deeply as possible without blinking your eyes. Now gently close your eyes, my dear friends. Sitting as comfortably as possible, clasping your hands, fingers into fingers, crossing your feet. Closing your eyes and gently observing your breath. Let your breath be as natural as possible, my dear friends. Let your breath be as simple as possible. All we need to do is just witness. The breath is already happening. We are just witnessing how the breath goes in and how the breath comes out naturally. There will be a gentle background music. The music will help you to go deep into meditation. Please do not open your eyes. For the next 15 minutes, please do not open your eyes, my dear friends. Kindly be with your breath. The crystal will do its job. Our job is to be with our own breath. Kindly be with your breath, my dear friends. Only 15 minutes. The more you are with your breath, the more your mind becomes empty. The more your mind is empty, you are in your heart space. The more you are in your heart space, the greater you connect to the crystal energies. Crystals are high vibration beings. You connect to the crystal energies when your mind is empty. Final 30 seconds, my dear friends. Kindly be with your breath. Final 30 seconds. Final 10 seconds. Gently place your hands on your eyes. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. You may slowly remove the hands and open your eyes whenever you are ready. So friends, I hope with your experiment, you have got definitely experienced the crystal energies. And on this moment, I take this opportunity to thank all the masters who have come in my way to teach valuable lessons, and especially Navneet, my life partner. Through her, I learned a lot of lessons, and it's been a wonderful journey with her. And also to Brahmashi Patriji, thank you very much. And to all the PSSM movement members, thank you, thank you, thank you. Over to you, Navneet. I think the Navneet is here. Yeah.
So thank you so much, Pradeep. That was a very wonderful crystal meditation. Thank you for showing everyone your very powerful crystal and for leading the meditation session. Thank you so much for adding your presence to this Digital Meditation Summit. Really appreciate having experienced this wonderful meditation session. Thank you so much, Pradeep. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
And friends, on this note, we've started the summit with very wonderful meditation sessions this morning. I just want to remind all of you that if you are interested in doing group meditation in Singapore, we do have group meditation sessions organized 5 days a week, every weekday, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Details on our website, pyramidmeditation.sg.com. So now, without further ado, I introduce our next speaker, Amartya N. So Anne began her spiritual work as a channeler and healer in the year 2005, soon after experiencing a powerful awakening in July 2004, catalyzed by the Venus transit. Since then, she has worked with a wide spectrum of spiritual energies and highly evolved beings, including the Elohim, archangels, ascended masters, Christed star beings, and various councils of light to transmit high-frequency sound and light codes, also called the languages of light, and advance spiritual knowledge to support the evolution of humanity. Anne was conferred the spiritual name Amartya by one of her spirit guides, Lord Buddha, in December 2012. The name means of the emerald diamond. The intention is for her, in fulfilling her role as a channel for spirit, to bring through spiritual knowledge calibrated with the highest frequency of love, emerald heart, and of absolute purity and clarity, diamond. In the last decade or so, Anne has channeled numerous workshops, courses, and group learning events and shared them across different parts of the world. More information on Anne and her vast collection of channeled material is available at the LF Center of Accelerated Spiritual Transformation, or ACAST for short. And today her topic is Becoming a Greater Consciousness. So over to you, Anne.
Thank you, Neville. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Just let me quickly check the sound quality coming from my end. Is everybody hearing me clearly, loudly? Yes, thank you, thank you. All right, and definitely thank you very much for the very elaborate introduction of myself. So yes, Amaratya is how I'm known when I'm working, such as now, working meaning when I serve spirit as a messenger, as a light holder, as a transmitter of energies. Otherwise, when I'm out and going, an ordinary person, so I'm known as an end. So I'm very happy to be joining this summit. And when I first received the invitation from Navneet, I asked her to give me like a day or so to feel into the topic which Spirit would like us to get more familiar with. Without much ado, very quickly, this title came about: Becoming a Greater Consciousness, Engaging in the Game of Evolution with Ease and Grace. So over the course of the 1 or 2 weeks, the information from Spirit began to really descend into me. Henceforth, I've come prepared for this talk with a few slides to serve as visual aids for everybody, our dear audience, so that you may have hopefully a deeper impression of some of the concepts and some of the ideas which Spirit and all his vessels and embodiments would be talking with us about. A leaf center of accelerated spiritual transformation is a long name, whole mouthful of words. In short, we are known as ACAST. So my partner Andy and I set up this virtual center in 2011. Initially, I was quite intrigued when my spirit guides requested that I use the word a leaf because it sounds quite new and strange to me. And after some research, I began to appreciate their intention and where they were coming from. A leaf is actually a letter, the first letter, in fact, in the Hebrew alphabet. In number terms, it means one. In essence, it is the intention of Spirit and all my guides for our virtual center, ACAS, to serve as a vessel, a holding space whereby people could connect with one another as potentially the divine man. By that we mean to say that within a leaf itself, it contains the potentiality of all that is, all that's of the beginning, all that's yet to come, all is now. And very importantly, it also connotes the need and the fact that regardless of how we spring forth in different forms, in different worlds out of one source of energy, let's call it spirit, we are always eternally interconnected with each other. And how this is we going to be the divine man that we shall be. So I thought I'd just give a little introduction of why a leaf, even though it is not really a culture that I'm born into in this lifetime. Definitely briefly mentioned about language of light. So for members of our audience here who are, say, new to language of light, I thought I'd spend like a minute or so explaining what it is, at least to my perspective from an experience. Very briefly, to me as a channel, language of light is a string, a series, a program or programs of sounds that are coded with information. And what kind of information we're talking about here? These informations are making up of light, sound, and geometric patterns, which together as well as individually carries and as well as embedded with divine or God's intelligence, we put it this way. So if you're sensitive to energy or frequencies, you might hear this language of light, or you may feel them coming into your energy system as fast pulsating energy. For me, as a vessel, as I mentioned, this language of light is given to me as a means of communication with higher beings. And quite often, after speaking through these series of language of light, then the decryption, as into translation into meaningful words, comprehensible messages will then come through. If you do not understand anything about it, even with the translation, it doesn't really matter. Maybe you just want to sit with the understanding that these sounds of coded information serves as highly functional catalysts for awakening memories of yourself as a soul, as a higher being, as well as in awakening all the gifts that are carried and remembered through your spiritual bodies. The Ascended Masters are the group of spiritual guides who are hosting this talk. As their channel, not just the topic was given to me by, say, different groups of guides. They are also here amongst us, holding the space so that all of us who resonate with who they are as frequencies, as spiritual guides from the inner world, we become enclosed and embraced and helped by their collective aura. I work with several guides from different realms of the universe, as mentioned by Nephi earlier, and the Ascended Masters are among the first spiritual guides who led me into this journey of remembering and becoming, and hopefully able to share the eternal light that all of us are gifted and created with. By the name Ascended, it means that these beings of light or great masters have themselves walked the earth like us. But the difference between them and us is they were here much earlier than us in terms of earth time, and they have since ascended the negative aspect of their ego or personality so as to become dwelling as light in the inner world. And some of these Ascended Masters may be returning to us when Earth and humanity are ready to hold them and to visibly connect with them as embodiments of light. And so here the Ascended Masters say that we will love to return and to be seen as one of you. However, we will need you to support our returning by first embracing, honoring, and allowing your own light to be flourishing. In this way, we, the beings from the higher world, and you, the beings from earth, could then meet in the middle ground. This is an example of a language of light that basically carries a very warm, very heartfelt greeting from the Ascended Masters. The rest of the presentation, which I have prepared for the audience, you could take them as distilled information that was downloaded to me prior to today, so that we can all be, can I say, in a space where we're focused with the help of the visual aids, along with the live transmission as they come through. Becoming a greater consciousness. So if you think and feel and even look at the word become, it actually comes or stems from the word be. So interestingly, the guides would like us to start thinking about be in order to explore the pathways and the avenues towards becoming. Imagine be as a seed. Any kind of seed you can think of, but I'll just use a picture and example of acorn here. So what is embedded in the seed is frequencies that are latent, energies that are dormant at the beginning. And the whole journey, if you like, all the mission of the seed is to become more of itself than what it is realizing itself to be now. In other words, the purpose of be is so that whatever that is inherent as qualities and divine knowledge and potencies that are within the seed could find a way to express in more ways, in more facets, and in more domains the potentiality of the seed. Take for example of the acorn again. So the becoming of the acorn seed is perhaps this full-grown acorn tree. So imagine instead of an acorn seed, you could have, say, a durian seed, which is quite a well-liked fruit in Asia. then you will have a different type of tree by the end of its growth journey. The durian tree certainly looks not quite the same as the acorn tree. So each one of us, as created out of the same consciousness called, say, spirit or God, we're all given with different blueprints. All right, and with these different blueprints, we come together to form civilizations or species. And each species will in turn be unfolding into its own respective form in its fullest potential. And this journey of be to become, we can know it as being, right? B-E-I-N-G. Seal is see, it has to be connected with the word of be, potentiality or the origin intention. And this process, we know it as evolution. So regardless of the blueprint that you are created with, whether you're an angel, whether you're a crested being, whether you're a crystal being, or whether you are the elementals, such as the fairies, etc., we have some kind of a seed within ourselves, and the pathway that's given to us to evolve into becoming are different because it depends on the genetic codes that we were given with in terms of light, sound, and sacred geometries at the beginning of our creation. Anyhow, regardless of your blueprint, along the journey of evolution, all these different domains or facets of God will converge. And what is common across all different evolution paths is to converge to become a greater consciousness that display a higher level of divine intelligence, and you will feel a greater need to express your own individuality, known as having a greater degrees of freedom. At the same time, while you are working with your own creativity and individuality, how then could you maintain the balance so that all that resonates with you together form a complex and higher order that reflects and become a greater expression of love and unity? So this is the common, we say, journey across all different types of species and civilizations. Now, let us bring this generic concept of evolution to Earth per se, or more to our level of understanding as humanity. So our guides here, Ascended Masters, would like us to imagine this evolutionary path that's cut out for us, humanity, is a game. All right. In this way, maybe you'll bring out a greater level of lightness as you go through your everyday, or can we say, spiritual awakening experiences, be they joyful ones, be they those that cause you to really want to tear your hair apart. So whatever the case here, they would like to leave behind a roadmap in greater detail for us so that we could start to experience this evolution of ourselves with greater ease and grace. So they call this, the game that we are in, as the game of incarnation and reincarnation. And the rule of which is, interestingly, you are to forget who you really are, and just so that you could remember along the way of evolution and your awakening. By this, we mean that not only do you forget each time you reincarnate into a new body back to Earth, what you have achieved in your earlier incarnations, you also forget fundamentally that you are light. And so the whole game is about, along the way, as you're fooled by your own dormant state, if I were, or unawakened state, how can you then in-gather energies and frequencies and start to then remember that in the first place, you have opted to be wearing a human vessel is actually just to play this game. The strategy that's suggested for us by the guides would be then to cultivate a non-attachment to external phenomena and experiences. This is a key strategy is because when you forget, what it means that effectively you pay all your attention and all your focus and your beliefs on the exterior of you, denoted by phenomenal experiences. And the more you're distracted in this way, the slower it may be, therefore, for you to remember the whole origin of yourself as light. And the whole purpose of coming back here is to regain that light and to express it. So strategy, cultivate non-attachment is key to anything, non-attachment to anything that's outside you. And the skill set towards working out this strategy is self-awareness. all right, and embrace and contain within still scat, we can go after trainings in these areas: meditation, breath work, and in general, we call it building your light bodies or subtle or spiritual bodies. And the reward of these roadmap, if it resonates with you, that is therefore a quicker evolution into greater consciousness. In other words, you gather speed. And along the way, as you gather speed and light and momentum, through your evolution, you become a lighter being, and that accelerates you to become a full expression of what you're seated to become, maybe in this lifetime. As they promised, this talk comes with the energy tools as well as information so that we could begin to glide through our journey on earth rather than struggle through. And in the eyes of this and the Ascended Masters who are hosting the talk, to do so with ease and grace, we can think in terms of these ease and grace as coming through from two aspects or two necessary focus of our mind. One would be to cultivate and to maintain and adhere to disciplined spiritual practices. Discipline means something that becomes hopefully automatic in you, something that calls upon you to act on it, to become a daily routine, such that you then become or incorporating spiritual practices that resonate with you automatically into your daily life. To become is to program yourself into these energies, activities that help you to become a greater awareness. And the other side of the equation is what they call divine blessings, which means goodwill that can be endowed upon you by spirit, by the spiritual guides, nice and pleasant and joyful and unbelievable coincidences, synchronicity, opportunities. So these could also be light and high intelligence that is breathed through by spirit in order to encourage you to work on disciplining yourself into the spiritual practices. So in essence, these two prongs are interconnected. The more you devote energy and your effort into cultivating a spiritual life, the more opportunity you will have in receiving these divine blessings. For the purpose of today's talk, the spiritual masters would like to show us and share with us one of these spiritual practices by way of a meditation, which they call it chakra rebalancing meditation. In actual fact, this meditation was transmitted to me a few months back, but the Ascended Masters feel that the protocol of it or the procedure that is involved in this meditation is generic enough to be shared with a wider audience. And after all, chakra is one of the fundamental bodies that we need to develop, if not the most important one, in order for us to hold the balance to be divine, at the same time to be man. On the other side of the offerings from the Ascended Masters in terms of divine blessings will be, I believe, showers of golden light coming through from the Ascended Masters in order to help us release, transcend, and neutralize what could be residual as karmic energies in our soul memory. The intention of these offerings from them is so that they give us a kickstart into expanding our self-awareness. If you remember, this is the skill set that we are here to get better at, or in fact to master in our lifetime. So this is like kicking us off this journey of becoming more disciplined in our spiritual practices, at the same time be more open and receptive to all good and God abundance that is possible and available from the universe. Before I walk through the steps with everybody, and just to give you the heads up, we will be practicing the meditation together. For now, I just want to run through the steps with you so that you begin to have some idea as to what the procedure may look like. So this is a diagram that shows in a very simple way the subtle body known as the etheric body that houses these 7 chakras. So those of us who are not very familiar with chakras yet, just very quickly, these chakras are spinning wheels of light. So their job is to help us capture and bring through what is known as prana or universal life force in order for this life force to be fed into the physical bodies, including the emotional and lower mental bodies. So this is to ground us, if you like, so that we could experience our earth journey as if we are just physical. On the other side of the calibration, these chakras serve as windows to deeper insights. So the clearer the chakras become, not only can they support the physical functionality of ourselves so that we can enjoy a more pleasant physical life, at least to have less illnesses and diseases to begin with. At the same time, they serve as opportunities within us to give us glimpses and, in fact, full remembrance of our gifts. So, for example, the crown chakra, which is seated right above us at the top here, it helps us to connect to spirit of any realm or all realms, if you like. So the gift of it is so that we get into the realm of spirit more easily by tuning in to its existence, the crown chakra here. At the same time, on a more physical functional level, the crown chakra takes care of prana that comes through the entire body to give it an overall wash down, if you like. So a very quick meditation could involve just imagining that you're breathing in pure golden light through the crown chakra, and as you bring it through the entire body and pushes it up across the lateral sides of the body, that is a very quick but could be also effective way of maintaining the health of the physical body, as well as giving you the momentum to continue to explore the inner gifts and the insights that are to come through the other chakras. So I won't spend too much time talking about all the properties and the qualities of these individual chakras. I'm sure you can get ample and sufficient information from the internet on this idea of us carrying a fundamental body of light called the chakra system. This meditation of cleansing and recharging our chakras involve a priming stage, meaning to get into the state of working with these ascended masters. To do so, you can just simply ask. You can ask aloud, or you can ask silently from your heart or from your mind. Ask for the presence of these ascended masters to surround you and to embrace you. Next, you will visualize yourself sitting on the lotus. Lotus, as we know, is a very common spiritual symbol denoting qualities of purity, genuinity, connectivity to the light, etc. So imagine a lotus of any color of your choice and begin to have awareness across your body, giving attention to all the chakras that are within you. Wherever you pay attention to, the energy flows there. So in this way, you're beginning to warm up to the presence of your different chakras by visualizing them, as well as honoring them with a gentle, loving touch. Next, we will first do the process of releasing negativity from each of these chakras in ascending order, meaning to say, having your focus on the root chakra to begin with, you begin to spin light. Either you use hand to guide you through your imagination, or you just use the power of the mind to imagine so. You move your breath in an anti-clockwise direction, starting from the root chakra to connect with the next upper chakra, the sacral chakra. Then you return your breath to the starting point, which is at the root chakra, followed by repeating the same anti-clockwise visualization and movement of chi or prana from the root into the solar plexus and back to the root chakra. You go on doing this anti-clockwise visualization and movement of chi until you reach the uppermost chakra, the crown chakra. So this process is known as releasing the negativity that may be existing and holding you back in terms of enjoying greater health or awareness, generally speaking. And in general, in the science of energy healing, we give focus to an anti-clockwise direction when we are wanting to release, transmute, and to surrender something that is perhaps not resonating or not aligned with our higher knowing. The last segment, or second last segment of the meditation, will be actually to do the reverse, it's recharging. So after you release all the negativity, as much as they're present in chakras, you would like to replenish the empty spaces that since become available as a result of the release. So what do we use to replace them? We use the light from the Ascended Masters, which we call upon in step 1. This time, to denote that you're bringing in and you're receiving light, we will spin the energy in a clockwise direction, and also from the crown chakra downwards. So in a descending order across how the chakras are lined up. So clockwise means I am receiving, I'm healing, I'm charging up myself. And starting from the crown, it means that I'm honoring the divinity in me. At the same time, ending at the root chakra means I'm also acknowledging my presence and my gift as a human vessel. So when this is completed, we then have to close the meditation. Ideally, you want to be giving thanks to the Ascended Masters for the empowerment. Effectively, when you give thanks to them, these higher beings from the inner world, you're giving thanks to yourself because all is one. So this is like an act of self-love in itself. And the last note to share is if you like this meditation, you can perform as regularly as you like and as long each time as your body desires. Which now we're going to get started with practicing this meditation one time so that your body could develop the body memory of it, hopefully. I now invite you to get into stillness in any way you like. And one good way to bring your focus inward to connect with your stillness is perhaps to have your eyes closed at this moment. Continue to have the focus inward as you begin to acknowledge the space, the vastness within you. Either saying this aloud or saying it silently from your heart. Ask for the Ascended Masters from the inner world to be with you now. As you begin to feel yourself as energy being connected with a larger energy, narrow your focus now to the chakras that are lined up within your body. As you do so, pay attention to this beautiful lotus that's beginning to emerge from the base of your body. Perhaps also paying attention to the color of this lotus that's gifted to you at this moment. We begin the process of releasing lower order energies or negativity from each of our chakras. If you wish to, you can place your right hand upon the pubic bone or near about that area to denote a connectivity to your root chakra now. Be aware of the chi that is running through your body. And now let us move our focus or visualize an anti-clockwise spinning of energy from the root chakra to the sacral chakra. So as you breathe in and then breathe out, You're connecting the root and the sacral chakra as one consciousness. Next, move your hand or have your visualization now at your root chakra. And once again, move it into anti-clockwise to touch upon the solar plexus and then bring it back to your root chakra. Repeat the same anti-clockwise movement of energy and focus, this time bringing it up higher even to where your heart chakra is and bring it down to the root chakra. Again, breathing in light from the root, spinning across over to now your throat chakra and allow it to descend back to the root chakra. Bring in more and greater breath all the way up to your third eye chakra and let it just move through the cycle back to the root chakra. Lastly, take a deep breath in, bringing light and energy all the way up to touch upon your crown chakra before allowing the breath to descend back to your root chakra. Iku laku siki hi sakaku tikalaka asalaka asi si aka. Spend 1 or 2 moments now examining your inner state. Has anything changed or not after this round of chakra release of negativity? Now let us get ready to replenish energy and light into these chakras of ours. This time round, we shall focus on breathing in and out in a clockwise direction. As before, have your focus on your hand directing at your root chakra. Move the energy and light in a clockwise direction this time round. Move it all the way up to the crown chakra and let it dropping into the root chakra. Once again, move it up from root to your third eye now and back to root. Followed by ascending the light this time around to your throat chakra, letting it settle in the root. Once again, bringing it up, this time to your heart chakra, bring it down back to the root. Let's do it again, spinning it clockwise into your solar plexus, returning it to the root chakra. And last but not least, bring the light and the life force to your sacral chakra and then let it settle into your root chakra. Iku lasiku tika laka aku tikiaka aku yaka. Do you feel somewhat more empowered, energized, and revitalized by now? Iku lasik yaka. In your own ways, I invite you to now give thanks to the loving presence of the Ascended Masters and also for the gift of this meditation practice. Iku lakaku si kaluki ikalaka ikalakuyaka. Thank you. So, and thank you everyone for participating in this group practice. Aku sikiya saka udiaka. Next, we want to talk about divine blessings. And in the context of karma, right? So there could be many interpretations to the concept of karma. However, for now, karmic release here refers to letting go or surrendering or transcending any karmic memories that you might have brought with you upon your incarnation this time around, or it could be negative karmic imprints that you have somewhat created for yourselves. They're remaining quite active in your subconscious, in your energy field. So wherever they have come from or not, the Ascended Masters are here to shower their golden light upon us. And they will serve as highly functional light and sound frequencies that begin to disrupt the otherwise stuck patterns that could be remembered in your neural programming in order that you stop maybe or having greater awareness as to certain behavioral patterns which are not reflective of yourself as divine love, as divine light. So karmic release here is to give us a head start into scrambling up fixed programmings, which we have become so much associated with that we limit space for changes to set in us as energy being. You don't have to do anything in order to receive this karmic release as energy transmission from the Ascended Masters. All I welcome you to do, or all I request you to do, is really to open your heart and feel into this love that's coming through from the energy transmission from all the Ascended Masters gathered around us at this moment. Iku saki kula sikutiki asaka. Open your heart to us now. We are the Ascended Masters. We are the beings from the higher worlds. Ikalaka, we are very much like you before. We have walked this journey hundreds of times, if not more. We are now getting the hang of how you guys are feeling down here. Yes, things may not be looking very bright at the moment, but fear no more. All you have to do is ask for help, and we will come to you with blessings like this. Open your heart now and let us allow our light, our golden light of divinity, to penetrate your heart and tear down all the programmings that are no longer serving you individually or collectively. We are the Ascended Masters. Uki sala kutiki hisaliki ataderaka. Usala kaha kutididididididiyaka sasiya sakaraka. Dia kusiki isi yasaka. Uki yaka kutididididiyaka. Uki yasaka halaka kutia dia aka kutiki hisi yasaka. Utiki hisala kaha kutia deraka. Asaki ikaru ikasasiya saka. Utiana kaha kutiki isi. We encourage you to now to breathe deeply. Breathe into your essence. As you breathe deeper, you are allowing us to send even more energies of healing light towards you. Let us not forget that there is a back gateway to your heart chakra. So if you like to receive in greater intensity this healing light from us, you might want to turn around your body like now, so that the back of your body, your spinal column that is, would be interfacing more directly with this channel. Ikusiki hisaka kudikiaka kudiaderaka. Asiki hisi yasaka. Atiadadi kasasasi yasaka di daderaka. Akakadia di kasasi yasaka. Kikaraka saliki iti asuki kalaka. Asakutiki ika sisi yasaka. Ika sisi yasaka. All is good. All is in divine order. We are with you. Ika sisi karyaka. That was the energy transmission for karmic release coming from the Ascended Masters. You may turn around your body now if you had have your back facing your screen earlier. Ikusiki sala kudiaka. So the energies that have come through from the guides might be felt as strong by your body. If you're needing more time to ground yourself, one quick way to do so is actually to lie down. So your center of gravity is brought to a lower level. Akusiki isalu kiala kudiasaka. So in the last 35 minutes or so, if whatever that we have shared with you or channeled doesn't quite resonate or sit well with you at this moment, not to feel despair. A quick summary of all which the Ascended Masters have really wanted to say is this: to become a greater consciousness could actually be as simple as being happy and light. So being means the journey of it, the evolution, a path that you have created, are creating yourself. As long as you can start paying notice to whether you are happy, whether you are light, that would itself be good enough as a yardstick, as a reflection as to you developing into greater awareness, you cultivating the skill set of awareness. But last and not least, enjoy the game of evolution without attachments to what you may become or may not become. This concludes my presentation for the summit. At whatever level that appeals to you, we hope that the time that you spent with us and the Ascended Masters has been fulfilling, rewarding for you. And once again, I give thanks to Pyramid Meditation for inviting me to this talk so that I could once again be serving as a messenger, as Amaratya is meant to be. And over the years, I have been collecting similar presentations, but in snippets, as well as live energy transmissions from the guides. If you wish to have access to them, just visit our blog site. The address is given on the slide here. And the journal that you shall look for is called Pearls of Wisdom. This was named by the guides, by the way, which you will find hundreds of articles, meditation recordings, as well as energy activations. So I encourage you to be part of a family of A caste, meaning all of us coming together as a caste of ensouled personality, each living out our script for the betterment of ourselves and mankind. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you so much, for introducing us to the languages of light, for reminding us about the game of evolution, for taking us through the meditation, and for the divine blessings from the Ascended Master. If you have any final words to say, sir.
Most wonderful talk, most wonderful guidance from all the Ascended Masters. And this particular great master, I thoroughly enjoyed everything. Absolutely marvelous. Thank you,
so
ma'am.
much for the
Thank you very much. We all owe
Thank
to
you, my pleasure. It's a privilege. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay, bye-bye for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So friends, our next speaker is, I'm very pleased to introduce Cynthia Gonzalez. Cynthia is a human relations coach, a somatic body worker, a writer, and sacred intimacy seminar facilitator. She currently lives in Dubai and has brought her work to India, the Americas, Europe, New Zealand, and through the Middle East. And I first had the privilege of listening to Cynthia a couple of years ago, where she spoke on the topic of sacred relationship and sacred sexuality. And I found it so eye-opening. And I'm so grateful that she's joining us here in this summit today and sharing with us her topic today, the art of sacred intimacy. So over to you, Cynthia.
There we are. Good morning, Navneet, and good morning, Patraji. Lovely to see you. Lovely to see you after 5 years now. It's been almost exactly 5 years. So wonderful. It's a real honor to be here. Thank you so much. So I'm going to, yes, indeed, present on the art of sacred intimacy. I presented on this 5 years ago in a different way. I'm going to share a presentation with you all that will take you on this journey. So I'm just going to share my screen here. Here we are. And wonderful. All right, so let me just bring this into, we have, let's see if we can do this. Yes, okay, great. All right, so the art of sacred intimacy. So let me just take us to our first slide. This slide, and this is what This slide is called the apex of this triangle. And this is a term that was created by a man named Stephen Levine. He has unfortunately passed away already, or fortunately, however you want to see it. He was a teacher of death and dying and a Zen Buddhist teacher. And when I was invited to join this summit, I thought, this is the concept that I really want to work with here, because I think in the spirit of meditation and what it takes to be in a meditative practice in relationship, this model to me exemplifies it. So let's look at the model. So let's say, okay, so this is myself. So this, of course, is you as you're viewing this. And this is your partner. So I'll stay in the pronouns that I've used here. So this is myself, and this is with my partner. So here I am, and I do my spiritual practices, whatever they are. They may be meditation, they may be prayer, they may be yoga or some kind of exercise that puts me into that higher state of consciousness. It could be spending time in nature. It could be simply reading spiritual texts that take me into that deeper knowing. Any spiritual practice, of course, will take us into these expanded states of consciousness. These will be where the brain waves are in alpha or theta states. We want to ascend beyond the beta level of consciousness. And then we hope that our partner is also doing their spiritual practices. And if both of us are, this will lend to the true art of sacred intimacy. Now, where it gets tricky is where we relate to our egos. And that, of course, will include our inner child activation when we're triggered, or to put it in very lay terms, when our buttons are being pushed. And we all know it. It's when we use the word you always, or you never, or when we start blaming, or the minute the pointing finger comes out, we know, ding, 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 I'm in my ego relating. I'm in my inner child hurting. I'm in that place that is not centered. And so it's that place where we need to cultivate inner child practices. We need to start coming to terms with our shadow aspects of ourselves so that we really are in our center. And that means, of course, doing our spiritual practices. And then the other thing here, where it gets really interesting, is the spirit this is where spirit dwells at the top of this triangle. There's only a one-pointed focus. There's one spirit. There's one universal consciousness. And so when I do my spiritual practices, so let's say my partner says to me, I've been transferred, or I've had the option to be transferred, and have the option to move to another country. Now, I know that will mean you will leave your private practice. I know that will mean you will leave everything that you have happening here, your community, your spiritual community, your good friends that you've developed in this country. By the way, for you all, I'm in Dubai right now. That's where I'm speaking to you from. So I live in a world where there are a lot of expatriates, and this kind of notion of moving is a very common theme where I live. So that partner might say that. Now, I would need to have whatever reaction I have. I might say, yes, yippee, let's go. Or I might say, no, I don't want to go. I don't want to lose my friends or my community here. So then immediately, any decision in our partnership must be made from a place where I'm coming into my spiritual practices, where I say, all right, I'm going to take a time out. I'm going to go into my room of my own, or my cave, however we want to say it. And I'm going to go into that place where I tap into my spiritual practices so that I will respond to you from what is higher will. What does spirit say once I connect to what spirit's will is because of my spiritual practices? And sometimes that might be contrary to what my partner is saying. And so that is an indication that I will need to hold my own and maybe recycle again my practices. Maybe my partner will say, I have done my spiritual practices. I know the answer is yes, we need to move. And I say, well, I've done my spiritual practices, and my will says, no, we're not supposed to move. And so it's that place where we say, okay, let's offer it up again. Let's bring ourselves back into that place where we together come to deeper knowing, because there might be layers of ego that are being processed here. So I'm going to move us to the next slide. So in order to really do those practices, these are some other more fine-tuning points of how to maintain your base and do those spiritual practices. So the first one is commit to transparency practice. So whether it's, let's go beyond the decision example. So let's say it's simply, I need to share that I'm not very comfortable spending time at your family's house, that I'm feeling something is amiss, and you always want to go on a regular basis. And maybe I'm still willing to go because I want to be your partner and support you. But maybe there is something in your family that is just really difficult for me, and you're my partner, so I need you to know that this is a challenge for me. But at the same time, I'm scared to rock the boat because I'm scared you're going to take it personally, or you're going to go into a sulk and you're going to be silent with me. And I'm not going to develop intimacy with you in sharing what's really going on with myself. So that kind of practice is necessary. So and in order to do transparency, we must have centering practices, which comes back to our spiritual practices that I named in the earlier slide. And that means what I also call developing your own inner trampoline, so that you catch yourself even if your partner is opposing you or disagreeing with you, that you hold your own and you stay humble. It means developing the quality of boundaries to say yes, to say no as need be. As I mentioned earlier, developing a room or a cave of your own. And then another thing that's super important is developing symbolically or literally an altar of your own. That means the place where you come into your center. Now that altar might be in nature. That might be an actual physical altar that's connected to the denomination of spiritual practice that you observe. That could be just your own chair where you just like to meditate, your own meditation cushion, some place that is your touchstone, that place where you come into your center so you can relate in a place of centeredness. And then it's learning the art of listening artfully. So that can be observing your defensiveness, controlling your reactivity. Again, it's where your ego is getting activated. And that will be also including doing those inner child practices. Because there's a really important thing to know, is that whenever we're activated, 90% of what is triggering us is actually inner child material. 10% is what's really going on with our current partner. And why is that the case? Because when we're children, we're so dependent. We are so vulnerable. We are sponges. We take in everything that partner, that our parents or our caretakers gave us. And so when we are children, our parents are imperfect. They will do different things. They will behave. They will discipline us. They will interact with each other or with others in ways that aren't always the best influences. We absorb it all. And so any unfinished business that we have, we're going to take that and project that onto an intimate partner. An intimate partner is sometimes the closest thing we ever have to the intimacy that we had with our caretakers. So the other thing to listen artfully is to mirror someone, to say, this is what I'm hearing. So it's a way to paraphrase back and make sure you're actually hearing what you heard, even if it's absolutely raising all kinds of alarm buttons in you, to still say it so the person feels heard. Know you will get to respond and make that a pact. That must be a pact in your relationship. I will mirror you. I will paraphrase what I'm hearing you say, but I need to know that there's a cultivation, that we play fairly, that I also get a place where I get to respond and you will mirror me. There must be that pact for the art of true sacred intimacy. And then we need to be willing to attract a transparent partner. And I really say that word carefully, willingness to attract a transparent partner. It's very vulnerable to be seen in our shadow. It's very vulnerable to be held up a mirror of where we are not in our highest selves, in our best selves. And so we have a saying in this work, in the art of transparent practices, that the willingness to be transparent is the willingness to be seen. The willingness to be shown is the willingness to be heard. So it's, if I'm going to be seen, you're going to also be willing to hear my transparency. If I am willing to call you out in your transparency, I am also willing to be seen that much in my own shadow. Like attracts like. We always attract our reciprocal. And that's on every level. And so it's that place where we need to brave those waters of transparency. Another art, another aspect to learn the art of sacred intimacy is to learn to jump somebody's fence. And that has two aspects. One is, I am your ally. I am with you. I love you. I care for you. I want the best for you. And I'm willing to subjugate my own defensive reactions to really be on your side. But I'm also your agent for healing. And I will brave, even if you're going to go have a sulk on me, or you're going to use some harsh words that I'm going to have to put boundaries on. I am willing to call on things that need to be called on so that I am truly your agent for healing. That is a pact I make with you. So when someone let me give you an example of what it looks like to jump somebody's fence. So let's come back to the metaphor of, the example of your partner says, I want to move somewhere else to another place where we are. And they say, and you say, no, I have my community here. I don't want to leave my community. I've developed this community over many years. It's very dear to me professionally and socially and personally. And then your partner says, well, great. Well, you always get your way. And then in order to jump your partner's fence, to take these comments that are actually hurt underneath, because always anger, passive aggressive anger or direct anger is hurt that's underneath, is to say, I see that. So to really say, I'm your ally. I know you've always wanted a job promotion. You wanted to feel like you're accelerating and advancing in your career. And I see that this is really, really important to you. And I see that you really need this. And I want to support you to have this. So the partner didn't say, I want to move because I want to have a job promotion. And I've always waited for this. And you know how important this is. They didn't say that. They just said, great, you always get your way. So it's learning to see beyond the surface reactions. It's learning that art to say, I really love you. I want to be next to you. I want to support you. But at the same time, to hold your own and say, I hear you. I'm going to have to pray on this. I'm going to have to do deep meditation practices to really get clear in myself. What is truly my truth in this? I'm having my first reaction and I see you. I see this is important to you. And I'm willing to hear anything else that's really important for you around this move. Please tell me, please be vulnerable with me. I want to hear, even if you're going to disagree with my position. That's the art of jumping somebody else's fence. And the special thing that happens is that when we are both in our little children at the same time, when we're both being egoic, when we're both having our buttons pushed at the same time, it's a true challenge of how to jump somebody's fence at the same time. So the best thing is to do is somebody to call a timeout. We need a timeout. We need to go meditate. We need to get in our center. We need to do our breathing practices. We need to infuse and let in higher source. We need to let in that third. We need to let in spirit, because right now we are too much in our egoic personality. So I'm going to move to the next slide. And intimacy, of course, has both the emotional aspect and the sexual aspect. So there's physical intimacy and emotional intimacy. In a long-term relationship, we all know that physical intimacy cannot be alive if there is not emotional intimacy. There needs to be something that is, the fires need to be stoked with that deeper, deeper heart connection. But in order for us to also open to that, both the emotional and the sexual intimacy, we must heal taboos and shame. And that does include not just sexual. Of course, often when we think of taboo, we think of, sexual taboos. No, there's also the taboo of emotions. The taboo of that place where we are scared to be vulnerable, that place where we are scared to reveal ourselves, where we may be scared to let down to emotion. We all know that men have been socialized not to be vulnerable, to not cry. So in order for transparency to truly exist and the emotional territory to be cultivated with centeredness, with an art, that taboo must be welcomed in and overridden. And of course, those shames of messaging that does not serve us, and go past them, identify that, bring in again spirit to inspire us to go beyond that. Now there's of course, we all know there's the taboo of sexuality. And of course, in more traditional cultures, those taboos are much higher. And so I do a practice called somatic body work, which is working how the emotions are held in the body and how to release them, release those emotions, release traumas. And I once had a woman from the Middle East, and she said to me, she was crying and she was saying, I have a lot of blockages, I'm very shut down in my relationship, in my physical relationship with my husband. And then she just started crying and crying, and she opened her eyes and she turned to me and she said, what are you supposed to do when the first 20 years of your life, you're told, don't talk to men, sex is bad, don't go near it. And then all of a sudden you're 20 and you get married, and then you're told, please your man, have a sexual relationship with your man, be a good sexual partner to your man. She was, how am I supposed to negotiate that? And so what I said was, I hear that. And of course I had enormous empathy for her. And we had, a good chat about that. But I said, that is possible to override and surpass the messaging that comes with taboos. And that's releasing it and bringing in affirmations that affirm what you know in your body, what you know in your heart to be true. I deserve pleasure. It is right to have pleasure. It is right to be a sexual being. It is beautiful to be a sexual being. So these are ways to heal those taboos and shame. And then the other aspect is reconciling desire and security. There's a wonderful, wonderful woman named Esther Perel. She's had a very big viewing on her TED Talk on infidelity. And what she says is very apt. She says the challenge in any intimate relationship is reconciling desire and security. So desire is, I want you. It's that edginess. It's that uncertainty that I never know, and that excitement, that life force energy, that's sparkling and scintillating. And then there's the security. And security, sometimes people equate it with boring, predictable. I already know. And so it's learning how to reconcile the two, how to bring in some dazzle, to bring in some unpredictability in your relationship without threatening it. And at the same time, bringing in security, bringing in reassurance. And that's reconciling those two, that I'm always going to be there for you. I am there for you. And of course, that means transparency and really being honest about yourself, where you really are, and if you really mean that. And then again, transparency is key, and it's the best aphrodisiac. And why is it the best aphrodisiac? It's again what I was saying earlier, that when you ride that edge, it's what I always say is, if you're going to be transparent with someone, fasten your seatbelt, because get ready, you're going to have a free fall. You don't know what's on the other side. And the stronger the transparency, the more there's great risk. But that risk infuses the relationship with a sexual enticement, a sexual edge. And so if you're holding out on sharing certain things with your partner, and you find that there's a lull or a lack of sparkle in your physical intimacy, pretty much we can be certain that there's a lack of transparency. And that ground of transparency can be lots of things. That could be never sharing with your partner that you were a victim of sexual abuse. That could be sharing what you really like on the physical intimacy level in terms of preferences. That could be sharing that you've never said, I love you. That could be sharing that it really irritates you when they use condescending language with you, or that they don't give you eye contact. All of these worlds that you hold within yourself, if you're not being transparent, then that is depleting the relationship of life force energy. And of course, this will contribute to a greater lack and barriers, greater barriers to really relating with each other. And this concludes this. I have this ebook here that is on my website, that if you want to delve more into this, that's definitely possible. So I just wanted to see if there were any questions before I'm willing to answer any questions from the panel, and anything that the panel feels that they would like to hear more about, I'm very happy to speak more on. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen there. So thank you.
Oh, so thank you, Cynthia. That was really wonderful to hear. You introduced a lot of new concepts and sharing with us how to be authentic with ourselves, first and foremost, and then with our partners. So could you maybe elaborate on, there's a question here about how we can be more authentic with ourselves. So you've talked about inner child issues, and how can we really work on ourselves on a practical level?
Thank you, Nandini. Thank you very much. Yeah. So what I would say to that is that it's, that comes back to the spirit of this summit here, which is meditating. When we meditate and when we have a spiritual practice, yesterday, for example, I was meditating yesterday morning and I had eaten something heavy the night before. And I was really aware of how it was interfering with my meditation practice. And then I had to say, why did I eat that heavy thing? I knew better. So just even something around our eating practices, just the way we take care of ourselves. Or for example, when I meditate and I'm like nodding off constantly, that's an indication I'm not sleeping enough. Why am I not sleeping enough? Am I overworked? Am I just like, just having too much fun in a way that's not balanced? So our meditation practice is such a barometer to how to be more self-aware of ourselves, those barometers. Why am I not in my center? Why is my digestion a little bit agitated? What is that really about? Why am I not sleeping enough? Why am I having angry thoughts over and over again? Where is that really coming from? Is that because I haven't expressed something? Is that because indeed there's inner child material that's unexpressed and not processed properly? So these kinds of things definitely contribute to this. Yeah. Oh, and Nabi, just to give you a little tiny correction, I go by Cynthia.
Sorry.
That's okay. Actually, my legal name is Cynthia, but I'm called Cynthia. So thank you. No problem, Nabi.
All right, Cynthia. Just one question here. What if we hate our bodies? So somebody's asking, what if we hate our bodies? What if we don't like our bodies and we hate our bodies? What do we do?
I'm so glad. Oh, I'm so glad this question is here. I'm so grateful for that. Bless. Okay. Yeah. I know I've been through that myself in my teenage years. I went through a lot of that, so I can really relate to that. Yeah. First of all, I just want to say something. A lot of times if we hate our bodies, that is an indication of some trauma that's unhealed. And that trauma can be on several things. Now, there's a term I want to introduce here that's a really beautiful term that isn't so known. I wish it were more known in the popular psychological lexicon. So we all know the word projection, when we have something in ourselves and we project it onto somebody else. But there's another word, and that's introjection. And that is when somebody has projected something onto us. It goes in, we believe it, and we start telling ourselves the same. And that could be ads, advertising. That could be, you've got to look this certain way. I know, for example, Bless, I've spent a lot of time in India, as you mentioned in the introduction. And, I've learned about this product, Fair and Lovely. And that shocked the socks off me. It just really did. And, being my father's Mexican and, having, been born into a world where I was born, less looking Mexican than some of my cousins and other relatives. And I really became so sensitive to that reality and that everyone's the same and all those racism issues. And so a lot of times it can be those messages that come in. Sometimes it could be our mother saying, you're putting out a little too much weight, or no one's going to really want you as a partner. You're never going to get married if you look like that. Or, oh, what a shame, your sister got the looks and you got the brains, or whatever it is. And it's to make an inventory. So that's what I would say is the healing here, is to make an inventory of all the messages, whether it's society, whether it's religion, whether it's, religion, sometimes it could be you're a female or your sexuality is bad. And so then you internalize that all of you is bad. It could be any messages from mother, father, siblings, friends, teachers that went in, and to take that particular message and then write an affirmation that overruns it, that replaces that negative messaging, and then make it a practice to say those messages over and over again. On the side of that, I would also say that we would need to add some trauma release work, because sometimes there's very deep emotion, very deep sadness, the betrayal of any of that messaging that came in. I hope that helps. I truly do. And bless you, whoever sent that question in. I truly hear you. And I know what that's like. For me, in the years that I had that, I always felt like I had a monkey on my back. And I couldn't wait to heal that. And I'm so happy to say that today I am at peace with that. But it took years of deep, deep healing to release that monkey that was saying such negative messaging to myself. So anything else, Navneet?
Well, yes, just checking if there's any more questions here. So friends, if you have any questions for Cynthia, please do share your questions.
Hi, Cynthia. My name is Luke. I'm the next speaker, and I would just like to say thank you for that. You're completely spot on, and high five, soul sister, because you set the foundation very well for my talk next after you. And I'll be. It takes a lot of courage to be open and vulnerable and deal with our issues and our childhood woundings. So you made my job a lot easier, because I'm going to expand on what you just spoke about, and I would give some practical tools and techniques that the audience can use to help heal our traumas and our wounded inner child. So kudos to you. You did a really good job. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luke. It's so great to hear. And just when you said that, you just made me think of something that I just want to say is breathing practices. So right now, currently, I'm working with a couple where they're learning the art of breathing together and how that will infuse their intimacy. We've just done a few classes on this. And I just want to name that because maybe this could serve the viewers as well. There's something really beautiful. There's a very beautiful practice that also, I'm so glad you said what you said, Luke, because whatever it did, it spurred me on to offer this piece. So thank you, Luke. It's so lovely. So there's a beautiful practice where one partner lies down, they're just lying down, eyes are closed, and the other partner simply looks at them and starts synchronizing their breath with the partner. And after that's done, after a few minutes, and it's nice to have some nice meditative music in the background. And after that's done a little bit, to then place the hand on the tummy, on the abdomen, and ask that partner to adjust the hand accordingly, to place that hand on the stomach of the other. And to just a very light, so it's a bit of a cupped motion. So it's not like that, it's not overly firm. It's just a very gentle motion. And to raise, to inhale with the breath and to exhale. That level of nonverbal mirroring is so healing at the deepest fiber of ourselves. And then after that's done, after a while, to check in, how was that? And then to exchange roles and then to receive that. And then to sit in front of each other in a meditative posture, or sit on two chairs if it's difficult to sit cross-legged, and to place the hand on each other's heart and to do the same, looking into the left eye of the other. And I say the left eye just so that you're not wondering which eye should I look into. So it's clear from the beginning, I'm going to look into your left eye and I'm going to place my hand on your heart and you're going to place yours on mine. And we're going to breathe mindfully with each other. And that's it. And just sharing, how was that? Maybe that'll move into something more physically exciting. Maybe that will just simply be this way of slowly healing something that maybe you didn't even, it's just that healing needed to happen. You weren't talking to each other or something was infused in a really positive way. So I just inspire to share that practice. It's a very, very beautiful practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. And whatever you have shared is really amazing. I believe all couples and even individuals out there can really take in all this information and knowledge and really help to work on themselves and in their partnership and relationships. So with that, I see that there's no other questions. So I really want to thank you. Thank you so much for joining us with your presence and your knowledge and your wisdom, and for gracing us in this Digital Meditation Summit. Thank you so much, Sintha.
It's my honor, truly. Thank you so much for
We are
having
very
me.
grateful. Thank you so much.
Take care, Navneet.
Right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And friends, so now we move on to our next speaker, Luke Elijah. So multi-talented Renaissance man, Luke Elijah was born in a family of holistic healers and spiritual practitioners dating back 4 generations. After his own powerful and intense spiritual awakening back in December 2011, Luke followed his instincts and left a successful multi-award winning career in the fashion and media industry, working as a freelance photographer, designer, stylist, and journalist in order to follow the footsteps of his ancestry to pursue a higher calling of service to humanity. He has since been fulfilling his true life purpose to serve as a full-time spiritual practitioner and teacher who conducts and facilitates various holistic themed workshops, events, and group classes. Luke is certified in Theta Healing, aromatherapy, hypnotherapy, sound healing, Reiki, yoga, massage therapy, the culinary arts, and much more. So we now welcome Luke. In addition, I just want to add that Luke also runs a YouTube channel where he regularly features videos with spiritual content and interviews with many interesting and spiritual people and successful people. So he has a very interesting YouTube channel. So without further ado, I introduce Luke to you. I welcome Luke, who will be sharing his topic, the mastery of self-love. So over to you, Luke.
Namaste, and thank you so much, Navneet. And Navneet's on my YouTube channel, so we have, I think, 2 videos together, at least 1 minimum. It's on there, right? I first met Navneet, Pradeep, and Prachaji in Singapore back in 2012. So wow, come a long way. It's already 8 years. So thank you for your friendship, and thank you once again. I'm really honored to the Pyramid Meditation Group for always inviting me to speak. And today I'm going to share on the topic of the mastery of self-love. And this is a huge topic. I'm just going to share my screen. All right, so since Navneet already given me such a good introduction, I won't talk very much. I'll just say that my parents and I run a holistic center here in Singapore called Heaven on Earth, and we frequently host foreign practitioners from all over the world. So if you are a foreign practitioner and you'd like to come post-pandemic to come to Singapore to speak and to teach, reach out to me. Okay, so all right. Self-love is a huge topic. It's actually the foundation of many other spiritual topics that we are trying to achieve, that state of enlightenment. And so self-love is also very elusive. It just seems simplified. It seems easy, but more often than not, what it really is radical self-acceptance, especially acceptance of everything that we despise and dislike about ourselves, like talking about body image, our height, our weight, the way we look, the way we sound, right? Our flaws, imperfections, our humanity. And so it's a learning to have compassion, for acceptance and forgiveness of that, and to come to terms with all of it and bring it all in. And so we hear it all the time, right? You hear from people like, Whitney Houston singing "The Greatest Love of All," right? It's learning to love yourself. And so really it's the cornerstone and foundation for all other spiritual lessons and on our journey as a incarnated human being, but spirit being human. Okay, so we really are perfectly imperfect, but our ego plays mind tricks on us and makes it hard for us to accept ourselves sometimes. So how can we do it? Contingent to the idea of self-love is this topic called self-care. And sometimes they're synonymous because they are closely related. So what we need to do is really, we need to achieve this body, mind, heart, and soul balance in all aspects and facets of our lives, all right? From learning to have healthy boundaries, doing our yoga practices, our meditation practices, making sure that we have a good diet, eating healthy, exercising regularly, daily, if possible, right? Journaling, spending time expressing our creative and artistic selves, giving time to our hobbies, going to the spa, getting a massage, right? Engaging in meaningful work, things like that. It's very broad. But I would like to remind you that your diet is not just what you are eating. It's also what you are reading, what you're consuming, the people around you, the energy that you're infusing with, what you're watching on television, listening on the radio. So that's why with the term holistic, is complete, right? You need all facets and areas of your life, from your root chakra all the way to your crown chakra, to be in holistic balance. You need to be as physically grounded in your body as you are metaphysically and spiritually connected to high dimensional energies, right? You are both. Okay, so oftentimes, like what Cynthia brought up, so I'm going to expand on the topics of toxic positivity, the dark night of the soul, spiritual bypassing, and concepts like these are pretty new. I notice only my peers have been only working on themselves in such a deep way the last couple of years, myself included. All right, after encountering waves of dark nights of the soul. So in the past, a lot of light workers, they only overly focus on just the love of light aspect. All right, everything they think of, everything is just butterflies and rainbows in your human journey. Okay, so when you really overgeneralize these spiritual concepts, it becomes like a new age version of Christianity. Okay, and you're actually denying the human experience by doing that. So that's what we term a spiritual bypass. When you try to sidestep these, psychological wounds, your childhood wounds, your emotional issues, and you kind of repress and suppress this, right? And it's basically the use of spiritual concepts, methodology, and practices to avoid dealing with your painful feelings, your unresolved wounds, your developmental needs, all right? And the idea of soul shadow work. Okay, there's light work and shadow work. It's just like a yin and yang. It's 50-50. You need to do both. And shadow work is delving deep into all the parts that you repress, suppress, you swap under the rug. You don't want to look at because it's uncomfortable. So what happens is people then go into addictions like gambling, too much sex, too much overindulgence in food and eating, even overworking. Or in my case, when I was newly awakened, it was too much meditation. I overindulged in meditation as a means to escape working on my lack of self-love, right? My lack of self-love stemmed from my lack of self-acceptance of my own sexuality, my own sexual identity, right, as being gay and born gay in this lifetime, and struggling with societal acceptance of me, because when I was young, I was really very bullied in school. My classmates would pick on me. This was back when I was 13 years old, when I first came out. And there was no internet. The internet only came when I was 18. So back then, people's understanding, acceptance of the LGBT community was very negligible. And my classmates would beat me up. They'll punch me in the stomach. They'll break my nose. My lips will bleed. They'll spit on me and throw me in the dustbin. And I'll go back to home and I'll ask my dad. I say, Dad, I'm badly bullied in school. Can you do something? And his retort was, who asked you to be gay? And I felt really hurt because my church doesn't accept me. My religion tells me I'm a sin. All right. My parents don't love me unconditionally. My teachers and classmates laugh at me and discriminate against me. How am I going to love myself if others don't love me? So I didn't know how to deal with it. So I shoved it under the rug. I drowned my sorrows through retail therapy, shopping and playing video games and just keeping busy with work. All right. And so a lot of the times what it is that when you don't step out of your comfort zone, nothing changes. And yet change is the inevitable, change is the only constant. And in order to grow and expand and elevate in consciousness and awareness and heal and ascend, we need to be brave enough and have the courage and strength to step out of that comfort zone and confront the issues that are facing us that we have otherwise repressed and suppressed so deeply that we're not even conscious of it anymore. All right. And so truly what happens is sometimes nobody volunteers to do the work, very rarely. So sometimes spirit sends, like a near-death experience, cancer or some terminal illness or accident or something really large to shock you, all right, a dark night of the soul. And yet, these are necessary as developmental progress and in our journey as a human, because, you know, it's kind of like contingent to a diamond only turns, is actually dark coal, black coal, that under a lot of time, heat and pressure over that, it turns to a sparkling diamond. All right, a caterpillar, you know, goes through a state of darkness in a cocoon and isolation and separation, and then it upgrades with wings, it becomes transmuted and transformed into a butterfly. All right, same for a rainbow. You only get a rainbow after a storm. So the darkest nights really produces the brightest stars. And I bless every trial, every tribulation, every ailment, every disease, every illness, every kind of adversity I face in my life, because it's made me what I am. It's given me the Christ-conscious virtues. These virtues like compassion and empathy and patience, self-acceptance, forgiveness. These things are not learned, they're earned. You cultivate them through going through life's experience, thus turning knowledge into wisdom, thus transforming and transmuting. And by doing the work yourself, you then give rise and set the example as a shining light for others to do the same. Because then, otherwise you'll be the blind leading the blind. You'll be like a wounded healer. If you try to heal someone and guide someone, and you don't have the experience of actually doing the work to actually transform your own inner darkness back to light. So you can only teach and serve and guide someone by the hand if you have transmuted it yourself. For example, people who have, say, survived cancer, then have a higher probability because they have the experience, the wherewithal, the resources, the compassion, the patience to then aid someone who is going through cancer themselves, and then they will be able to help them with their experience and with pointing them in the right direction, right? So same for me, because I was born gay, I'm able to then understand what it truly feels like to be one, and know where to point someone who needs help in this department, coming into terms with their sexuality, coming to terms with accepting themselves, so that society and their parents can then later accept them. As within, so without. It starts with you first. It's an inside job. It always starts with you. Kind of think of it like going to you hire a gym trainer, the gym instructor cannot push the weight for you and you grow the muscle. You have to push the weight. He's there to support and guide you, and that's it. So even Jesus, Buddha, all the ascended beings, they cannot come down and knock you on the head and then you become enlightened. You have to do that inner work, that inner process. It's a growth process. And like what Sinta said earlier, it's not an overnight thing. It takes years. It took me decades even to come to this level of self-love and acceptance. And even then, I won't even say I'm 100%. I would say I'm a good 95, 98 most of the time. And that's the acceptance of that. It's also self-love, to understand that not every day you're going to get it, right? And even the state of enlightenment is not permanent. Nothing's permanent. Everything is always in flux, in change. And so this terminology of shadow work is pretty new. It's only the last couple of years that you keep hearing it in our consciousness, in our collective consciousness, with more and more spiritual teachers entering their own dark nights of the soul and dealing and healing their own inner wounds and inner child wounds. Have they then transcended it and rise up? And then now they're teaching how they did it. And so that's why I'm able to stand here and then do the same. Okay? And so we have got to ask ourselves all these uncomfortable questions and where they reside in our body and what they make us feel, because everyone is a trigger, everyone's a mirror to reflecting back to us all the beauty and all the darkness that's already within us. And through integration and processing and grounding these concepts, can they then be transcended? In other words, more darkness actually propels you to more light. Think of it like a rubber band. If you put a lot of tension and pressure on the rubber band, the more pressure you extend to it, the moment you let go, you fling further. Right, so it's the same thing for spiritual work. More darkness actually propels you to more light and it allows you to cultivate truly and integrate the lessons, thus transforming you to a higher state of consciousness and elevation, and which allows you to then be able to hold space for other people going through their own humanity, going through their own darkness, going through their own trials and tribulations and dark times. All right. So one technique that you could use is to humor, just laugh at the grand scale of things, take yourself out, step out of it, and look at all of it on the third person's perspective. from a high and broader perspective, things seem smaller, and just understand it's only transient. No matter how wonderful your experience or how terrible, this too shall pass. Tomorrow shall be another day. You will also die, all right? And understanding that pain is inevitable, but suffering is an option, right? External circumstances do not matter. It's only our internal states of perception and perspective and reflection, right? Only your internal states of being will matter, as in matter materialize into physical matter. So there's always pain everywhere: physical pain, emotional pain, mental pain, spiritual pain, right? For example, every day you have stomach ache, toothaches, indigestion, whatever, a lot of kind of physical ailments. But it's our choice that pain did not be suffering, right? It's our mental state, and through that, things like meditation and breath work, you can transcend it. Okay, but a better way to transcend it is to face it and confront it, thank it, release it, right? Thank the ego. It serves the purpose of contrast. It serves the purpose of allowing you to grow and expand. After thanking it, instead, if you run away from it, it chases you through hell and back. When you thank it and release it, you purge it out of your system. You've integrated the lessons. You then elevate. Then it doesn't chase you through hell and back anymore, because it's been shed. It's been enlightened, so to speak. Right? You have shed light on it. Okay, that's why it takes a lot of strength, a lot of courage, and this you cultivate, you earn, like earning your stripes. All right. So a lot of times, what it is all of us have been hurt, not just in this lifetime, but in previous lifetimes by our loved ones. Our people we trusted. We've been traumatized, we've been hurt, we've been lied to, we've been betrayed, we've been gaslighted, and this has formed lots of shielding around us to protect our heart. And we think this is strength. But by closing our heart, we cut ourselves off from the human experience. You can't cherry pick, in other words. If you don't allow yourself to feel, or completely open up your heart to feel, you don't feel extreme joy, but neither do you feel extreme sadness. You're just in the middle. And that's what antidepressant medication does. It blocks you out from feeling your emotions, and you're just causing through life. All right, there's no high and lows. So it takes great strength. The true strength is actually being able to be vulnerable and open, and you do that by first healing, by forgiving yourself, and then thus forgiving others. All right, and so part of that body, mind, heart, and soul balance is also the balancing of our divine feminine and divine masculine aspects, the yin and yang. And in Hinduism, we have the Shakti Shiva aspect of duality or polarity of the Godhead. All right, and what has occurred for millennia, the past millennia, is there's too much masculine energy, such that it becomes toxic masculinity, and this indulgence in and appreciation of the masculine energy, putting it on a pedestal, has caused and that imbalance. All right, and what we need to do is we're trying to balance it, come to equilibrium and harmonizing with rising our sacred feminine, as depicted by the phoenix rising. So the old us dies off, and the new us is reborn like a phoenix. And we're allowing our feminine, getting itself in touch with our feminine sides, hence that vulnerable side, that creative side, that artistic side, awakening the inner goddess. Regardless of your gender or sexuality, you have male and female energies, all of you, every single one of us, right? It's the great goddess aspect of creation. And so we're allowing that feminine to rise again, because that feminine energy has so been repressed. That's why men have been taught you can't be in touch with feelings, you cannot cry. And even women, they're taught that being masculine is better, so they become over masculine as well. And this has caused a lot of violence and bloodsheds and war for millennia, and we've been repressed by that. But no longer, the feminine is rising, no doubt. You can see it, right? The equality, that balance. And also, that's also why I know I was born gay in this lifetime, because I then embody a lot of these feminine energies that is needed to heal humanity and this planet at this time of our great ascension. Okay, so it takes a lot of strength and courage that you earn along the way. You become a spiritual warrior by doing this inner work of transformation and transformation on yourself first, before you can then help others. Let's delve a little bit into science. In psychology, there's something called the 4 attachment styles, and it's very much an extension of how we were brought up and how we were shown love by our caretakers in our childhoods. All right, and we actually encompass all 4 styles and different styles in different stages of our lives with different people as well. For example, you could have a very secure style with your friends, but a fearful, dismissive or style with your boss, and an anxious, preoccupied style with someone that you're very sexually attracted to. All right, so this delving very deep in it's out of the purview of this short talk, but I encourage all of you to go research it. There's many YouTube videos on this 4 attachment style theory. Okay, so a lot of us sometimes when we meet our mirror twin, or what we call our twin flame, it causes that runner-chaser dynamic. And it triggers in us the sense of isolation, loneliness, anxiety, separation anxiety, and feelings of rejection that we have suppressed and repressed so deeply that we're not even aware we still had it. And a lot of it is from our childhood, because maybe we had a parent that, or parents that weren't available for us because they're too busy or they're divorced, and we weren't given, because we were brought up by parents who were wounded themselves. And it's ancestral karma, because it's passed on. They are only parenting us the way their parents taught them and so forth. So it's sins of the father being passed down. And so it takes us, our generation, to decide we want to step up and end that, so that we don't pass on to future generations. And we do that by healing ourselves, and the healing starts by being aware of where the root cause is, where it comes from. And sometimes not just even this lifetime, it comes from other lifetimes. And because of this, a lot of people are very dependent. And when you depend on someone, you throw a lot of expectations on them and a lot of conditions on them, and then you can't be unconditional love anymore, right? True unconditional love can only happen when you have no expectations on someone giving you any kind of happiness, because you don't need it. The happiness comes from within, it comes from yourself. You give yourself the happiness first. On the flip side is independence, which is over extreme, right? I don't need anyone, my walls are up, all right? And your heart is very cold, and you say, I don't need, I'm self-reliant, all right? So what I'm trying to come to right now is a very healthy equilibrium and harmonized balance called interdependence, where we are whole and complete, but we're sharing a whole and completeness with other whole and complete individuals. So looking at it, the yin and yang analogy, codependency, right? We need each other. Interdependence, very separated, and then weaving it back, the combination of the yin and yang, right? Interdependence is what we are trying to strive in all our interpersonal relationships, okay? And that's when true unity consciousness occurs, all right? And when you are a wounded feminine, expect the feminine, secret feminine in you is not healed. You tend to be a people pleaser. I'm a reformed people pleaser myself, so I know about this. Very hard to say no, always giving in to people, always pandering to unreasonable requests, accepting a lot of toxic bullshit, all right, and abusive patterns from our loved ones. Just because we love them, we think we need to be accept. But truly, unconditionally loving someone is not the same as approving or accepting of their toxic behaviors and patterns. Because even when we over accept someone, right, we're teaching them how to treat us. When we over accept their gaslighting and lying and cheating, we are then supporting them to continue to perpetuate those behaviors. So even a bully is being bullied if his negative patterns are allowed to perpetuate. So sometimes we need to put our foot down. It's self-love first. You need to give yourself that love, right? That if you love yourself, you will not accept this kind of bullshit from even your loved ones, even your family members. All right. And so learning to form healthy boundaries isn't an overnight thing. It takes time. It takes a lot of cultivation and understanding. And yet it's such a necessary skill for all of us to hone and to understand. And it takes practice as well. And when you have been, reach a stage that you start, I'm not worthy of love. I'm not enough. It's usually think of a lot of lack, right? And it becomes, I had enough, I'm not enough, I had enough, then finally, I am enough. So that's why bless all the mirrors, bless all the triggers, bless all the toxic people in your life, all right? Because they help you to reach that I had enough state before you can transcend it to become I am enough. Yeah, enough of that. I'm going to love myself first. I'm no longer accepting. I'm going to have set healthy boundaries, not walls of separation though. Healthy boundaries. There's a fine line between the two. Okay, healthy boundaries. Your heart is very open. You're still vulnerable, but you have so much self-respect that you do not become a people pleaser anymore, and you do not allow others to step over you, and able to be strong enough to say no to others. When this is why you can only hold space from an overflowing cup. You have to fill your own cup first. So if you are feeling depleted, sick, tired, fatigued, you can't give. You can only give to others what you already have. So you can't give and serve to someone if you haven't done the work. You haven't dealt with yourself. All right. Okay. So expanding that is, I'm sure some of you have already read the book by Gary Chapman, The 5 Languages of Love. And in the past, for me, it was like physical touch was my primary love language, followed by giving gifts and acts of service. All right. And I like to receive through words of affirmation and physical touch. But, let me throw out the question to all of you and say, right, why not learn to give and receive love in all 5 ways? Starting with yourself. Give to yourself first. All right. So buy yourself that nice treat before you buy a present for someone else. Right. Make sure that you're able. Okay. Fulfill your own needs first. It's not being selfish. It's being self-centered so much that you then, from a space of feeling good, able to then share that goodness with someone else. Otherwise, all you're sharing is anger and sadness, and you're just reflecting and deflecting back from an empty cup. That doesn't work. Right, so learn to give and receive in all 5 ways. You don't need to choose one or the other, or just 2 ways or 3 ways, right? And sometimes, even though you have a more prominent way, for example, some people don't enjoy giving gifts, or they feel embarrassed by receiving a gift, but by graciously accepting a gift, even if it's just a compliment, you're actually giving to the other person. You're allowing them to feel generous. So you're actually giving back, right? So you see how that correlation, that interdependence, how it works in this scenario. All right, I'd like to teach a very easy method, and I'd like all of you to join me in this short exercise. It's called the Ho'oponopono meditation, and it's an ancient Hawaiian practice that's so simple, all right, yet we often overlook it because it's just so simple. We tend to try to complicate things, but truly the essence and the foundations are always usually very, very pure. And these 4 statements, it's so basic, yet we hardly hear it from others, and not often do we offer it as well. Okay, so we learn to say these 4 words, and it doesn't matter in which sequence you say these 4 sentences. And in my journey of cultivating and achieving self-love for myself and self-acceptance, I did this every day in front of the mirror. So if you have a mirror in front of you, I suggest you use it. If not, I ask that you close your eyes and give yourself a nice hug, right? Give yourself a nice squeeze, and you say, and give yourself a nice rub. And you say, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. All right, pat your shoulders, pat your biceps. Thank you, I love you. All right, again, follow me. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you, I love you. Okay, we're going to do it a couple more times, and I'm going to accompany you with some angel chimes in the background. So close your eyes, place your hands over your heart, right? Send yourself the love, send yourself the forgiveness first. Go, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you, I love you. You're going to do this a couple more times to yourself. Okay, now I'd like you to think of someone. It could be a parent, it could be a spouse, it could be a boss, a best friend, someone that's hurt you, betrayed you, lied to you, cheated on you, that you're really, really angry with, that you want to be able to let go and forgive and release this blockage, this pain in you. Think of that person, visualize the person in front of you. Okay, and you're going to direct this Ho'oponopono energies and blessings onto them. Right? Say, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Send it to them a couple of times, because the contingent of they're only your mirror. They're only here to let you expand and grow and learn lessons, to heal, to experience more facets of yourself. Right. Thank them for their presence in your life, the gifts they've given to you, even the unwanted. Send them the forgiveness, send them the thank you, the gratitude, the I love you. Because from your overflowing cup that you gave it to yourself first, you're able to then give it to them and accord them the forgiveness and appreciation and the love. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Finally, I'd like you to send this forgiveness and love to all of humanity on this planet right now, and entering a pandemic, and entering a global dark night of the soul. That's necessary to purge and release all the old structures, the old patriarchal structures and systems that no longer serves humanity at this time of our ascension. We are looking towards much constitutional, religious, political, social, economical change over the next 7 years, 7-year cycle ahead of us. And we're just only in the beginning stages of that. So in order to transcend it and remove what no longer serves us, we need firstly to confront it and understand and acknowledge that it has served us in the past, but no longer is what works for where we are headed as a collective. So send everyone on this planet in this time of ascension, our soulmates, our soul tribe, our twin flames, our karmic partners, our co-creators on this journey, on this human journey, on this temporal human journey. In this time and space, send them this love, the forgiveness, the support, the strength. Strengthen the collective. And last but not least, we send these energies to the Prime Creator itself, the God, Goddess, the Godhead, the one source, the all there is. Everything that exists across all timelines, dimensions, and incarnations, that's really just you. Just multiple reflections of us, of you and me. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Thank you, I love you. Now I'd like you to visualize a golden iridescent stream of light streaming down from the central sun, from Pleiades, from Sirius, Arcturus, down from your crown chakra, spiraling down to your third eye, to your throat chakra, residing in your heart space, opening up your heart wider, allowing yourself to embrace the cosmic love of the divine that is you, so that you can integrate, process, and ground this love into every fiber, every cell of your being. Now you're going to spiral this love, funneling it down to Mother Earth, Mother Gaia, who's been the provider and source of all things in our human incarnation. Send it down to the center of this planet. The Earth needs healing at this time as it transcends into a higher dimensional frequency. Now feel Mother Gaia send you her support from the center of this planet. Feel her send you her love, her maternal love up your feet, residing back in your heart space. Imbue every essence of your being across all timelines, dimensions, and incarnations with this love. Balancing your sacred feminine and divine masculine aspects. Circulating your Merkaba light body, your crystalline body, spinning the sun and moon tetrahedron. healing you on the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual levels. Take a deep cleansing breath in. There's nowhere else you need to be. There's nothing else you need to do, but be fully present in this moment. Heart wide open, grateful and thankful for everything in your life, everything. All the ups and downs, the good and the bad, the highs and the lows, the love and the fear. One last deep breath, make it count, revitalizing, re-energizing every single cell in your body. And as you breathe out, feel a sense of ease, release, purification, tranquility surrounding you. Gently open up your eyes. All right, thank you for joining me in this experience. I'd like to remind you that, again, we are also human beings, even though we are spirit in human form. We are both, right? Divine. It's profane and the profound. It's the yin and the yang, male and female. I love this phrase. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, you're still carrying wood and chopping wood. All right, chopping and carrying wood and carrying water as well. All right. So you still need to eat. You still need to breathe. We have our physical needs that we have to take charge of. So we need to ground our spirituality. Is very, very important. Okay. Okay. So if you only take one thing away from my talk, this will be the most important. The question really is irrelevant. All right. Love is always the answer for any question that you have. When in doubt, ask yourself, what is the highest expression of love in that moment? What do you love? Who do you love? What do you love most? What excites you? What are you passionate about? Then you go do it, right? What's the highest vibration, highest example, highest expression of love in that moment? And that's the answer, always, okay? Because love is your true essence, is what we are, right? It's the highest experience we can have in and out of our physicality. All right, thank you so much for listening to me. And these are my social media links. Navneet alluded to my YouTube channel. I have over 200 videos where I interview other practitioners on all kinds of holistic topics and healing topics. So lots of experts, and also I talk about all kinds of spiritual topics, from twin flames, which is my forte, to self-love, to emotional healing, how to open up your third eye, and much more, right? My Instagram has a lot of updates on my events and food pictures. Cooking, because cooking is the most creative, therapeutic, meditative, practical use of your lockdown time. Is very creative and expressive. Allows us to love ourselves, nourish ourselves. And when you cook your own food, you bless it, and you can have mindful eating as well. And you can also elevate your appreciation of what Mother Nature has given us. And it also allows you to express your creativity and artistry, which is honoring your sacred feminine in you. All right, which we all need to do as part of our healing process and ascension process in this time. And my professional Facebook page is where I load up all my updates on my upcoming events and meditation sessions. Thank you everyone for joining me on this session. I'm opening the floor to any questions. Kindly type it in the chat box, and then Navneet will read it to me. Or you can unmute yourself, yes. Anyone has any questions or comments?
Yes. So hi, Luke. That was very wonderful sharing today. There's a question here. There's somebody's asking, please brief one more time the 5 ways to practice giving and receiving.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me go to that slide, right? These are called the 5 languages of love. It's from a book called, by the same title, by Gary Chapman. It's a very best-selling book. And let me delve deeper into it, right? My personal favorite is physical touch. The Harvard Medical Journal says that we need to hug at least 5 times a day, and each time needs to be about 3 minutes. But frankly, most of us don't even hug once a day, and when we hug, it's just a fake, quick tap, right? It's not a real hug. When you hug, your body, especially your gut, produces, all the feel-good hormones: serotonin, oxytocin, dopamine, and oxytocin, especially the hormone of love. And it heals your body when it's being produced. right? It allows you to de-stress, it allows your blood pressure and cholesterol levels and everything to go down, and it kickstarts your own body's innate healing system. So touch is really, really underrated. Touch can come in a caress, right? A kiss, holding hand, massage therapy. It doesn't just have to be a hug, all right? So massage, you give and receive massage with your partners, with your loved ones. It's really, really healing, right? Spending quality time, that's very underrated as well, especially in these times. Everyone's on their phones, everyone's on Netflix. Being grounded and fully present and immersed in that moment, and that's meditation. So let's say you're brushing your teeth, really, really focus on it, right? When you're showering, you're meditating as well. This is where I get a lot of downloads and clarity and inspiration from the divine. And when you're with your loved ones on the dinner table, right? Really spend time with you, even quality time with your food, the relationship with your food. You eat less, then you lose weight and you chew better, you digest better, and then all the heartburn, indigestion all goes away. Okay? And yeah, you know, acts of service is like doing things for your loved ones. But remember, you must have learned to not be a people pleaser, learn to say no if you really can't, if you really have your hands full, learn to say no. All right? So that's very important, because you have to give that the self-respect, the self-love first, right? Giving gifts, that's one of my favorites too. I love to give gifts to people but I think the greatest gift you can give someone is to hold space with them. And let's say they're having a bad day, not just say, oh, you'll be fine, or just think positive. That's actually toxic positivity. Just, oh, okay, I'm here for you. Would you like to talk about it? And then don't say anything, just truly listen, because more often than not, they really know what they need to do. They just need to vent, they need the shoulder to cry on, they just need someone to hear them, they just want to be heard, right? And it's very important for them to, again, you can't really help anyone, you can only hold space to allow them to come to their own self-healing. So they still have to do it, just like the gym trainer analogy, they still have to do it on your own, but you can then support them and encourage them, egg them on, and you support them by not telling them to brush it away or sweep it under the rug or think positive, but you help them to say, okay, acknowledge that you feel bad and you feel crappy, and all right, and then release it. And now what do you want to do next? Right, opening up to them, all right, just listen. Okay, words of affirmation is telling you, the Ho'oponopono, thank you, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, all right, I like you, right? No, usually people don't say compliment very often, and in the rare times they compliment, the people don't really accept as well. They feel embarrassed because of their own lack of self-worth and self-love. So we need to change all this. It starts with us. As Mahatma Gandhi said, we need to be the change we want to see in the world, as within, so without. And with this time of the pandemic, I think it's forcing a lot of us to slow down and go within, go inwards, instead of being distracted by all kinds of things outside. No more travel. A lot of us have lost our jobs. So reflect a lot inner reflection, and this will awaken. This is time of great awakening for lots of people in the truest sense of balancing the male and the female, the yin and yang, and body, mind, heart, and soul. And from there, when we transcend that and heal and awaken and rise in consciousness, then it becomes externalized. Right? We'll see a new world of more peace, joy, and unity, and so forth. But because we dealt with it inside first. All right, I hope that answers the question. Any more questions?
Thank you, Luke. We received comments that people really found your talk very inspiring, and they really enjoyed it so much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, and I myself found, I'm very grateful for your honest and very authentic sharing. It was very inspiring how you shared all the new concepts, especially I learned something new about interdependence and how it's important for coming into wholeness, and for taking us through your whole Ho'oponopono meditation. That was really wonderful. So thank you so much, Luke, for gracing us with your presence here.
Thank you, everyone, for attending, and have a great weekend. Bless all of you.
Oh, thank you so much, Luke. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And now I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Ambari Majumdar. Ambari is a social entrepreneur. She is the founder of Vegan Kino. She is certified in plant-based nutrition. She educates people on how their choice of food has a massive impact on our planet and on our physical, mental, and emotional health. She is a speaker. She speaks at various platforms, including corporates, universities, schools, and many other places on the topic of plant-based diet and various aspects related to it. And she has herself raised 2 children on a completely plant-based diet. And Ambari is very passionate about educating and empowering parents and families to lead healthy, sustainable, plant-based lifestyle. So her topic today is Peace on Our Plate. So I now welcome Ambari. Ambari, over to you.
Hi. Hi.
Hello, Ambari.
Hi, Navneet. I get to see you finally.
Yes, we are very excited to hear you share.
Yeah, I'm also very excited to be here, and I'm very happy. I was listening to Luke, and it was such a wonderful talk. And I feel that there are going to be certain areas which are going to be common between what he said and what I'm going to be saying. So I will just, first of all, share my screen. Just give me a second. Yeah. So can you see this? Peace on Our Plate? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So first of all, namaste everybody, and thank you for joining me. And I feel totally honored to be a part of this event where such wonderful speakers are actually speaking. I've not been a part of such events, too many of them actually. And as Navneet introduced me as a speaker, I speak about the health benefits and the environmental benefits and the compassion avenue of our food choices. However, I seldom get to share the real reason why I actually lead a life the way I do. I am vegan, and which means I don't eat meat, dairy, eggs, and fish, and I don't use any product that comes out of an animal. And what I would like to share with you a story which I have not shared with too many people, because when Navneet actually came to me about this event, I was like, what is it that I can say from my own life, something that I can share, which has made a difference in me. It was sometime when I was like really young, like 4 or 5 years old, and I was playing in the balcony, and then I saw one, like an army of ants. They were all like one after another, and they were just walking. It was very intriguing for me as a kid, and what I was doing was that I'm very embarrassed of that thing which I did. I was trying to block one, like any particular ant from moving forward. I wanted to see what the ant does when does the ant lose its way, does the ant get like take a U-turn and go back, or what does it do? So I was doing it, and when I was doing it, I realized that as long as I'm not picking the ant up and putting the ant really far from the army, uh, the ant would somehow find its way back and join his army. That was very intriguing for me, and I was doing doing this, and there was this person who came, and I don't remember who she was. I remember it was a lady. That time we had a lot of people in our house, so she came and told me something which actually changed the way I saw life. Sometimes things happen to you, and you are like, you don't know how impactful that can be. So she told me that if you are intentionally bothering somebody who you can choose not to bother, then somebody else is going to bother you at some point of time, when that person would have had another choice of not bothering you. I don't know if I'm able to explain this properly, because I just feel that it is something that sorry, my screen is, oh, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. So basically what she tried to say was that you are a human being, and that's an ant, but you are also going to be an ant before somebody else who's more powerful than you. And that analogy, the way, I don't know how she might have explained it to me for me to understand it at that very tender age, that, just because I have the power to destroy something, it doesn't mean that I use my power to destroy it. I can always choose not to do it, as long as that being is not coming in my way of life. And if I choose to be cruel, then somebody else is going to choose to be cruel to me. So it was an oversimplification, I guess, but it was still something that stayed in my mind, and the shortest moral lesson that I had, and that stayed with me like even till today, for decades. So before I just go into my presentation for today, I just want to tell you about what exactly a vegan is, because unfortunately, it's a term that is not very, very popular yet. It is, of course, it's gaining a lot of speed, but it's still something people don't understand very well. Vegetarianism is something that a lot of people understand. So a vegan is a person who abstains from consuming or using animal derived foods or products, which includes any food products, which is like meat, dairy, eggs, fur, leather, wool, or fish, or even honey. So that's what a vegan does. And there is a new term which is often interchangeably used, which is plant-based diet. So a plant-based diet, or a person who's on a plant-based diet, necessarily is not a vegan, because they are probably eating a particular diet because of their health reasons or for other reasons, but might be using leather, might be using even honey. So I will be using these two terms, vegan and plant-based lifestyle, interchangeably, as I said here, because I am going to be talking mostly about food. Okay, so as I was telling you, that at a very young age, that 4 or 5 years, when I was that kid, 4 or 5 years old, when that lady told me about how my actions have to be I need to be accountable for my actions, and I need to be responsible for what I do. At that time, I didn't understand what karma was, what is karma, and how karma gets back to us and things like that. But that one sentence that she had said, that the ant is an ant in front of you, but you might be an ant in front of somebody else. And that totally, it was mind boggling for me. And I was like, I'm an ant. I can be so small in front of somebody else. That's, that really changed the way I looked at life. And then another incident happened, which also changed my perspective of how I looked at feelings, and how I started recognizing other people's feelings. This was sometime when I was like 10 or 11 years old. And because of certain family conditions, I had to go to a boarding school. And that was the time when I faced feelings like, loneliness, feeling of the really painful feeling of being away from my parents, being really cornered for a short period of time. But as Luke said, that every negative, or let's say every difficult situation that we face actually makes us stronger, which they did to me as well. But I did not forget those feelings. I mean, I made sure that I am not the reason why these feelings come to another person. Okay, like for example, before this boarding school experience, probably I would indulge into bullying another person. It's okay. I would think it's okay to laugh at another person. It's okay if I find that person funny, just laugh. Never really considering how the person might be feeling when they're being laughed at. However, when I went into my boarding school and I was alone for the first time, like literally alone, and I didn't even have the support of my family at that time when inside the school, I was at the receiving end. And those 2 years, after those 2 years, I made sure that I don't put anybody on the receiving end of anything negative, as much as I could, as much as things were in my control. And this I did for a very selfish reason, actually. At that age, I didn't really want to be the universal guru of giving and, of mercy. I didn't understand. I did it for a very selfish reason. I thought that the most effective way for good things to happen to me would be that I do good things. It was as simple and as easy in my head as I said it. I thought that if I do only good things, then only good things will happen to me, which is to some extent true. As I'm older now, I do understand, but that doesn't save us from the experiences which might not be as good. And as Luke was saying, that we should welcome all sorts of experiences. And but anyway, so it was during that time, like really formative years, when I decided that as long as I am in control, I'm going to make sure that nobody has to feel the brunt of my cruelty as such. So if you see, as much as I spoke about these two incidents, if you see what exactly I was trying to do was that I was trying to find peace with myself. I was trying to answer questions that my conscience was asking me. I wanted to be able to face myself. I didn't want to feel guilty while looking at myself. And if my conscience asked me a question, I didn't want to ignore that question or duck that question. I wanted to be very confident about answering myself. So that's, for me, that's what is peace. If I'm able to face my own conscience, and if I'm able to answer if I'm able to be responsible for my actions, that's what gives me peace. And I feel that finding peace is of utmost importance, of course, but also because I had that feeling in my head that I should be able to answer myself, I also stopped giving a lot of value to what others thought of me at that age. And I'm a mother of 2 children now, and I understand. When I see my children at different age groups, and I always feel that, wow, I must have been really emotionally awakened at a very young age, that I thought of these things and put these theories in my head, and I worked according to those, not knowing whether they're right or wrong. I still don't know what is right, what is wrong, but we just I just make sure that I am on the path of finding peace with myself, with my own actions. So I just want to tell you, talk a little bit about compassion and kindness and empathy and love and respect. No matter which cultural background we might be from, we are always taught to be compassionate. We are taught about kindness, and it is that attribute that is normally present in all religious teachings. That is in one form or another. We are always given stories, fictional, non-fictional, as children, that in some story somebody showed compassion and then that person became a hero, and another story somebody didn't show a lot of compassion, didn't know how to forgive, and then that person is like an anti-hero in our eyes. So compassion is universal. Compassion is something that we teach our children and that we learned as when we were children. And honestly, compassion actually, thankfully, comes very organically to humans. I mean, we don't need to be taught to be compassionate. Like as a baby or as a child, the child just knows how to love his mother or his father or his caretaker. It is ingrained in us to be compassionate towards others who are around us. In fact, the other way, like for example, when a child grows up and he sees, oh, there is a selective compassion happening. Like for example, as they grow up, they see that we should be compassionate to our pet dog, but probably extending that compassion to another animal who might not be a dog is something that is not very welcomed. Like, so it is okay for me to be compassionate towards my pet dog, and it is okay if I'm not so much to the chicken, or let's say the pig who I'm eating. So these selective compassion, as the child encounters these selective compassion, um, encounters people who are selectively compassionate, it kind of confuses that child. And then what he does is, he doesn't think about compassion at all. He thinks about convenience, right? The universal compassion that he was born with gets blocked, and he starts thinking about what is useful, what is beneficial, what is easy. Go for something that is easy for you, and compassion goes on the back foot. So in what I'm trying to say is that compassion doesn't need to be taught. However, as we grow, we might forget how we were born with compassion, and we get conditioned to be selectively compassionate. And as much as there is discrimination of this kind around the world, there is counter-discrimination as well. Counter-discrimination campaigns, which I mean like anti-racist campaigns. There are anti-sexism campaigns. There are LGBT rights campaigns. Like, as we speak, there must be so many thousands of campaigns happening online and offline, probably online nowadays because of COVID. But there are anti-discrimination campaigns happening all over. So the reason that lies at the core of these campaigns is that we should not discriminate. So discrimination, whenever we feel that another being is different from me, and it is okay for me to be mean to that being because he's different, that's where compassion is lost, or kindness is lost. And that's where racism comes into picture. That's where sexism comes into the picture, and LGBT rights violation comes into the picture, and all sorts of other discriminations, that classism comes into the picture, right? So the reason that lies at the core of these is the fact that although a person from a different gender or a race or sexual orientation might be different from us in certain ways, but they are still the same when it comes to fundamental desires. So whether the fact that I'm an Indian, I am Indian, and I might be different from another person who's Chinese, but our fundamental desires to live a happy life, to love our family members, to run away from danger, to protect our children, these are very fundamental attributes which are identical between me and the other person. So although there are differences, but fundamentally we are the same. So these campaigns help people realize that we need to break down the walls that we have around us and extend and open our hearts, and really we don't have to categorize our kindness based on who we are extending it to. Now, before I get into the food part of it, till now I was just giving you an idea about where I got these ideas from. I actually did not read anything, or they just came to me. These feelings and these principles came to me from I guess from the universe. And at the age of 4 or 5, or even when you're 10, which spiritual book do you read? But they came to me. So let me just give you the next slide. In the next slide, I will be talking about certain industries which are actually running based on discrimination. They are selling their products and they are growing because discrimination exists in this world. So I will tell you how that is. I want to start with this industry called the egg industry, right? In nature, a hen is designed to lay about 12 to 13 eggs a year. Okay, that's so probably one egg a month, or a little bit more than that. So can you guess how many eggs a farm chicken lays in today's world? It's 300 eggs. She has to lay 300 eggs in order to meet the demand that is the demand of eggs in today's world. So if I don't discriminate between me and a hen, on the platform, on the fact that I can have children and the chicken can lay eggs, but we are identical in the way we need to give birth to our next generation. If I do that, then a human being is probably, a human female is probably designed to have like 15 or let's say 20 children, right, in their lifetime. What if a female was re-engineered in such a way that she was forced to give birth to, let's say, 400 children, human children? So the cruelty that the female human would be facing would be similar to what these hens are facing in today's world in the factory farms. Apart from that, after the in the egg industry, another thing happens is that as soon as they are born, the chicks are born, the male chicks are separated, the female chicks are separated. Male chicks are of no use to the industry, so they are they are like garbage, right? And the industry does not want to really spend even a penny on discarding the garbage or just removing it from the picture. So what do? They do the easiest thing, or the most economically viable thing, and that is they either suffocate them to death, these baby chicks, which are like male baby chicks which are 1 day old probably, and or they grind them alive. It is actually very easy for me to pull out a video from YouTube and show it, but I don't want to do that because I feel that will not serve the purpose. It'll just be a bit too much violence for people to encounter. So I feel that it is important that I tell you the facts, and you just do your research yourself, because after all, we are all responsible for each of our actions. And female chicks who are useful to the industry, they are debeaked. Their beaks are put into those hot blades, and then they are debeaked. The reason for debeaking is because they don't, when they grow, they don't want, and they live in very, very crowded cages, and because of that, there is a lot of fight that happens and the injuries that happen. Not that the industry cares about their injuries, but because of those injuries, they get infected and they might die, which is again a financial loss for them, which they want to avoid. So cut off the beaks at that age, which is of course a very painful process for a baby chick to encounter. The next thing that I want to tell you about is the dairy industry. And I know that a lot of Hindus and people who are vegetarian, probably they don't eat meat and fish, and some of them don't even eat eggs, but they are heavy consumers of dairy because it is a part of our culture. Krishna drank milk, he ate butter, and so we always want to somehow follow just that part about Krishna's lifestyle and not the other things that he did. But anyway, dairy is a very important aspect of our vegetarian diet. However, we have to understand that vegetarianism of the olden days, by olden days I mean like thousands of years ago, and vegetarianism today are totally different, right? Vegetarianism today has unlimited dairy supply in it. Like if you have the money to buy dairy, you can just go to the supermarket and buy dairy. It was not so in the times of Krishna, and we all know how Krishna treated his cows, right? He played with them, he respected them, he gave them dignity, he didn't steal their children away from the mothers. So in contrast, what happens in today's dairy industry is just something that I feel Krishna would not have really liked if he saw. What happens in today's dairy industry is that female cows are artificially inseminated, and the artificial insemination is just so violent and just it just ruins feminism, if you ask me, because it is a systematic rape of female cows. Somebody with some bull semen or would just put in their hand into put in their fist into the anus of the cow and release it there. Most of the times the female cow's legs are tied by rope when that process is happening. It's the most cruel thing to do to a female, whether it is a human or a cow or a dog, it really doesn't matter. But when a human is doing it purposely with the intention of doing it, then it's cruel and it's violation, and it's tearing apart dignity from any female. That is how the process begins. Artificial insemination happens, then she gets pregnant. As soon as she gets pregnant, the baby, the calf is taken away from the mother, because we don't want the calf to drink the milk which we want to sell, right, to people who are so crazy about eating and consuming dairy. Separating a child, I mean a baby, from a mother, again, although I might be a human and the cow is non-human, but the feeling of motherhood is universal. You can see a mother cow or a mother cat or a mother anybody, a mother bonding with a child is identical to how a human bonds with her child, a human mother bonds with her human baby. So that although we are different, but we are very similar. We are actually identical when it comes to motherhood. So separating a baby or tearing apart a baby from their mother is identical to what that mother and the baby feel is identical to what me and if something like that would happen to me, I would feel. So it's identical. As you can see in this picture, the farmer is actually taking her baby away and she's fighting. Unfortunately, she would have lost that battle, because the farmer has more resources, the farmer is powerful, the farmer can tie up the mother and forcibly take the child away. The farmer has a truck in which the baby is taken away. The mother cannot keep up to that speed. So the mother has to keep on losing babies. They keep on getting artificially inseminated, keep on delivering, and also don't forget the process of giving birth. Right, that's equally traumatic for every mammal. Then after giving birth, she starts producing milk, but the milk is taken away and the baby is taken away. The male calves are given to beef industry or leather industry, and the females are taken away so that they don't drink the mother's milk, so that humans can drink the cow mother's milk. And the female baby is taken to the dairy industry again, so that she can also become a slave, a milk machine and a part of that dairy industry. I just want to tell you a little bit about seafood, and because in spirituality, what I believe in, and as much as I know, we need to respect ourselves, we need to respect our planet, and we need to respect other earthlings. It might shock you that there are like about 7 billion people in this on this planet, but we kill 1,185 billion marine animals every year for food consumption. Okay, so if at all any of these products, let's say meat or dairy or eggs or fish, if any of them were serving a real purpose to humanity, like it was giving us something that we would not be able to get from plant sources, then that's fine. Then let's continue doing that. But the fact of the matter is that they don't give us any nutrition which we cannot achieve from a plant-based diet. So the only reason why 1 trillion and 185 billion marine animals are losing their lives is because it's just a habit for us to eat them. It's just a habit, and we like the taste, right? So the good news, fortunately, is that habits can change. Taste buds can change if we want them to. I'm sure a lot of people might have, we didn't like, for example, I never liked the pea shoots. It's a vegetable you get in Singapore very easily. So, but my son, he loves pea shoots. So when he loves it so much, I would cook for him, and then I would also eat them. And then, like, within like a few weeks, I started enjoying it, right? So the grassy flavor, which I used to really not like, I started enjoying it. So taste buds can change, habits can change. If people who are addicted to smoking can quit smoking, then quitting dairy, fish, meat and eggs is really something. Not, you don't even need a lot of willpower, to be honest. It's just you have to decide that let me start doing something. And it's not really about giving up everything and that, okay, from tomorrow I'm not going to eat anything. That's really not the point. The point is that you be aware and be conscious of what you're eating and how much you're eating, and at the same time try to make small or big changes. And we are not here to prove ourselves to be better or bigger than anybody else. We are just answerable to ourselves, like the way I started off, that I wanted to just answer myself, to be at peace with myself. The reason why I don't want to talk a lot about the meat industry is because, first of all, I feel that we all know how meat lands on our plate. They lead a very disrespectful life where there is no dignity. They are born into darkness, and the only time they get to really feel sunlight on their skin is, if they're lucky, then it is only when they are being transported to the slaughterhouse. So discrimination, as I said in the beginning, discrimination can happen because of our skin color. It can happen because of our gender. It can happen because of our sexual orientation, class, so many things. But discrimination to the point where a living being is denied the privilege of feeling the warmth of sunlight happens only with farm animals. They are denied even sunlight, right? So I'm almost coming to the end of my speech, but before I go, I just want to highlight again about discrimination. So discrimination occurs when some people are treated differently. By people, I mean living beings, and they're treated differently because they belong to a group which is normally not changeable. Like, for example, I am born a woman, right? If I am treated differently or badly because I'm just born the way I am, then that's called discrimination. A gay person, if a gay person is treated badly because he's born gay, then that's discrimination. If a mother cow is forcibly taken away from her child because she's born a cow, then that's discrimination. So discrimination of any sort, whether it is racism, speciesism, that the term that I have used for the first time today is speciesism. Speciesism is discrimination based on discrimination. You do discriminate other beings because they are born into other species. That's called speciesism. These are all identical in the core, in the fundamental platform. They are a form of discrimination. So racism, if you oppose racism or sexism, then opposing speciesism should come naturally to you. At one point of time, racism was legal, right? Racism, I think about 600-700 years ago, enslaving blacks by whites, it was a normal thing, right? The whites thought that blacks were, born to be their slaves. Women were treated, were not given the right to vote. And I think it still happens in certain countries. So as soon as you're born into the female gender, you are not given certain privileges. You're not given education in certain countries. So all these things are normal. So just because something is normal, we should not shut down our moral faculties. Just the way racism was normal, racism was normal at one point of time. Today, speciesism is normal, and we have the power to change, and we have the power to give examples to the world that it really is up in our hands whether we want to treat another being belonging to another species differently only because they are born into that species. So Joaquin Phoenix, the greatest actor of our time, he's vegan. And this photo, I don't know if you have seen this picture. It's a very this is a viral picture, and he says that the idea that being non-human animals are not human, their interest in their lives matters less than our interest in our lives. That is called speciesism. Animals want to live a respectful, dignified life as much as we do. Just similar, very, very identical to what we do. Coming to the last part of my speech. So if you are already eating a diet which is non-vegan, you might be wondering, so if I don't eat meat, or if I don't eat fish and dairy and eggs, what am I going to eat? Am I going to really eat grass? Am I going to live on tomatoes? Or just no, that's not true. I am vegan, and this is what we eat. Vegan food is just like any other food. If you cook it well, if you flavor it well, actually they taste better. Because I was a carnivorous till 2005 or 6, and I know what meat tastes like, and I know if you invest a little bit of time and a little bit of effort, which I think this planet deserves, because animal agriculture is one of the biggest destroyers of the environment and the biggest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions, which I talk about in my environmental talk, but I don't want to talk about it over here. If you really love your planet, and if you really love yourself, and if you want to extend your compassion to our fellow earthlings, then eating this kind of, then investing your time and effort into learning to cook, or changing your habits, or changing or modifying your taste buds, it might be something that you might want to consider doing. So I will end my talk here today. If there's anybody who wants to ask me a question, then please go ahead. In the meantime, I am also, so Vegan Keno, as Navneet introduced. Vegan Keno is my brand. It's something that where using which I give speeches, and I also am a recipe creator, and I'm bringing up my children vegan. So you can follow me on Instagram, you can follow me on Facebook. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Ambari. That was very enlightening talk, and you introduced to us the idea of speciesism and how compassion can actually give way to selective compassion and convenience. We are really very appreciative of that. Perhaps you could share with us how someone can start on their journey and not and let go of their cravings completely. If they are moving from this journey of meat eating to vegetarian to veganism.
So it really, so there are people who can do this overnight, and then there are people who take a long time to do it. But like I went vegetarian overnight. Okay, from eating meat and fish, I became a vegetarian overnight. It was very easy for me. But from vegetarianism to veganism, I took 9 years. But I was on the journey. So it really depends on the person, on how much exposure that, and how much research really that person is doing. And fortunately, today we have so much social media exposure that it is very easy for people to connect to others who are vegan. When I was trying to go vegan, I didn't have any support. I didn't know anybody who was doing it. So I took a very, very long time. So if you ask me how they should do it, probably they can start with one meal a day. which is a green meal. By a green meal, I mean a vegan meal, which does not have fish, eggs, dairy, or meat. It can be anything. It can be your breakfast, it can be your dinner. Just go on like that for about as long as you want. You, for a month, eat one green meal every day, and then slowly extend it to 2 meals. Take your time. I mean, really, it's really about facing yourself, facing your own conscience. If you are on a journey and you are trying your best, then I don't think we need to be answerable to anybody, because we are trying, right? So as long as you're trying your best, you can start with 1 meal, you can start with 2 meals, or if you are one of those who can go overnight, then you're of course most welcome. And if you want any kind of help from me with recipes, because if you are a parent, then you have to think about your children. I know that. And one of the reasons why my children are vegan was because I became vegan and I did not want to eat differently from them. I wanted everybody to eat the same food. So if you need help, then please reach out to me. Maybe I will just, I don't know how to connect to everybody and give my email ID. Then just reach out to me. I guess Navneet can help me with that. And I can help you with your specific problem. Different people have different problems. So I can help you with all of them.
Oh, thank you so much, Ambari.
Anything for any of this. This is a social entrepreneurship, and this is a social venture completely. And this is something that I do for the planet and for the animals, and of course for human health. So please reach out to me whenever you want.
Oh, thank you so much, Ambari. We really, really appreciate. I know there's so many people that want to make the transition, and having the support and knowing that they can find good recipes and really make the change is very, very helpful. So I really appreciate you gracing us and your presence and sharing your wisdom and knowledge at the summit with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inviting me, Navneet. And we must meet in person.
Yes, we will. One day. We'll love to try your food. So we should, thank you. Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you so much. And friends, so now we move on. And our next, for the next 20 minutes or so, we actually have 4 pyramid masters who are going to share their experiences. They've been doing meditation for quite a while, and they want to share their experiences in meditation and their transformation and all of these stories with us. So I first welcome Catherine. So hi, Catherine. I welcome you to share. You can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, perfect.
Okay, namaste, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share. I'm so grateful to Navneet and Pradeep and all the masters. Thank you. After 2018, I thought I had everything going for me. I was very happy with my life, not realizing that I was living in a denial mode. I had a horrible childhood, growing up with poverty and so much of abuse. But my life changed when I came to Singapore at 18 and I got a job here. Everything went on well for me, I thought. I started to go into the wrong company. My whole life was just drinking, party, drink driving. That gave me a lot of kick. Every time I did that, I felt that I was happy because I managed to cover up something which happened in my past, which I was not very happy about, from my childhood to all the abuse, to being put into an orphanage. And I just went into denial mode as I came to Singapore. I just kept doing all these things which put me on high risk. Every time I go to a party, I could afford to take a cab home or a taxi or get someone to send me. But I would rather drive home. And when I reached home, I always felt a certain sense of success in me. I not only managed to challenge myself, but I managed to challenge the strict laws of Singapore. Life just went on and on autopilot mode for many years. until I was charged in court for drink driving. I went to prison. I was shackled, kicked, beaten, humiliated, and then I came out. But I went back into denial mode again, and I continued doing what I was doing. No one had any control over me. I decided then that I was feeling tired of doing what I was doing. Not only was I a shopaholic, buying things for myself, but I was also an alcoholic. And I didn't know how to get out of it. I knew it was wrong, but I didn't know where else to go, who else to turn to. I made the best decision in my life. I decided to choose meditation. I enrolled myself in a center, and I was taught breath meditation. When I came back home that night, I just sat with myself and I did exactly what the master taught me. That was the first time in my life I acknowledged me. I saw myself not through alcohol or material possessions, but I found myself in my breath. I could see the real image. I could feel me for the very first time. I decided to learn more about breath. So I registered myself with the pyramid meditation. My first encounter was at the Pyramid Valley at Bangalore. For the first 2 days, I felt nothing. I just felt lonely. I was in my own world. But on the third day morning, during the meditation in the pyramid, I couldn't feel my whole self. Initially, I felt my whole body was numb, and then I felt my whole body was disintegrating. It was like going into a form of a cloud. I knew I could only feel my breath and nothing else. I was scared. I wanted to open my eyes, but I remembered Navneet and Pradit always told us to keep your eyes closed until we tell you to open it. That was a very wonderful experience for me, because all this time I always thought spirituality, meditation, it's just all mambo jumbo. People made it up to make money from vulnerable people. From that experience, I came back home. My life started to change from better to better. I still came back home and I still did occasionally have a glass of wine or two. But the more I started meditating, I realized that I no longer crave for it. I don't even think about it. I'm just so happy every night just sitting by myself, meditating, listening to nice soft music, reading books about meditation, hearing talks on YouTube about how they share about their meditation experiences. I want to say thank you to Navneet and Pradip for all the experiences that I had. That experience in the Pyramid Rally was unbelievable and really unexplainable. Thank you for giving me a chance to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you for your sharing. Thank you so much. So now we move on to Roshni.
Yes, Navneet, I'm here.
Hi, Roshni. So
Hi,
Roshni is also here, based in Singapore. Please share. Over to you, Roshni.
Thank you, Navneet, for giving me this opportunity to share my journey. Actually, while I was growing up, I always thought that spirituality is only for old age group people. And it was about attaining moksha through chantings and meditation. I also thought that it was something very difficult and not for everyone. What I did not know, that I was a spiritual child raised by spiritual parents. My parents were not so much in bhakti, but both believed in karma. Some of the values like being kind to everyone, treating everyone equally, are few of the values that I inherited from them. I'm always keen to learn about spirituality, and I was seeking something. There was some unknown force that always attracted me. I tried few forms of meditations and breathwork by different masters. Initially, I did not resonate much with their methods, and hence I did not continue my practice. However, they did help me in leading to my current path. In 2015, we organized a workshop of a senior master, Vishal Avatar, in Singapore. It was then I was actually formally introduced to concept of spiritual sciences. During those days, I was also introduced to Pyramid Masters Pradeep and Navneet. They regularly organized group meditations in Singapore. I attended those group meditations and had few chances to meet Patri sir. I was able to connect to Anapanasati form of meditation. I found it very doable and effective. Brahmashri Patri sir's teachings were simple and easy to follow. However, I must confess that I was not regular in my practice. During those times, I heard varied experiences of fellow meditators, which I did not understand, but I did not question the authenticity of their experience. Then once I pledged for 40 days continuous meditation. In the same year, I visited Pyramid Valley for the Spiritual Science Festival. These were the milestones that changed my life completely. I started practicing meditation regularly and reading spiritual books. I got opportunity to learn from different masters, and I attended group meditations also more regularly. Then I started appreciating everyone's journey all the more. I understood that each one has a different journey, and that interpretation is also different. By practicing meditation regularly, many positive changes started surfacing in my life very, very naturally, not just in my action, in my thoughts as well. I became calmer and more composed. I became very diligent with my words and thoughts. I have been able to overcome some of my fears. I know myself better now. Meditation has greatly helped me in healing my inner child, though I'm still healing some of my wounds. I could see I started having third eye visions, and I could also see some of my past lives in meditation. The great thing was that I was able to find their relevance in my current life, and I was able to integrate them in my life. I started learning from my experiences, both when I was in meditation and also when I was not in meditation. Sometimes while in meditation, if I experience something and I did not understand, I just note them down in my diary. With meditation, those messages will be clear someday. Now meditation has become my regular habit. I follow Patri sir's advice on the 5-finger concept. Though there are many, I am just choosing to talk about here is the non-killing, non-violence, non-interference, middle path, and meditation. I meditate regularly and read spiritual book as much as possible. I teach meditation and help who are teaching others. Inner child is my favorite subject, and I share my learnings from it with others. Meditation has changed my life in positive ways. I thank all those who have contributed to my journey. I know the journey has just begun, and I have miles to go before I sleep and miles to go before I am awake. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Roshni. That was very well spoken and very interesting to hear your journey. So thank you so much for sharing your very interesting journey. And now we move on. So sharing by Priscilla. Hi, Priscilla.
Hi, how are you, Navneet?
I'm doing well.
That's great.
And over to you. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for such a great opportunity to share my spiritual journey. I am Priscilla, actually from Malaysia, and I'm an entrepreneur by supplying non-toxic mineral makeups to medical doctors and also reselling online. For my spiritual journey has started 3 years ago, where the first time when I meet Pradeep, of course, he introduced me with the crystal meditations, and I was fall in love straight to it, and I benefited a lot, especially come back from Bali trip, immediately changed myself to full-time vegetarian, and we went to Bangalore pyramid And I experienced the most is actually last year and in Bangalore, Pyramid Valley. The retreat really opened my eyes. And the most challenging part is actually I have to accept myself fully. And especially, I remember when we start retreat the first day, I see so much fear inner me has so much fear, even though walking on the Zen garden, even though walking towards the pyramid for meditations, because everything has to done by myself alone. And after the third or fourth day, I start to find the joy within. The joy with I still remember every morning I wake up, I have a childhood song, and it's sing non-stop from day till night. And I'm laughing, and because I realize I'm such a talkative person, I talk non-stop within myself, and I see so much beautiful things, even though it's just a normal wind blow. From the start, the start first or second day, I thought that how could I pull through these 10 days? But on the third, fourth day onwards, I enjoy myself so much. Of course, because of this retreat in India, that's also pulled me through within the MCO for the pandemic, COVID-19. I stay myself alone and in the house together with my pets. We're having a great time. Even though it's 60 days, we lock ourselves at home. I find so much joy, and throughout, because of this meditation, it teach me to be with myself, to find my inner self strength, and also find the happiness is actually from self within, but not depends on others like friends or family to give me the happiness. So of course, I do benefited a lot after crystal meditations. Especially I have more calm. Now go to work or having meetings with my business partner and also my teammate, we found the joy. We found even though we are so stressed by project and non-stop project going on, but we found the joy how to work together. Just because I changed myself first, and I seriously love this meditation so much. Thank you so much for giving me such a great opportunity to share. Thank you, Navneet. Thank you, Pradeep.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. It was very nice to hear your sharing. It's very, very inspiring, especially what you've experienced in the retreat in India. It's wonderful.
Yep.
Very inspiring.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. And now we move on to Chan. Hello, Chan.
Hi. Oh, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So sorry. I just I tried to unmute. Okay. Hi, Navneet. Hi, all the master. I'm Chan. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share a bit of my experience about pyramid meditation, the meditation that I've gone through for the past 3 over years. Just a little bit about myself and how. Yeah. Can you guys see me?
Yes.
Sorry, can I? Yeah. Okay. And how I'm actually gone to this meditation. From the time that I know about my feeling, I talk about, let's really check about my feeling and talk about teenage time. I always ask myself this question. I believe I have a bigger potential than what I'm now doing, but I don't know what I can do better and bigger. So I'm always in search of what is my real potential is in life and what I can contribute to my family, to the society, and what is the biggest thing or the legacy that can leave it to the world. So and that kind of searching lead me to one job to another, and yeah, I have a very smooth career. A very young age, I become a manager. I'm managing a different country, and stuff like that, and that doesn't give me satisfaction. and I decided to start on my own, to start my own business. And after a while, I seriously, I can't recall, but after a while, I have this inner urge to really want to look within. In year 2007, when I started my business, a friend of mine introduced me to a meditation, a guru who guides through meditation, a Kundalini focus on heart center meditation. So I went into it and I go through the whole process, and it's based on what to say, what we have to focus on certain things into the meditation and stuff. But after a while, I find that this is too much for me to like sit there and focusing on certain things and close my eyes and have to be focused on certain things for an hour. So I dropped that within a year. And then lives go on, things become very busy. As I said, started a new business, things are busy and be moving around. And I always popular in my family as the most hot-tempered guy. I can easily become really angry, like an Incredible Hulk kind of thingy, of my size also. So very angry man. Until year 2016 December, my sister, Chui Fan, she's also in pyramid meditation as well. She introduced me, she come to me and said, hey, brother, there is one master from India. We invited him to come over to Kuala Lumpur to share with us. And this master is very unique. He owned a crystal that so unique that nobody has been given to him. And you want to go? So without hesitation, I because myself and my sister, we are very close, two of us, without hesitation, I would say, okay, why not? So I went, and that's how the first time in December 2016, I meet up with Pradeep. And before that, to me, one thing attracted me to that is because this meditation session is free. Because before that, I need to pay to go through the meditation, to go through the journey, to learn. This is free. I said, meditation or teaching meditation is free. And when Pradeep said, when I asked this question, I did ask in the seminar, I said, why is it free? He said, hey, spiritual shouldn't be charged. It should be free because everyone should know into this spiritual path. So we went through pyramid meditation. We sit into the meditation, claps our hand, cross our leg. That was the first time I went to pyramid meditation, crystal meditation. And after the meditation, I feel my leg is numb and stuff. And Pradeep said, okay, now open your eyes. And everyone, then he asked a question, how long have you done meditated? So I said 30 minutes, then some said 20, then Pradeep said it's 1 hour and 30 minutes. So it's 1.5 hours you have been meditated. So I said, what? That was the first time I really don't feel the time, and the time flies just like that. So it was amazing. Then Pradeep explained about vegetarianism. Seriously, at that point, I was a meat eater, so really much. So then I said, okay, vegetarianism, yeah, sounds good, sound cool, but not now. So after which I do meditation on and off. Then after December, because I really find peace. The first time meditated, I don't understand about the energy, so to speak, but I find peace in me at that point. So February, after that, we invited Pradeep to come to Malaysia one more time, and he did, and bring the crystal again, and we did meditation, and there is class, and there is sharing and stuff, wonderful, beautiful sharing, and we did numerous meditation, and it's really wonderful. Then Pradeep said, hey guys, why not, I would like to invite you guys to Bali in April, 2017 in April, to meet up with Brahmashi Pratiji. He will be there, and there is a conference over there with a lot of different masters. So in Malaysia, I think about 20 hours of us, we said, why not? Then we booked a ticket and we went to Bali. Then in Bali, very honored that we managed to meet up with Brahmashi Pratiji at that point. And I still remember he held my hand very tight and said, any question for me, Chan? I was like, oh, first time meeting him, so what question do I want to ask? So I really don't know what, but he don't let me go until I ask the question, so I just come up with the question. I also forgot what the question is. I come up with the question, but he is a very warm and really very warm masters. So after that, he explained about vegetarianism. At that point, he, like Roshni said, at that point, he gave the 5 things, no killing, no violence, what they said, no interfering, middle path, and meditation. The last thing you need to do is still go to meditation. So after he explained about why is it no killing, at that point, immediately I aware about it. I become a vegetarian. I decided to stop eating meat on the spot in Bali, April 2017. I stopped and become vegetarian. My wife was there as well. So we become vegetarian together, even with my partner Priscilla, my business partner, she's also there. So my sisters and everyone there. So, and Pradeep said, try it for 40 days. I throw you a challenge, 40 days, meditate and become vegetarian and see what transformation you have. Record it day by day. So I did do that, but I didn't record it, but I have this awareness and stuff like that. So after that 40 days, really, I'm not into meat anymore, no garlic, no meat. Okay, so that's how my vegetarian journey is about. And I start meditation. And through that, we have group together and do group meditation on and off. Then Pradeep come over to give talk and numerous talk until June in 2017. Again, after Bali, we went to Pyramid Valley. Fabulous experience. Over there is really good. First time in my life I see a pyramid such a size. Okay, and I still remember when I read book in the pyramid, which Pradeep asked us to try. Read a book in pyramid is time flies really. I can really absorb it and I can really read the book faster than normal. And we meditate in pyramid from 4 to 8, 5 to 8, you know, kind of thing. It's like time really flies. It's really amazing. Then from there, no turning back. I start meditation, and what I gain from this journey is like I'm calmer, much more calmer. And the last trip that I went to pyramid is 2019 December, before the pandemic. We were there for a retreat with Pradeep, which is all in 12 days, 20 over of us. Over there, almost 8 days is without solid food. It's only liquid, you know, day and night liquid. You're hungry, you drink honey and lime kind of thing. So I go through that process, no hunger. But the beauty part is it's only me and me alone. What I get is my self-awareness about myself has been heightened. My self-awareness about my action, my feeling, my words, all has been heightened. So now when I speak, I'm aware about what I'm going to speak. I'm aware about my feeling. I'm aware about my action to others. My communication with my surrounded people, my family, my children has been improved. Yeah, and I realized all this improvement is started from inner me, not from the outer. Before that, I always like to ask why you don't treat me as such that I wanted, so that I can treat you the same. Now it's like I should treat you the way I wanted to treat you, so that I will receive the same. So, and become a vegetarian, one thing I noticed very much is even the animal love me better. Okay, my dogs love me better. I have no fear about animals. To be honest, I when I was a meat eater, I eat dog meat before with my dad. My dad is really eat anything and everything under the sun. So I fear of dog then, because dog will come after me every time they saw me. My sister said, because you have this dog smell, because you eat them, right? So now, no, I don't fear of them anymore. I go to them, even though stray dog. That is my journey into meditation and vegetarianism. And I also spread this to among my friends. I'm really very happy that I also slowly see some part of my friends are into meditation and vegetarianism as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity, for giving me this opportunity to share Navneet, Pradeep, as well as Patriji and all the masters. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Chan.
Yeah,
it was so nice, enjoyable to hear your transformational story, how you learn meditation, practice meditation, spread meditation, teach meditation, and it's become part of your life. So thank you so much, Chan.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I hand over to our Malaysian Pyramid Master, Mr. Chandra Rao, to take this forward, the Digital Meditation Summit forward into the next segment of this event with Malaysia, Masters in Malaysia. So, Mr. Rao.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Master Navneet.
Thank you
for your wonderful hosting the fantastic summit since morning 9 o'clock, and sharp on the dot. You have hand over to us 1:10. Fantastic, great job, Master Navneet. Okay, namaskaram and good afternoon to all honorable Pyramid Masters, friends, gods of Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, India, and whole world. I am Chandra Rao, the Secretary General for PSSM Malaysia. Will be co-hosting for the Malaysian Masters in this auspicious and historical Southeast Asia Digital Meditation Summit. Special namaskaram to our beloved Jagat Guru Brahmarshi Patriji for walking into our lives and introducing to all of us the gist of Anapanasati, meditation and vegetarianism, and also pyramid energy. With this lovely guidance, let's get connected and work together. His noble mission in converting the entire world into Jnana Jagat. Okay, in line with that, this digital meditation summit of Southeast Asia, which consists of Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia, been organized so that the entire masters of global, in fact, it is being connected to global as well, are connected and exchange lots of knowledge, wisdom, and experiences of all our individual masters. Vast knowledge, vast experiences from morning. I've been following with all the masters. Okay, let's begin the summit for Malaysians with a violin presentation by Sriram Sesatri Garu. Master Sriram.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Am I audible?
Yep, we can hear, bro.
All right, I'm audible. Great. Okay. Thank you once again to the organizers for this opportunity to present. I shall start off with an invocatory piece, which is on Lord Ganesha, the deity of today. And this is set to Raga Sahana, which is in fact a very soothing raga, very apt for meditation as well. So let's sit back and enjoy this presentation on Sri Vatapi in Ragam Sahana. there was a Kirtanai set to Ragam Sahana. I will move on with the next one, which is also a light, kind of a after lunch lilting melody, which elevates the spirits a bit. Yeah. So it's a Ragam Bahudari, a Kirtanai in praise of Lord Rama, Brahma. Probably I'll do a concluding item, a bhajan, perhaps, in about 2 minutes. And I think with that, we will wrap up this widening presentation. Thank you for enjoying it. We'll sit back and enjoy the bhajan. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Master Sriram Seshadri Garu, for your wonderful presentation, violin presentation. Consists of kirtanas for Lord Ganesha and Lord Ramas. Okay, today is Lord Ganesha's Chaturthi, and also finally with bhajan kirtanas. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, and I believe this would have made some of our masters would have gone for a meditation as well. Okay, right. Next in agenda is a presentation by our first speaker, Master Dr. Ravi, faculty member, University of People, American University, on molecules of meditation. Before I hand over to Dr. Allow me to introduce briefly about Dr. Ravi. Okay, Dr. Ravi Chandran is a pedagogical expert and has several years of teaching with a wide spectrum of students. He has his PhD in pedagogical leadership from UPSI. UPSI stands for University Pendidikan Sultan Idris of Malaysia. Due to his passion in the field of online teaching and learning, he continued his studies to do his second PhD from Open University of Malaysia in the field of information technology. As an author, research consultant, and instructional designer, he has several papers presented in international conferences and had also given keynote address in an international conference. He has moderated several postgraduate research theses and had been an external examiner moderating PhD students as well. He is also a founder and designer for K-Learn, Learning Management System. His main area of interest is research and smart learning tools and techniques for 21st century digital learners. Let us welcome Dr. Ravi.
Are you able to see me?
Your title, yes, sir.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, of course. Molecules of Meditation.
Okay, good. Okay.
Proceed, Doctor.
Respected friends, my dear masters and gods, it gives me immense pleasure to be with you to do this presentation on molecules of meditation. And I especially thank Lakshman ji, Manikam ji, and Chandra ji for giving me this particular slot to take you through this particular journey for next 30 minutes. So to begin with, I would like to tell you that this particular presentation of mine will consist of 3 sections. The first one will be focusing on molecules of meditation in the context of masters. 2, the second one will be molecules of meditation in the context of cosmos. And the third one will be molecules of meditation in the context of Guruji's philosophies in a song form, which I have written. So let us start off with my journey for next 30 minutes. I hope you'll enjoy my session. So to begin with, let us understand the significance of this line from Bhajagovindam's song, which was already captured by our Guruji in one of his videos, wherein he says, Jayam Gita Nama Sarasram, Jayam Sripati Rupama Jasram, Jayam Gita Nama Sarasram, Jayam Sripati Rupama Jasram. So the meaning of this particular line from Bhajagovindam's song very clearly signifies that every time when a master teaches the disciple, it becomes Bhagavad Gita. Such is the powerful meaning for the words uttered by the masters to the disciples. So we as masters should imbibe these qualities by actually reading through various books from great Gurujis, listening to their videos or music, and to imbibe these qualities so that we can effectively deliver our knowledge and share our knowledge to our disciples. So what as a master we should be doing is to read various books from various philosophies from various Gurujis as well. Like for example, if you wanted to know about body, we have to know how our body is actually structured. Say for example, our body is divided into 5 kosas: the Annamaya kosa, the Pranamaya kosha, the Vijnanamaya kosha, the Manomaya kosha, and of course the Anandamaya kosha. So every kosas, the Panja koshas, again, if you want to go and further explore, it is again connected to various Agnis. This you can capture only if you can go and read books from various other gurus, such as our Amargavi. So in Amaragavyam, written by Amargavi, he says that all these Panjakosas are connected to different Agnis, the Panjagnis, namely the Degagni, the Jatragni, the Kalagni, the Kamagni, and of course Mulagini. So all these Agnis are actually connected to our Panjamaya koshas. So what happens is, as we read, our knowledge gets enriches. And what happens is, eventually we can teach all these philosophies in a better way to our disciples. And when you move forward, after understanding these Agnis, you can step into the different types of pranas, for example. So in the body, we are connected to pranas, and these pranas are of 10 types. As you can see here, our pranas can be of prana, apana, udana, vyana, samana, naga, kurma, devadatta, kirikala, and dhanajaya. So all these are different pranas within our body system. And to understand and imbibe these particular qualities of pranas, we have to follow our Guruji's advice and philosophies. For example, here, to understand these 10 pranas, you have to explore into what is known as the Tirumula Tirumandram. In his 3,000 poems, he has at least written about 100 poems purely focusing on dhyana, how to perform dhyana. And in one of his poem, he very clearly says that, I mean, I am going to tell you in Tamil, but I'll also tell you the meaning of it later. He says that Aryan Nalnan, Kudurai Irandundu, Visi Pidika Viragarivar illai. Kuriyanathan Guruvarul Petral, Vari Pidika Vasipadam Tane. So which means that he who gets the blessings of his Guru and follows his Guru's principles can easily control the 5 senses, and whereby he can also control and understand and imbibe effectively the breathing techniques. So these are one of the many meanings of this particular poem. So you have to imbibe these knowledges and advice given by various philosophers, and this is only possible only when we are a Saraswati Putra. So you have to become Saraswati Putra. So as our Guruji says that every one of us should become Saraswati Putras, and only when you have the knowledge enough from various Gurujis, you can start preaching them to your disciples or start preaching them to different masters. So that's the reason why he always insists that we are supposed to read different books from different authors, not just on one particular author alone. So you have to become a Saraswati Putra. And once you become Saraswati Putra, during your meditation process, what you also become is your Swasha Putra. So Swasha Putra automatically makes you understand and imbibe the quality of various swashas in which you can perform your meditation. So that's how you have to start imbibing the qualities of reading various books and also understanding the philosophy behind various swasas. And as you become Saraswati Putra and as you become Swasha Putra, you can also become what is known as Prakriti Putras. The more you become Prakriti Putra, the more you start loving the nature. And when you start loving the nature, you become not only a lover of nature, but also become a part of it and sail your journey in your life, day-to-day life. And for understanding more into this particular philosophy, you have to step into understanding more molecules of it. That's the reason why I named my topic as molecules of meditation. To understand that, we have to understand how plants are formed, first of all. In fact, how the leaves are formed, and how they are all within a plant system. From where we are today and how the human existed in this universe, a journey has to be seen several million years back. So if you can follow my presentation now on, you will understand the philosophy behind how important plants are to our day-to-day life and to our life. Human is a multicultural organism. But as you know, human cannot exist without oxygen. Several billion years ago, we did not have oxygen. What existed was mere nitrogen and also a little bit of carbon dioxide. There were only few single cellular organisms existing in the universe. There were no oxygen at all, and what merely existed in this particular universe were nitrogen and of carbon dioxide. So man cannot exist, or human cannot exist without oxygen. So what happened was, in due course, there was something called a cyanobacteria, an organism, a single cellular organism, which actually had something called a cyanobacteria in it. And this cyanobacteria started reacting with the sun, and it started performing photosynthesis. And from the carbon dioxide, whatever was existing in the universe, it started generating oxygen. So it happened not just yesterday or day before yesterday, it happened 200 or maybe 2.5 billion years ago. This organism spread slowly all this oxygen across the whole universe at different levels. And whatever you are now experiencing and enjoying, this oxygen are out of all these several billion years of generation from this very fundamental element called cyanobacteria. So it was very slow process which lasted for several billion years, and before the oxygen level met at this particular level what we are experiencing now. And even before that, the ozone layer was formed, and after 9,000 million years we had oxygen to start building our atmosphere, and also what we are experiencing today in this earth. So today, where has this cyanobacteria gone? So if you can see and relate this, it is nothing but the direct descendant of cyanobacteria, which was captured in the plants and are called chloroplast. So this chloroplast, you all know that is involved in the photosynthesis, and thus this photosynthesis absorb carbon dioxide and also generate oxygen. So you can see in this particular diagram very clearly that the chloroplast takes up energy from the sun, does the photosynthesis, and emits oxygen to our human. So this is what is the picture reveals, that every single human is connected to the plant system in this particular earth. So my dear friends, the output of a plant is mirrored in an input of a human. That's very, very important. You should understand. At the same time, the output of a human is mirrored in the input of a plant. I hope everyone will agree that, because just now I showed you the entire process of how after several billions of years, the plant became the descendant of the cyanobacteria, and thus they produce the oxygen what we need to survive. At the same time, we exit the carbon dioxide, which the plant should also need for its existence. Thus, we should understand the plant and the human are interconnected. So this is the first philosophy you should understand as the masters, the molecules within the meditation. This is one of the theories which you should understand and imbibe this in your day-to-day life. And moving further, how these plants are connected to pyramid meditation is another a wonderful thing which I would like to share with you in this particular journey of 30 minutes. To understand this, we need to understand the leaf formation of the plant. The very fundamental element of a leaf is formed through a series called Fibonacci series. If you can see this particular Fibonacci series, it starts with number 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, etc. and it keeps going on, which means that every single number is the sum of two preceding numbers. So if you see this number 5, this number 5 is the sum of 3 plus 2. If you see number 13, this 13 is a sum of 8 and 5. So what happens is every single term in the series is the sum of two preceding terms. So now if you can divide any of these numbers, say for example, if I divide 55 by 34, I get a number which is closer to 1.618. So if you divide any number, be it 377 by 233 or be it 34 by 21, it will generate a nearest number approximate to 1.618. So this is a magical number. How do I say this is a magical number? You'll understand in the process. You see here, plant leaves are formed dividing this 360, because you have the 360 degrees divided by 1.68. We have a degree 137.5 degrees, when you divide this one, and you can get this number 137.5 degrees. So from this Fibonacci number, we divide any two numbers to get this particular number. And when we divide this number by 360, what happens? When we divide 360 by this particular number, we get 137.5 degrees, which is again a very unique number, which you will understand in the process why I'm capturing this number. You see here, every formation of leaf in a plant is in this particular degree. So one leaf, the difference between one leaf formation against another leaf formation is 137 degrees. So if you don't have this 137 degrees, what happens is one leaf will be overlapping the other leaf, and thus it will be a hindrance for the leaf to generate photosynthesis. Thus you can see automatically there is a system within the plant to form these leaves. So one leaf is spaced at this particular degree, 137.5 degrees. And you can see it automatically goes one by one in the leaf formation. So it has a mechanism by itself. It is a philosophy. It is a placebo effect, something which is not proven, which is not understandable by the human beings. It is by nature. This particular angle is formed. So now you can see here, these are all the formation of leaf at an angle of 137.5 degrees. So that is how you can see, and you can also go and check with the plant like this. You can see that two leaves are formed in an angle of 137.5 degree. What is the great news about all these things? You can see here, this Fibonacci series can also be captured in the form of small squares. I said the Fibonacci series consists of number 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, etc. So now let us begin with the small square 1. You can see here, there is a square, first square. There is a second square. So 1 plus 1 is the second, number 2, which is a bigger square. Then you have 2 plus 1, 3, which is again a bigger square than 2. Then we have 2 plus 3, which is 5, and this has got a bigger square. And then you have 3 plus 5, which is 8, and this has got a bigger square. And then if you see here, when we connect all the opposite ends, you can see the dot line, these dots are opposite edges. If we can connect all these things, you end up getting a beautiful spiral. Right from the snail, right from your cyclone, right from your universe, galaxy, everything is a formation of this particular spiral generated from our Fibonacci series, and that is connected to our plant as well. Be it how the bee builds its hive, or how the rabbit keeps generating its generations. All these things are linked to this particular Fibonacci series and the magical number 1.618. So my dear friends, you can also see here that the formation of a sunflower is also in a Fibonacci form 34, and if you see the anti-clockwise, it is 55. So you can go and test a flower in your house or anywhere, and you can be amazed to see that every single flower petal is nothing but a formation of this basic principle behind Fibonacci series. That's how the entire universe are all connected. The plant system and human system are very much connected, my dear friends. So now you can see how I converge your symbol in your pyramid valley in Bangalore. You can see that is also holding this particular spiral. So everything in this universe are connected, my dear friends, and especially this plant system has got a larger role in our humans, and we cannot destroy this particular plant or a tree, which is so useful in generating oxygen to us. And therefore you have to think twice whether you want to destroy for your food these plants. Just like you pluck your leaves for prayers from the tulsi a plant, you can only take those leaves, but not kill the plants or kill the trees, my dear friends. So this is what I would like to emphasize on molecules of meditation pertaining to the cosmos. So I'll recap whatever I have done so far in the 2 sessions. Number 1, I was explaining about how a master should connect himself to meditation by reading different books and becoming Swasaputras. And by becoming Swasaputras, it is not sufficient. He should also, or she should also become Saraswati Putras. They should also become Prakriti Putras, so that they start loving the nature more than being, feeling sympathy. You can also feel empathy about all the human beings in the universe. So now you can see what I have done so far is connecting molecules of meditation in the context of masters. If you had heard today's speech by our Patriji in the morning speech, whatever he delivered, he did very clearly mention that a physical body, which are group of molecules and atoms. So it very much relates to my topic as well. He also said it is spirituality which gives meaning for the digital, it is the spirituality which gives a meaning for the physical body. So that's what our Guruji said today morning in his maiden speech today in this event. And it was very appropriate to my topic on molecules of meditation. So in the first part, I covered molecules of meditation in the context of masters. And in my second part, I completed a presentation on molecules of meditation in the context of cosmos. You saw how the plants were connected, how the pyramid is connected to the spiral, and also the Fibonacci series. And now I move on to the last session, where I have taken all the philosophy behind Patriji's talks from the video, and I have made into a poem which I'm trying to share with you. Those who don't understand Tamil, probably you can close your eyes and meditate. It's a fantastic poem recited by my classmate Suganti, a famous singer from Chennai, and she's also incidentally my classmate. So after writing this lyric, I had passed her to perform this particular song for me. So this one I already sung in front of Patriji during my visit to Bangalore last year, and I also sung this in front of him. And after I sang this song in front of Patriji, I had asked my friend to sing it and compile it. So now you can close your eyes and slowly meditate for next few minutes and hear the song sung by the singer Suganti. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation. So with this, I complete my 3 sessions, which is molecules of meditation in the context of masters, molecules of meditation in the context of cosmos, and of course, molecules of meditation with respect to the various philosophies from our Guruji Patriji and formed in the form of a song and composed and rendered to you in this particular event. I thank once again for all those who have been with us today. Over to Chandra.
Thank you very much, Dr. Master Dr. Ravi, for your wonderful research on molecules of meditation. Fantastic, Doctor. It brought me back 45 years ago when you talk about photosynthesis, back to school, how the formation of green leaves being done, and also fantastic research by Fibonacci series where we discovered the 137.5 degrees of the leaves formation and spiral base of snails, cosmos energy, and also our own Bangalore pyramid structure is design. Okay, fantastic, Doctor. Thank you very much once again for your presentation. I believe all our masters would have got some knowledge and wisdom. And also, thanks again for the compiling of a beautiful Tamil song by yourself and sung by Mrs. Sugandhi from Chennai. Very soothing, and I believe it's very appropriate for meditation. Fantastic, Doctor. Thank you very much. Okay, we are moving on with next speaker online. In line, the next speaker is Master Sai Ganesh. He's going to talk on think your way in. Okay, before I hand over, let me say briefly a few words of Sai Ji. Sai Ganesh. Sai Ganesh, hold on. He's a public speaker and coach. He has been, his main focus is on emotional intelligence, that he call EQ. Okay, 21 years in corporate world, which consists of supply chain, SAP, performance management, and etc. Very passionate about thoughts and emotions and how it influences individuals' life as a whole. Okay, let us hear from Master Sai Ganesh himself. Over to you, Master Sai Ganesh, Saiji.
Okay, namaskar everyone. Can everyone hear me well? All okay?
Very well, very well.
All right, perfect. So first of all, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. It's an honor to be here with all great minds and souls who are listening. All right. So today I'm going to talk about the topic title called "Think Your Way In." So it is not going to be something very philosophical. It's going to be a basic way of how you can dive into yourself by just meditation and thinking. So let's start with meditation as a whole. You see, meditation is not merely an activity of sitting, okay, contemplating, or even visualizing. It is something way deeper than that. And it is something, the first point I would like to highlight here is, it is something very individual. You see, you cannot meditate for someone else. Neither can someone else meditate to you. You can't outsource it, number one. So you got to do it yourself. So every experience that happens to you, it is for yourself. So the ground rule which I would like to share here in the beginning itself is, do not compare yourself with others. I think we live in a world that we are so programmed to compare ourselves with others, and next to it, we start judging ourselves. We start judging what other people do, what we do. So meditation is a process or a journey where you go within yourselves. So it is not something to be compared upon with someone else. Now, for an example, I meditate. Assuming I see Lord Buddha, okay, and many of you all meditate. Maybe you don't see Lord Buddha, you don't see anything. Does it mean that I'm a better meditator than you, or you are a lesser meditator than me? No, it is an individual journey. So it is what is meant for us. So whatever you hear, right, the moment we start comparing yourself with others, other people's experience and so on, you are already channeling your energy to something which is out of your control. For an example, hey, I meditate, I'm not getting anything. How come they are meditating? They're seeing lights, they're seeing colors, they're seeing all God. What's wrong with me? The moment we start this sort of a conversation back in our mind, our energy that we have within us, we are already channeling it outside already. So no matter how much you meditate here to preserve energy, your thoughts, it's already outside. So you're not preserving the energy, you're letting it go. So we have to understand one thing. We are not born here to be clones of others. We are unique. We have our own calling. So meditation is a process which leads us to us and brings about what is actually our calling, what is actually we are meant to do. See, the moment we start thinking of fitting into other people's mold, we are letting go of that energy already. We are giving meaning for other people's life and we are bringing it to ours. So the first thing here, which I would like to really share my experience is, you should not compare yourself with others. It is a very, very individual journey. You see, like when it comes to spirituality, the ultimate goal to see everyone equally and to feel the divine that you feel in others as well. So it's seeing everything equally, from human beings, from the molecules, from plants, from animals, each to embrace this living thing. But unfortunately, we live in a world that we are divided quite a bit. The moment we are born, we are defined based on our nationality, our color. And we human beings take it one step further. We divide ourselves based on our race, our caste, the language that we speak. We keep dividing ourselves and we keep judging people. End of the day, it will come to a narrow path where we argue upon subtly who is better than who. But if you say that we are meditators and we cannot accept the people beside us as who they are, then the problem is not in the world. The problem is with us. So I think it is very important for us as an individual to first start diving into deep within us and then embrace the energy that we see around us as equal. Okay, so you see, every individual have their own calling. So now the question here is, in what lens do you see the world? Now we can keep on talking about a lot of spiritual stuff, but end of the day, it boils down to, in what lens are you seeing the world? Now I'm wearing a glass here. It is transparent, right? If I wear a black lens, what I see would be black. If I wear a green lens, what I see will be green. So now, the lens of your heart, I'm asking you, in what lens are we seeing the world? That's something very, very crucial. Now, I have a story here. It's a doctor and a patient story. So there's this patient, he went to his doctor and he said this, "Doctor, I touch here pain, doctor. I touch here pain, doctor. I touch here pain, doctor." You know? So the doctor, as usual, immediately took a checkup and everything, and he saw the report. He said, "There's nothing wrong in your body. You're fine, sir. Please go back." The patient went back. He came back again the next week. Same thing. "Doctor, I touch here pain, doctor. I touch here pain. I touch here pain, doctor." So this doctor was baffled. Didn't know what to do. He called all his main surgeons, did a massive checkup in the area that the patient pointed. Again, they saw the results. Nothing happened. 1 week later, the same patient came. The same dialogue. "Doctor, I touch here pain. I touch here pain. I touch here pain, doctor." So this doctor was quite baffled. So he called all the best of the best in the industry. They discussed, and the last, they did the whole body checkup, head to toe, and the results came out. The doctor was quite embarrassed in one side and quite relieved in the other side. Do you know why? The patient actually had a fractured finger. Now let us rewind. "Doctor, I touch here, doctor." It is true. "I touch here pain, doctor." It is also true. "Touch here pain, doctor." It is true. But the root cause is not here. The root cause is actually the fractured fingers. Now, when we see the world, we can start complaining. Politics are not good. Economy is not good. COVID-19 and everything. But what actually is the essence, is the root cause which is here, which is our mind and our thought. And how do you actually dive into your mind? That is through when you meditate. You see, when you meditate, right, it gets to the space where a lot of things will come out. A lot of things, meditation will bring a lot of things right in front of your face. The things which stops your growth and so on. But most of the time, whenever we meditate, the things that come out, we'll just brush it through. We'll just keep doing the same thing and again and again. You know, for an example, I was having breakfast one of the days when I went to office. So when you're having breakfast, there was this TV, this guy of astrology guy who was in the TV. So he was telling, if you are this Rasi, this thing is going to happen good, this is going to happen bad. So I, as a human being with that high, this intellectual thing, egoistic mind, I said, come on, what are you talking about astrology? COVID-19 came in, nobody can say that. So I was in this egoistic conversation in my mind. Then within seconds, he said something which was so profound, which hit me hard. He said in Tamil, right? Ondre sei, nandre sei, indre sei, ippo sei, which goes like this. Ondre sei means do one thing. Nandre sei, do good thing. Indre sei, do today. Ippo sei, do it now. And that's quite a deep statement that he made. So when I start thinking about it, I said, okay, I'm so used to judging people. Now, if I have the judging frame in my mind, whatever information that comes from the universe, it won't get into. So at that moment, I realized the thing here is, meditation gives you this awareness in a broader scale of what is coming, what information is coming. The moment we fall into the space of judging others, the space of comparing, you're stopping the grace which is coming to you. Okay, so this is one of the things that we have to understand. This whole process that is happening with regards to meditation is something very individual, very, very self-based and very self-audit based. You know, it's not in the world outside, it's very internal. So, see, when we start meditation, most of the time we have this vision that we'll be calm as Buddha. Everything will be cool, everything will be calm. But in reality, it is not all the time that case. Like for me, sometimes, like I say, okay, I sit for meditation 1 hour. But sometimes within the 1 hour, 40 minutes will be a war in my head. All the thoughts will come out. Everything will just jump in front of me. Maybe the last 5 minutes is what actually the bliss mode. So you can easily say, I meditated 1 hour. But what actually in 1 hour, only you know. So that's where you got to audit in deep. Are you actually meditating? Or are you just running through the thoughts in your mind? Every time you meditate, it's like this. You have a bowl of water, a dirt water. Okay, there's a bowl of dirty water here. How do you clear the water without taking and pouring it out? What you do? You pour more water. You pour more water. As the water is filling the bucket or a bowl, the water will flow off. The more clean water you pour in, slowly the dirt water will spill off. And at the end of the day, you will have a bucket full of clear water. Meditation is the same thing. Now, we all, as the moment that we are born till today, we all are programmed by the world around us. A lot of emotions, a lot of thoughts, a lot of happenings. All these are engraved as emotions deep down into our core. When you meditate, you're pouring a clean water, and all this dirt, which is actually stopping your growth, will come out as a whole. Sometimes you tend to get agitated. Sometimes you tend to get very angry. All these are coming out. Now, the crucial point here is, when you see something come out, what do you do with it? Do you just brush it off and go back to your meditation, or do you acknowledge, okay, these thoughts are coming. What do I have to do with it? Why is this thought coming again and again? This particular thought process can happen only when you just sit back and start thinking, why is this thought coming continuously to me? There should be some reason. Meditation brings out all this unnecessary energy right in front of you in the form of thought. But what do you do with it is what matters the most. Now, like, as far as meditation is concerned, I've run through, it's very individualistic, do not compare. And I'm going into the main focus on the thoughts. Okay. So as you meditate, you are engaging your inner energy within, and it brings out all the dirt that is stuck in you, which is hindering your progress, spiritual progress. Now, let's understand how our thoughts and emotions work as a whole. Okay. So now again, and see a simple analogy. I call this a water bubble analogy. Okay. Now you have an aquarium here, example. Okay. Full of water. You put a ball on the water. So when you put a ball, automatically the ball will float. So assuming I use my full force to push the ball till to the depth of the aquarium, the ball will go down. Okay. Then I leave my hand. What will happen? Does the ball immediately come out? If you'd have played in swimming pool or, pushing to the ball, the ball will slowly come out. As the ball hit the surface of the water, the ball will splash off. Our emotions are same as the ball. We have gone through a lot of situations in life which emotionally has affected us. Emotionally has embedded in our heart. So all these emotions are deep down under. When you meditate, these emotions will slowly come up and it will slowly clear up. So as the more frequent you sit and meditate, the more you will see this clearing your soul, your thoughts, your emotions, and so on. So those are good indication which is coming up. So our thoughts and emotions are equally the same. So when you meditate, when you get involved with this thing, the thoughts will come out, right? What do you do with the thoughts? Like for an example, a simple thing. Assuming you have gone through a painful childhood. Childhood means in the age, maybe the age of 5. Now you are 42. Okay. If you are still talking about your painful childhood which happened 35 years ago, what you are doing actually is you are tuning in to the painful energy which happened 35 years ago and bringing it to the present and giving life to it. Every time you meditate, some thoughts will come on. These are the thoughts where the meditation is putting it forth to you that these are the thoughts which is actually hindering you. Now you got to analyze just in a simple way is, what am I thinking actually? Am I thinking in a past? Am I thinking in a future? Or am I being present? So every time you indulge on a thought pattern which happens in the past, you are actually tuning into the past energy and bringing it to the present. And this will hinder you from moving forward. So the greatest thing for you to, or the greatest tool for you to move forward from where we are right now is to accept what is happening currently. Like for me, right, every day I would ask this question, what am I resisting in my thought? What am I resisting? The moment you accept, you see, the more you resisting, the more it will persist. So through meditation, a lot of this thing will come right in front of you. So what are you doing with it is a call that you got to think upon. The more you resist something that is the thought, the more it will persist. So now, example, painful childhood. If it comes out, what do you actually do? Yes, it has happened. I accept it. Now I let go of this thought. I used to tell this verbally, and the thought will slowly lose power in it. All these past thoughts, all this painful thought. So what I'm trying to say here or share here is, you see, the more you accept your reality, accept it fully without resisting it, the more better your future or the next path will reveal itself. Because meditation is like, you see, when you sit in a car, you want to go from here to maybe Penang, a state in Malaysia. You don't need to have a light which shows as far as Penang. All you need is light as far as maybe few meters. So every time when you meditate, these kind of things will come out. When you acknowledge it, another chapter will reveal. When you acknowledge it, another chapter will reveal. The more you resist all these things, all these thoughts, you will still go into the spiral mode of thought, which you will create another scenario with the same thoughts, with the same emotions. And you'll go that again and again. And no matter how much you meditate, this thing will come back again, because that's the lesson the universe is trying to bring forth to us. Okay, so that's how it goes. How much are you paying attention to that thoughts? Okay, so that's something key in the form of like whatever emotions that express itself, whatever emotions that you suppress will eventually express yourself. So as an individual, it's very important for us to pay attention to what comes out in us. Pay attention to our thinking, because this is what meditation teaches us as a whole. Now, we can talk about spiritual things, we can talk about everything, but we don't self-audit ourselves and improve ourselves. No matter how many gurus come into our life and go, we won't be able to move to the next level. You know, of course, there is a divine grace that comes to it, but it's very important for us to sit and analyze what are we actually thinking. It's not rocket science. We just have to sit and think. What am I thinking? What am I thinking on a day-to-day basis? Okay, so that's on the thought part. So now the next thing here is, this is where the classic thing which I always like to say. Yeah? Okay, now not all of us have the leisure to meditate for 5-6 hours a day. Many of us are working. Okay, now when you wake up in a day, you have this much of energy deposited to us. Okay, this much energy. Now the question here is, where do we channel our energy? Okay, 24 hours, 8 hours sleep. So you're left with 16 hours. Now we will probably say, I meditate for 1 hour. Okay, meditate for 1 hour. What are you doing the next 15 hours? What do we actually do? We are involved in this almost all the time. We see something, we will share it with 10 groups. We get involved in the discussion 10 groups. We'll do something, we look at a phone. We'll do something, we do at the phone. What are we actually doing? We are practicing distraction all day long. Now let me ask you one thing. You meditate 1 hour daily, perfect. And you practice 15 hours of distraction. What would you be good at? You and I, what would we be good at? Will we be good at meditating, connecting to divinity, or will we be good at distraction? I mean, phone is good, don't mistake me. Phone is good. Phone gives us information, it gives us access to the wealth of the world. But who is the master here? Is it the phone? Are we? Every time when the phone beeps, are we telling that, yes, master, click, or are we leaving it aside and putting a hold on our behavior pattern? So we got to analyze what are we channeling our energy on a day-to-day basis. Like most of the time we see social media, we see news, we see a lot of negative thing going on. Are we indulging into it? Because when you indulge into it, yeah, you are channeling your energy. So assuming you have this much of energy, you channel this much into gossiping, this much into politics, story, this much everything. End of the day, you only have this much to work on your craft or your present. So I think it is very crucial for us to analyze where are we channeling our energy on a day-to-day basis. Most important thing, we go to a restaurant. Okay, coming back, sorry, one step back. Now, we live a normal life. After meditation or prayers, what do? We go to work. Now, my question here is, how much are we paying attention to what we do? The normal things that we do. Example, having breakfast. When was the last time you all just had your phones away and pay attention to the food in front of you? These days, you go to restaurants, you'll see everyone will be there with this. Adults will be like this, kids will be like this. You know, the food will come, especially in Malaysia. Sometimes you'll have people feeding while they're looking at the phone. So what kind of respect are we giving to the food in front? You know, if you practice concentration on every single activity to do, at the end of the day, when you sit for meditation, you can immediately connect and feel the divine presence. So the question here is, how much are we focusing on the food that we eat? How much are we focusing on the smell, on the fragrance, on the view? Or are we trying to fit our life into this screen, which is here? Now, this is not the phone's problem. This is not technology's problem. This is our own problem. So all this could only happen when we just sit back and start thinking of our own actions. I mean, it's easy to point fingers and tell that person is not good, this person is not good. And we say, I'm meditating, I'm a vegetarian, but he is not good. No. The more you focus outside, the more you're channeling the outside. I think meditation is a process, in my opinion, to channel that energy within. Okay. So last but not least, I would like to talk about an important lesson which I learned past couple of months. COVID-19. COVID-19, I would say in many contexts was a great blessing for me as an individual. Now, we as a human being, we think we know it all. We think we figure it all out. We think we are that highest creation of all. This one energy which is unseen just made us all get into one corner of the house, lock ourselves, and not go out, and made us think. Because if we complain in that situation, you cannot do much also. This is the reality, you see. So there is always a higher energy which governs all of us. Now, as an individuals, it will be the best goal for us to ultimately connect to this divine energy and operate in that higher consciousness. So COVID-19 taught that a lot. So as much as we think we got, no, it's more of a reflective. The moment I sat and reflected on whatever happening, it opened up a lot of thoughts. Like in my context, it's just an awareness. When you sit and think and you realize, hey, this is a great lesson. This is a blessing. You start looking into everything. Oh, I'm blessed. I have a home. I'm blessed. I can drink water. I'm blessed. I can go and shop something. The moment you switch that thought from complaining towards embracing, a lot of things open up. Personally, in my career itself, a lot of doors has opened up. You know, a lot of people lost job. I got a lot of opportunity during this COVID-19 situation. So it is definitely a blessing of the universe, but it's definitely that path that made me switch my thinking. So what I'm trying to say here is this. Switching, these whole thoughts and emotions are very crucial. It defines who we are going to be. But it's very important for us to be aware of what we are thinking and what is our emotional pattern is. And for that, when we sit and meditate, all these things will be brought forward in front of us. Now, how are we acknowledging it? How are we reacting upon it relies on us. Stop pointing fingers of others, because every time when you point fingers, 3 fingers is showing at you. Spirituality is a personal growth. It's a very individual, personalized space. Okay, so embrace that, feel that presence of divinity through meditation, and then our life will change in a completely different direction altogether. Well, that's about it. Namaskar. And yeah, so I think I've done with my talk. So, I mean, we can open to questions. So over to you, Mr. Master Chandra.
Thank you, Master Sai Ganesh. Thank you very much for your wonderful sharing on thought process and focusing of our mind. And is there any questions to be raised, since we have another 5 minutes for Master Sai Ganesh? Any questions, please? Okay, looks like there is no questions. Let us move on. Actually, we are ahead of time. Our third speaker is our own guru, president and founder member of PSSM Malaysia, Master Lachumanan, who is going to share his vast experiences in ever since involved in Anapanasati meditation and spreading vegetarianism. Let me introduce some biodata of our great master and guru of our Malaysia Pyramid Masters, Master Lachumanan Bangaria. He was born in 1952. On 1st May is a Labor Day. His entire world holiday, public holiday. Okay. His educational background, qualification, MBA, Masters in Business Administration. Presently, the sole proprietor of Sharikat Scientific Jaya, a supplier of laboratory equipments. Happily married with one wife, Master Jayalakshmi. Just kidding. And a daughter, blessed with 3 kids, 2 sons, 1 doctor and 1 safety officer. Master Lachumanan is the founder president of the Pyramid Meditation Society of Malaysia. He entered meditation in the year of 2007 with the grace of our own Jagat Guru Brahmarshi Subhas Patriji. He learned, practiced, and started propagating science of meditation from the year 2007. He has since conducted more than 200 classes on meditation and vegetarianism in Malaysia. He was instrumental in organizing international spiritual conference in Malaysia in the year of 2014. The following year, he and his strong supporters established a meditation center in Batu Tiga, Shah Alam, Malaysia. He also constructed 8 by 8 feet pyramid in his house grounds the same year. Fantastic achievement in 2014. He recently wrote a book titled A Spiritual Journey on Brahmarishi's request. Master Lachumanan has many meditational experiences. He strongly believes that we are born to reconnect to the Creator and it is our birthright. He received intuitive knowledge when he sat in meditation, and that put his life in a new direction and understood the true purpose of life. Okay, that's our biodata of our own guru and president of PSSM Malaysia. And the floor is to you, Master Lachumanan.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Master Chandra, for the wonderful introduction you gave about me. We also have on our platform our great grandmaster, Rajan sir, on the other side, representing Brahmarishi. Namaskar, sir. I did not introduce myself again because I think Master Chandra have gone into very detailed description of myself. So first of all, let me express my gratitude to my beloved Jagat Guru, the living Buddha, Bhagavan Brahmarshi Pitamaha, Patriji. Patriji has done serious experiments with meditation and had profound experiences. Then he embarked on a global mission of imparting this knowledge of meditation to everybody. To achieve this, He has traveled almost the entire Bharat and most of the world. His main objectives are to teach meditation, vegetarianism, and pyramid energy and pyramid power. Gentlemen, there's a lot of information in the internet. We Google and find out. You can access all the information about pyramids. Everybody can access ample information. We are indeed privileged to have such a noble and enlightened soul amongst us. That is our Jagat Guru Patriji. Brahmarshi, I bow down to you, sir, and also all the great masters of PSSM who are tirelessly working today to carry out Patriji's mission. That's the most important thing the masters are doing now. And with the digital age, we have taken, in fact, these masters have taken PSSM to greater heights, unprecedented in the history of PSSM. We are moving forward with great speed, and Patriji's vision of seeing a meditative world, a vegetarian world, will soon become a reality. I implore all those who have yet to take up meditation to come into the fold. I promise your life will change thereafter. Patriji came to my life in the year 2007. At that point of time, I was suffering from serious polyps, a sinus problem, which has been persisting for more than 20 years. So Patriji sir came to my life in 2007. He conducted a class in my house in that year, May 18th to be exact. So I gathered all my relatives and friends on short notice. I had to organize this because only the day before that they called me to organize a class, and I had to immediately call all my relatives and friends to organize one. And that materialized, and Patriji came to my house with Mr. Shiva Prasad Garu. The meditation went on well. It was a flute music, and Patriji asked me to sit beside him. I sat beside him. When the flute was going on, I went to a different world. It was actually, Patriji was actually like initiating me into meditation. I felt like that. After a few days, I realized something has happened to me. The flute music which Patriji was playing is actually an initiation process for me. So I was totally in a different world with a lot of energy coming in. After the session, Patriji left, and as he was departing, I went to the car to bid farewell, and he unwound the window and told me, he just shook my shoulders and told me, Swamiji, from today onwards, stop taking medicines and do meditation for 40 minutes for 40 days. 40 minutes for 40 days. I did not relate to him that I was having a serious sinus problem. Only a month back, I had an operation, a police operation, which was not successful and was giving terrible pain, very excruciating pain. I did not relate anything to Patriji. But Patriji told me not to take medicine, as if he knows I'm taking medicine, and said, you do meditation for 40 minutes for 40 days. So it was a great blessing for us, for the whole family. The great master, great guru, the world has entered my house, and we were very, very blessed to have him there. So immediately when Brahmarshi left our home, the very minute my wife and me, we sat in our veranda porch outside, we started meditating. And this goes on every evening and night after tea time, we were meditating. And on the third day, I had a vision of Patriji's face. So I called Mr. Shiva Prasad, who was in Singapore at that time, and I spoke to Patriji. I explained to him what happened, and that I was able to see you, your face. Then Patriji told me that you have activated your third eye. So with that motivation, me and my wife sat into meditation virtually about not only 40 minutes, we sat for nearly 3 hours per day. As I told you, I was having this problem, sinus problem. When it comes, it is very serious pain it gives, because when the sinus comes, it blocks the nasals, and when the mucus doesn't froze well, a severe pain creates there until I must rush to the ENT specialist to take out that particular strand from my nose, then it will be released. Then with this meditation, I took up very seriously. Within a week, I was able to sleep well without any medicine, no painkillers, no puffs, into the nose, all this. So I thought something great. 20 years I suffered. To sleep, I have to take some medicine. Sometimes I can sleep without medicine, but sometimes when the sinus comes, I have to take medicine. So I took up Patriji's word very seriously, and through my own experimentation, I realized that this meditation is working on me personally, and I was able to sleep. Then I don't sneeze, no mucus coming after the first 1 month. Then I thought this is a very, very great tool for me to improve on my health side. So I took it very seriously, and to date, I have been doing it. I have cured my sinus problem through this Anapanasati meditation, brothers and sisters. It's a great thing for me health-wise. So then I decided there was no turning point for me to leave or stop meditation. And then my journey into meditation started, my real spiritual journey started. So I did a lot of reading, every time when our Guruji come to my house, he will recommend so many books, Osho's books, Jane Roberts, it could be Yogananda Paramahamsa, Vivekananda's books. In fact, he recommended me Vasistha Yoga, Vasistham Yoga, and all those things. In today's platform, dear masters, I have planned to share a few of my experiences after coming to meditation. Before that, I did not have any experiences. I only had a good spiritual life, a good wealthy life, but experiences was out of my way. One of the experience masters, I'm a businessman. I do a lot of traveling. I was traveling to one town called Kuala Kangsar on a business appointment. On my return journey, and throughout the journey, I was listening to one CD by Brahmarishi Premnath Sir and Brahmarishi Balakrishna on Said Wisdom. And there, in that particular CD, I heard that you have universal masters helping you when you're in trouble. That's why we learn that you create your own reality. And I also heard when you are in problem, this universal master will come and help you. So on my return journey from Kuala Kangsar town, in halfway through, my car was wobbling. But I was traveling 110 kilometers per hour that time. Car was wobbling. I thought something is wrong. Then I stopped the car and came out and went to check my tires. And I realized that my right backhand tire was punctured and totally damaged. And on a closer look, I found a lot of granules inside. It means I was running for a very long distance. So I was totally shocked. I came out, I was a bit tensed up because at that age, I'm very sure I'm not able to open the tire. Then I was just contemplating whom to call, what to do. Suddenly, a car passed by and stopped 10 meters away from my car. A Malay gentleman walks to me. Then he addressed me as Tuan. Tuan means sir. Tuan, you just relax. I'll do everything for you. And this gentleman opened the tire for me, opened my boot, fixed the spare tire, and everything. He did perfect job for me. And then he said, drive safely. In fact, he advised me, you please drive safely. So in that moment, I just shook hand and I wanted to offer some money, which he refused. No, I didn't do this for money. He refused. Then I just shook his hand and said goodbye and went. Then once I entered my car, I realized that I did not thank him well. Normally, I'll give a hug. But here, I didn't hug him. So that bothered me. So I went into the car. And then immediately, I was watching my rear mirror to see if he passes. I want to wave the hand. Because I was the one who left first, We had to walk 10 minutes. By the time he get into the car, it takes some time. So I slowed down to watch if he's coming. I was driving slowly and watching my rear mirror. I did not see the van that was parked there overtaking me. And this gentleman all the while there, addressing me first time, sir, Tuan in my Malay language called sir, Tuan, you relax, you do all this Tuan, using the word Tuan many times. And then here I want to see him pass by. He didn't pass by. Then I realized somebody has come to help me. Because I was all alone. I was so tensed, I'm certainly not able to open this tire myself. So, dear masters, this is one of the great experiences I had during my journey of this meditation. I would like to share a few experiences with Patriji. Patriji, once in 2015, he came to our center. We have the Pyramid Meditation Center in Shah. And after one of the satsangs there in the center, Patriji called me up and said, Swamiji, you must write your life experiences in a book form. You must write a book. Then he made an aerial agreement in the air that the book must come in 3 months' time. So I said, everything okay, yes sir, yes, everything, yes sir. Then we went back. Then I was a bit motivated and I started writing. But by then Patriji left already with Mr. Shivaprasad. Then I started writing for 3 days. I wrote about 3-4 pages. Then I was thinking, I was demotivated. What about writing book? I'm not a writer, What write book? Then I gave up the idea of writing book. I put it on hold. Then Patriji came second time after 6 months. He did not bother to ask about whether I wrote the book or not. So I thought Patriji has forgotten the whole matter. And I just said coolly. Then after another 6 months, Sai Kumar sends me a message. Patriji sir want to talk to you. So I called Patriji sir for the matter. Then immediately our Brahmarishi touched on this particular matter. Did you write the book? Have you completed the book? I said, no sir, everything, no sir. Then after that, when you start putting conditions, I said, I think yes sir. Then he said, I want you to get the book ready and bring it to the Dhyana Mahachakram. That very end. He called me around June like that. He asked me by December, the book must come out. And he also told me the book must consist of 18 chapters. 18 chapters. Then I was thinking, to write 2 or 3 chapters is a big problem. Now Patriji asked me to write 18 chapters. And the same evening, the day I spoke to Patriji, I was traveling to Chennai. So in the plane, I was meditating. And normally that's my habit. When I travel in the plane, I do a lot of meditation. I don't talk to the neighbors all. And in my meditation, all these topics are coming one by one. And that particular night, I was supposed to stay with Mr. Ganesh and his wife Prashanti in their house. I agreed to stay in their house one day because that time they were the publisher of this Dhyana Tamilagam. So I stayed there. Then I read this whole thing. Patriji asked me to write a book. I don't know what to write. Then while traveling the plane, these 18 topics came to my mind. And then I read to them the whole 18 topics. Then they told me, it's a very nice topic, sir. You can go and write. So on my return journey, I immediately sat down to write all what has come to my mind. And I finished writing the script within 2 weeks. And at that point of time, my son was there. So he was able to write my transcript. The book was completed in typing form. Then during that period, Mr. Murali Krishna from Chennai was staying in my house. So I had the opportunity to give him to do the reading also. And he also commented it has come well. So this is how I was thinking this is not possible for me to write a book. But now a book has come out. I sent the script to Mr. Sai Kumar Reddy, the spiritual India team in Hyderabad. Did the editing and everything. I think Patriji has also asked, I think our grandmaster here, Rajan sir also, I think, has gone through the book, the script before it was printed. And Patriji sir himself finally did the final editing. This is how, masters, this book came to being. If not for Patriji, I would have not written that particular book. So my salute to the spiritual India team for really helping me to come out with this book, and also Patriji sir for being a big motivating force to really bring my talent outside as a writer. So I'm very proud of that, sir. And my second experience with Patriji is this. Whenever we hold classes, that time before we will move into our meditation center, all classes will take place in my house for the first 5 years. So we'll have 30 members, 40 members, we'll discuss and we have meditation, then I'll give a talk and everything. Immediately after the session finished, about 10, 20 minutes after this talk, all were having tea, then a call will come from Patriji sir. Sai Reddy will connect me, or some person from USA, when it's Mumbai also, he'll call you. I know how Patriji knows that we have just concluded a class, and he will call me at the most appropriate time to ask how are things in Malaysia, Swamiji. So all these things. Then I will just tell him, sir, we just finished a class in my house. And this did not take place once or twice, masters. This took place nearly 5 times like that. So I was surprised how Patriji knows what's going on in my house. So I strongly believe that Patriji has the power to know what we are doing here. And all these things, he'll give us power. When you want to give us power, he'll give us power. When coming to the topic of power, once we had arranged a class in Nilai, a temple in Nilai, about 50 kilometers from my area, my house. It is a temple, and the temple president also happened to be a school headmaster. And he has arranged all his school teachers and an audience of 150 people there. And then that time I could hardly speak good Tamil that time. I was just managed only. Then I told Patriji Sahasra, this is a Tamil crowd. They expect you to speak in Tamil. And then Patriji said, okay, I will do the talking in English. You translate. I told, blowed into Swamiji's eyes, ears, sir, I can't translate, sir. I'm not a good Tamil speaker. There's a headmaster decision down there. The teachers, they're all Tamil Pulavargal. So I cannot go and talk Tamil here, not nice. Then Patriji said, no, you only must speak. Then he take his flute and tap on my head. Tap on my head. Then the session started. Then Patriji was talking and I was translating. Then after the class, all my members who followed me to the Nilai talk, they just commented me, hey, you spoke very good Tamil. So I was surprised. I was surprised that I was able to do this. So these set of things which I personally had experienced with our Brahmrishi Patriji. So great experiences in my journey. On our service side, we 2 years ago we organized a big summer camp was going on by the auspices of the Telugu Association of Malaysia. They permitted us to conduct classes there for 350 people. So for 2 weeks, me and my core team went there to conduct these classes for nearly 2 weeks. And many of these, on my side, I also built a pyramid. Every time when Patriji comes to my house, he always looks into my garden, thinking that it belongs to me. And he'll pass a hint, whether I can build a pyramid there or not. I have to frankly tell him that it's not my land, although I'm taking care of the property there. It's under my care, but I cannot build a pyramid. So on the pressure of my wife, Patriji every time coming and asking you to build a pyramid, I still keeping quiet. Then I started building, found a contractor to build my pyramid in my own compound, an 8x8 pyramid, and luckily it came out very well. The pyramid came out very well, and a lot of masters of one incident. One lady from China came, Master Amen. She's a staunch Baba devotee. I don't know how she got my number, my contact. She contacted me, and she came to my house with 2 other Chinese people. And then she meditated in my pyramid. And the day when Patriji also on the next trip, when he came to inaugurate my pyramid, when he was on transit in Vietnam, then Sai Reddy said, no, Patriji changed the plan. You want to spend 1 day in your house. He will be on transit. And that's the point I was thinking, contemplating whom to call to open my pyramid. So Patriji was there, he came, he opened the pyramid. And this particular Chinese lady was staying in my house that time. And she, my sister, Patriji all meditated in the pyramid. And this particular lady, her name is Amen, she saw in her vision a lot of saints sitting outside the pyramid. And she saw Mahavatar Babaji sitting inside the pyramid and meditating. So such things he related to Patriji sir, and Patriji sir said that this lady Aman will become a great meditator in China, and through her we will penetrate into China. So like that, like Girija Madam and Girjan sir came to my house. We have Tatapati Veera Raghava Rao has come nearly 4 or 5 times. They have done day workshop from morning to evening. He will conduct meditation classes for us, workshops. Same goes to Madam Rajalakshmi, Brahma Barista, Madam Lakshmi. So they have come nearly 4 times to Malaysia. We took them around to conduct classes. So likewise, we have Mr. Sivaramappa from the Science Academy. He has come twice to conduct some certificate courses for us. And we have about 25 members who participate in the course and all were given certificates. So he has come. Then we have Master Dhyanratna, Nandaprasad Garu. He also has come 2 times and wonderful, very dynamic speaker. He conducted all these things. So like that, we have many, many visitors from India. Dr. GK, he spoke on spiritual tablets. You know, and then Mr. Ramareddy has come. And then Mr. Murali Krishna. We took him on a tour because he can speak Tamil. The advantage here is we can speak Tamil, we can cover more areas. So like same like Mr. Rajan sir, they were able to speak Tamil, so we covered more areas because of the language problem. So Mr. Murali Krishna also with us, I took to every temple, we arranged, in fact, many classes for him because he was covering the Bhagavad Gita classes. So like this, things are going on very finely. And now the lockdown period has come. Lockdown period, I may have forgotten some names, you know, so please excuse me. We have Ramana Maharshi, Madam, Madam Parinita also has come to my house. So all these, a lot of visitors, they have come and spoke on various subjects. And, you know, and during this lockdown period was a blessing for us. We were like what Patriji is doing now, staying in the house or conducting. So I took it upon me that I will run some online classes. So for 30 days, I used to record my speeches on audio and video and used to send to everybody in all the groups. So like that, it went on exactly 30 days. After 30 days, I stopped. Then the outcome of this particular exercise was, there's a group of people who approached me to teach Bhagavad Gita online. And this particular, they are all professionals. They came. So I was, for the past 3 months, I'm conducting Bhagavad Gita classes. Then I also spoke about this meditation. Now they allowed me to speak about meditation, at least conduct the meditation for 15 minutes every session. Whenever they come on the class with me, I will run a 15 minutes class with them. So this is a very, very successful thing for me. And we in Malaysia, lately we have our lockdown period is over now, although we are observing the SOP period. And lately we have a lot of people coming to our center. And I must tell you all now, there are 3 families who have joined during the lockdown period on the online sessions. They start calling me and I was advising them what to do, how to do meditation, all those things. And these 3 families became very staunch meditators now. They are very regular to the center. And the beautiful thing is all these 3 families have become vegetarians. We have some people we have talking about 10 years, you know, they have not changed. But these 3 families have come only a few months back. They are so convinced with our speeches there, with the books we are sharing, and you know, they have come out. So my humble thanks to Patriji, who is actually he had made me a voracious reader. Actually, every time we come, Swamiji, you read this book, you read that book, like the Anastasia series. You know, I've completed the first 2 books. So mesmerizing books. You know, especially the first book. I was so this thing, and Osho's books I've read a few of the books recommended by him. And the greatest thing is the autobiography of a yogi. I take it upon as a Bible for me. I read again and again because a lot of miracles happen there. So for any meditator who want to go forward, please get hold of this book called The Autobiography of a Yogi, and another book, The Living with the Himalayan Masters. These 2 books will really motivate you to do more meditation. You will know what you can achieve. As you can see in the examples given by Yogananda Paramahamsa, the many miracles has happened there. The resurrection of Sri Yukteswar. We only heard about resurrection of Lord Jesus Christ, but here in this book, if you read, you will learn about the resurrection of Sri Yukteswar. When Yogananda calls, he appears, you know, in flesh. He's not a spirit form, in flesh form. You can hug him and feel him that he's there. So these are great things I would like to share, masters. And lately, during the Zoom period, we are listening to Girija Madam's Tamil version of meditation classes. Great. I actually, whoever Tamil people come to me for any classes, I said I'll give the link, Girija Madam's classes, and from Ipoh, where the pyramid has come, we have about 4 or 5 people who are daily listening to Girija Madam's classes in Tamil. Then I also recommended Ayappa Pindi's classes because they're also coming in Tamil and Telugu and English. On my side, I'm listening to Tatavata Viraraga's classes every night. Then we also have Vivi Ramana from Vijayawada talking on many subjects, Dr. Hari Kumar, and not to forget Mana Srinivas Reddy's Swadhyaya Wisdom, Swadhyaya Yoga, my passion for books. So I always listen to Mr. Srinivas Reddy's classes. We need all this. So all these covers all the three. We learn meditation. Swadhyaya Yoga is there, and through this new digital technology, we're having Sajjana Sangatya with not only masters from India, we have connection masters from USA, especially from Australia. Madam Gulapalli Saroja Madam. I listened to the entire Sita Ayman story, 16 episodes. I was there. I was actually communicating with her also. Such a great book and such a great narration, I must say. Not the book, the way she narrated the thing, it really gave us interest for us to listen to what she spoke. And now recently, I also joined her self-empowerment courses of great subjects. I must thank Patriji for initiating this PMC channel. Without this PMC channel, I don't think we all receive so much knowledge sitting down in the comfort of our own home. We are listening, we were spending 4 or 5 hours listening to talks only. Otherwise, we have to go and attend conferences to pay them 500, 600 to attend the courses. Now we are getting free classes. Pariniti Madam also giving a lot of talks. So all this, you see, that means we are getting so daily knowledge, not once a month we attend courses, The daily we are receiving fantastic knowledge, information through PMC. So I congratulate all the PMC team, may it be in Hyderabad, Chennai, or Odisha, or Hindi one, or PMC Global from Paris, from New York, Madam Sri Lakshmi from UK, Dr. GK there. All these people are doing great jobs. So on this final note, let me thank all these masters. And today's this digital meditation summit proposed by Madam Pari from USA. She's organized that particular thing. And all those who are helping to organize to make this particular digital meditation summit a success. My humble thanks and gratitude to them. So with this, with one more reverence to our Patriji sir. Dear sir, thank you sir for bringing me into this fold, this meditation fold, something which I have lost, as I told in my book, this is our birthright for every individual to connect to God. And the only way to connect to God is through meditation, to be with God. Meditation keeps us close to God. That's what in my speeches I will tell you, out of the 24 hours meditation, you dedicate 1 hour for yourself. For yourself means 1 hour to spend with the Lord within. This is how you can connect to your God within. So with this note, gentlemen, dear masters, thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity to share my experiences. There's so many, but because of the time constraint, I have to stop now. I'll over to Master Chandra. No, sorry. Now I will, my duty to introduce our great master, Master Maniam. Master Maniam is one of the most senior masters in the Paishism movement. He is always very serious about meditation. He has organized many events for us in the past 10 years. He has great organizational capacity. You give him a job, he'll organize something for you. So like that, he works like a youth. He's always very vocal when it comes to vegetarianism. He'll don't blast them, So he was the first to build. When it comes to a pyramid, he was the first to build that home pyramid by 12 by 12. he built it, and that particular pyramid was inaugurated by none other than our Rajan sir. So I think I remember he was the one who inaugurated it. My name, sir, we look forward for great support in future also. Now, let me call Master Maniam onto the platform to share his side of experiences. Thank you, dear masters. Thank you so much. I will take leave.
Thank you very much, Master Lakshmanan, for the PSSM Global. Thank you very much. My pranamas to Bhagwan Pitamaha Patriji and all the pyramid masters. I'm going to share my experiences when I joined this PSSM movement. I met Bhagwan Patriji in the year 2007, introduced by not other than Master Lakshmanan. So there I, together with my wife, went and attended the function. And that's the first time, I see a wonderful guru with a simple as like one of us, like one of the human being, Normally I've met so many gurus, they come with a different kind of dressing and all the ropes here and there. But here he came as a simple. That makes me something, different. And here again, of course, first he taught us meditation, Anapanasati meditation, and also talk on vegetarianism. What impressed me is, I have met so many gurus, but none of the gurus has expressed that every human being has to be vegetarian. This is the first guru. I was so impressed that he has told the crowd bravely that every human should be a vegetarian. No killing of any animal kingdom. So that changed me, something, there's something should be, So, and again, the following year, Brother Lakshmanan has called me and said that again, Patricia is coming to Malaysia. Would you like to host in your house? I said, why not? So during that time, I was very active in the temple activities. So I have a lot of, devotees in my temple. So I introduced all of them to meet this guru. So on that day, I organized it in my house. And thereby about almost 100 people was there. And Patricia delivered his message, not other than meditation and vegetarianism. Of course, he said he had a good music, flute music, which everybody enjoyed. Then after that, most of them was so impressed that he's a very simple guru and all. And it happens, So again and again, Patricia is coming. So from that, after seeing, Patricia being to my house, before that, I was, my whole family was non-vegetarian. Only occasionally, 2 or 3 times in a week, we will be vegetarian. Other than that, we will be non-vegetarian. And after meeting Patricia, he said, no, you all have to be vegetarian. That time, even Shiva Prasad was accompanied Patricia. When he comes to our house, Shiva Prasad will be cooking. So Shiva Prasad said, we cannot cook in your utensil because your utensil, or you all already cooked with non-vegetarian. We cannot cook any vegetarian food for our guru. So next time when next visit, make sure that you all change all your utensil. Then we can cook for the guru. All right. So next visit, what we did was we changed the entire utensil in my kitchen to new utensil so that we can cook food for vegetarian, for guru. So the following year when Patricia came, by then all our family members become a vegetarian. So then we organized the same function again in my house. I invited all my devotees. I see less devotees start coming. When I first time, 100 members and 100 people came. But And the second time, only about 30 of them, handful of them came. So then I thought, what is happening to these people? So slowly I came to know that no, the Patisar is telling, the Guru is telling to become vegetarian. They cannot come out from non-vegetarian. That's the reason they are not coming. So I thought, forget about them. And even Shiv Prasad has told, this is meditation is a higher level. Praise is not, secondary level. Like meditation is like university, Not everybody from secondary, not everybody can go university. So in that case, not everybody can come and join, this meditation. So what happened then? I thought, okay, I put to other angles. So I took to my brother's house in Sumun. There, with the help of Brother Lakshmanan, we organized in the Venkateswara temple. We delivered Patisar delivered his message, vegetarian and meditation. Again, we took to my brother-in-law's in Kulim. Kulim, that's about 350 kilometers. We drive there, Patisar over there, and Patisar delivered again. So all these people, all my relations become a vegetarian, and some of my friends become a vegetarian after delivering this message. Although we cannot conquer all the people to be a vegetarian, but still. So, and one matter, sometimes I'll tell you, don't do meditation as an man, you become a vegetarian, sometimes I strictly will tell them. And slow by slow, then happens to meet Dr. GK and Padma. Okay, so when we start organizing, when Patisar comes, when you start organizing, people to come, handful people will come, not much people. So we think of other angles. So Padma advised me, okay, let me bring some artists from India. Why not we organize some cultural show? When we also organize some cultural show, a lot of them will be coming, right? There we delivered the message, vegetarian and meditation. So, okay, all right, why not we organize? And we organized first time, in one of that Telugu association in Malaysia when they had the Ugadi celebration. So, but there they have not given an opportunity for us to go on the stage and talk on this matter. But finally, they given 20 by 21 booth where we can put our magazines, spiritual magazines and some pamphlets and all, some pyramids and all there. And whoever come over to our booth, we give them a free magazine together and we guide them. With the help of our masters, Master Lakshmanan, Master Chandra Rao, Paidi, most of them we guide there. We teach them meditation for a while and we give them some free spiritual books. On this occasion, I must thank Sai Kumar Reddy for giving a spiritual magazine, and the same thing to Keswa Raju, Keswa Raju also gave us a lot of these Jnana Jagat books, when I call them, I want to give a free distribution to these people. So he will send over the books and all, I must thank them also. What we do is we give them free spiritual books. Then we give them some pamphlets on meditation. So this is the way we spread meditation all over, because why we doing this is, see what I learned from our Guruji, whatever we learn, we must share with other people, then only our knowledge will increase. Today I'm talking means why I'm talking at one time I can't able to talk, but today I'm talking is because through doing all this seva, all this organizing all this, I can able to talk now today. So we start doing all this matter, so many occasions, like when last time when what you call SP Bala, came organized one singing contest here, So I asked one of the association, can we open a booth there? There also we organized teaching meditation, we put some pamphlets, some our pyramids there, and whoever comes there, we will be there 1 hour before the event. So whoever some will come from our outstation and all, they'll be there early. So we conduct them meditation because we must, although we are not organizing anything, we just go there, take the opportunity to teach them meditation. we see wherever the gathering of 1,000 people there, like Mono Show, I think 2 years back, Mono Show happened in Malaysia. All over from Malaysia, they came over for the show. So what we did, we got our booth or so. So we go and teach meditation. So lately was one more singer, one more artist came, So there, and so it was going on like that. And at one occasion, like that. And at one occasion, Padma has advised me, I'm going to bring 120 artists from India. Padma, she's Pyramid Yoga and Dance Academy. She is the CEO there. So her intention is, she says, when I bring artists from India, I'll bring them here. So some of them are not meditators. I convinced them to be a meditator and a vegetarian also. So I noticed she is bringing some lot of non-veggie people and meditators people to come here and converting. So we took the opportunity to bring them. So we organized, one big hall where we can cater for about 700 people there. So, and what we did is, Padma has brought 120 artists there. So on that occasion, I introduced a lot of, with the help of our society, like Brother Lakshmanan and Chandra and all. So what we did is, we introduced a lot of people, We even brought 2 ministers, local ministers, Indian ministers for the event or so. And for the chief guest, we have invited not other than Madam Patriji, that's Swarna invited as a chief guest. Then on that day, Madam has conducted a half-an-hour meditation. Our intention is to conduct a meditation. So we have conducted 30 minutes meditation, and we have delivered, Madam has delivered a speech, vegetarianism, importance of meditation. And along with that, Dr. GK was there also. Dr. GK has delivered the spiritual tablets meditation, message, and start distributing our pamphlets, on the spiritual tablets. Some has inquired what is the tablets, what is that, what kind of, Dr. GK was telling 8 kind of tablets we're going to give. What 8 kind of tablets? Then Dr. GK told, it's not a tablet, medicine. We are giving you 8 techniques of meditation where you can cure yourself from any sicknesses. So it was very beautifully, very well explained. And I think some has taken the pamphlets, and I think they're contacting. And last year, in fact, we organized a small function for 300 people. We have, I think, not other than Madam Parinita came. We invited her, and she has delivered a meditation session there, and also explained of importance of meditation and vegetarianism. And thank you for all this, incident. And as our brother Lakshmanan was telling, so I feel, see, I had a lot of problem before coming to this meditation. I had got, I worked for temple for almost 25 years, until I become a president of the temple, and one more temple I become a trustee. But for 5 years back, I resigned all my posts. I put full time into this organizing this meditation. So I feel this is better, because this gives me a peaceful, I after doing any work, organizing any work, any hard work, I feel very happy. Whereas when I do put a full effort in the temple, I put, full effort, come back, I left a lot of tension because it's not there, and nobody, if you do how good or so, nobody, not to mean that appreciation, but then they behind, I feel not happy. The happiness I get only in this meditation, because why I get happiness? Because I meditate. I realize my mistake. I don't blame others. A lot of things, I learned from this meditation. And more or less, I should say that that my family are so happy that after they're coming to meditation, we are bounded, each and everybody. We are, we're having a happy family life. And I must thank our Bhagwan Patriji for coming into our life. And I must thank all the masters who came from India. Whoever come from India, we all organize various places, like Tatwarti Raghav Sir, Girija Madam and Rajan Sir, Nanda Prasad, and most of the masters couldn't, Nanda has came, and Navakant has came, Sai Kumar Reddy, Revati Madam has came, and lot of masters has came, Thank you for all the masters, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, PSSM Global. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manyamji.
Now I
am here.
Oh, thank you, Patrija. Bhagwan, my Bhagwan is here. Thank you, sir, for coming into my life. Thank you, sir.
Very nice to hear your voice, Swamiji.
Oh, you made me to talk, sir. You are the one who made me to talk.
I want madam.
Oh, madam. Come. Yeah.
Em Sangati.
Bye, sir. Good, sir.
Vayapo.
I'm not prepared, sir. They are prepared to talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You came in our life. Thank you very much, sir. Now go to Chapan, go to later, but thank you very much.
You are a Pandya Yaskunara?
Yes, sir. Pandaganta only Tinisam, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, I was listening your talk morning, afternoon talk.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Very good, Baba.
Thank you.
Romba Nandri.
Sir, you are here, sir.
Sir, sir.
See,
very big, sir.
You're always in our life, in our family, sir.
Yes, Swamiji.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'll hand over this session to our senior master, Paiditali. He's the Vice President of Malaysia, and he has done a lot to our society. Please welcome Mr. Paiditali. Mr. Paiditali?
Coming.
Yeah.
Yes, Swamiji.
Yeah. Namaskaram to all the masters, Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, and throughout the world. I would like to namaskaram to everybody, and especially for Patriji for inviting me to the family.
Yes, sir.
I would like to tell about myself and plus my how I came into these meditations. Well, when I was young, I used to have a fear. Fear means everything I get fear. Even from my childhood, I get fear from family, my parents, and then after that go to the school, I get the fear from the teachers. This is how I started with fear. My life was fear. Then I left from the hometown and came to the town, and then I started to work and everything. And I realized I was with the fear of life, started with the life of fear, couldn't do anything much higher than what I was. I was stuck over there in the fear. Then I was thinking, what is life? Life is something that the fear came into very like big monster. And then I, after got married and everything, the fear I implemented to my family, my children, and everything. And then I was going like that in my life. And then what happened? I started to, going to the temples and start to look for a guru. At that time, I was started a little bit of realization. The realization came into my life. What kind of life I'm leading? Is that the life I want it? And almost I get frustration and also, always emotional, a lot of emotional and anger and everything created a lot. So it was going for many years like that. And then children was growing and all, then I started realizing that I need to change my life, what I must do in my life. I was looking for someone who can change my lifestyle and everything. So I used to go into more into religious, into temples, and even any guru comes in, I'm there. I'm there to look for them, see whether I can receive some knowledge or some kind of things magical will happen to my life. These are the things I was expecting in my life. So it was going for many years and everything. Then what happened? I really was looking for something was greater than what I was looking. And one day, it was 2007, I think. That time, my brother Lakshmanan, Master Lakshmanan, was invited. He said, somebody is coming to the house. Y'all should come. Y'all must come. Don't miss it. So that's how I was thinking. It may be as a normal guru. It was what I've seen gurus. So never mind. I'll take the opportunity to go and visit. So I took my wife and my son came to the picture. And we came, and then we waited for the guru to come. And the guru was to the gate. He came in, and my brother Lakshmanan started to welcome him, and then garland him, and then wanted for the water and everything. Everything turned into it is backward. That means the garland is put for my brother Lachu, and then the garland and the water also for, and then it poured into his lake. Then I was watching from far. I was watching, and then hey, it looks like something is different kind of person. I never seen this kind of guru in my life. And I was watching, and I was wondering, maybe something is different from other gurus. So I sat when he was sat, and then he started. He was told many things about what is meditation, what is vegetarian, and everything. But before this came into this meditation, I was a vegetarian. Yes, that was, I started 30 years ago. I don't know what has taken place. I just became a vegetarian on that part. So it is easy for me when Swami came into the picture, and then he told many things and everything. So easy for me to get things and all. And then what happened after he told us what is the vegetarian and what is the meditations? I never followed the meditations and everything. And because of the fear, what if I go into meditation, if I go to this, I'll become sannyasi or these kind of things. I had that kind of fears and everything. So when he came to that picture, then he explained what is meditations, what is life, how the life is going to be. And then I followed and a few times. And then Master Lakshmanan organized continuations and everything. So that was the changes took place when Swami came into the picture. And then I realized this is the master who is going to change the entire world. In fact, that day itself, I made myself, this guru is the one who is going to change the entire world, becoming a vegetarian. That was, then I told myself also, if ever I want to talk to people, I will talk about vegetarian to the people. I also want to follow like guru to change people and everything. Even I start talking about vegetarian to everybody. What is vegetarian? So that's how I became more into this picture. So I had after that my fear was slowly became down. My fear was slowly come normal, and then my emotional became normal, and my children got married and everything. Then what happens? The slowly I myself, my wife start doing meditations. We pick up a time where certain time we pick up, and then we start doing meditations. Then what happens? Year to year, I see my life was completely changing. I can see the changes on my life. I can see in my eyes how I behave to my children, and whatever I wanted to, I had the anger, I had the frustration, I had the emotion, all. I felt so sorry for my children. I really sorry for them. What I created last time, how the fear to them. Then the meditations helped me to control everything. Then slowly I realized what is life. Life cannot be emotional. Life cannot be anger. These are the things who it made me to become a person of something with quality. So I started giving a love to my children, to my wife, and to my circle, my people, and everybody. I realized the love is the most number one into a people's life. I realized everybody expecting a love from a human being. So when we talk to the human beings, what they are expecting is a love. If you have a love, you can penetrate anything you want. So I realized that the love is the most important. So I start giving to love to everybody, and I started to realize that meditation gives me more confidence. Today I'm talking to in front of something where Swami Patriji has given me an opportunity when I was in a pyramid. He gave me almost 100,000 of people in front of them. He called me when he called me, I got really panicked, and the fear started and everything. But I just prayed. That's a time when my fear it threw very far away from me. That's where Patriji has given me the confidence of talking to people and everything. So I come back again to my meditations. It gives me a lot of confidence, and a lot of new things happen in my life. Especially, I'm going to talk to you all about my experience, how I had experience. One day I was doing a meditations. I suddenly disappeared. I'm not there. I saw myself. I'm not there, and I'm seeing somewhere else. I'm somewhere else. Then I see from far and up there, and I'm seeing myself. I'm doing meditations. I'm seeing myself. That kind of experience. What kind of experience is it? It's a beautiful experience I had in that moment. Then I continue. Nowadays, whenever I want to do something, it is just comes like that. That means it helps me. I feel that somebody is helping me in all the way and guiding me in many angles and everything. So these are the meditations gives you. And I'm already start talking to people why you should be vegetarian, because vegetarian it is the important to people. Because after coming into the meditations, I feel that I'm so healthy, thanks to the God, because I don't go into medicine and not going to the hospitals and everything. I take care of myself, because I realize I'm the God. The God is in me. So I realize what I must give to myself. So I want to give myself the best. So when I give to myself the best, I can deliver to the others the best. So the quality, when we create our quality into ourselves, what are the quality we can create? What you don't want others to create for you, you don't do it. So you create the quality on you, the best quality, and deliver to yourself the best will come up to others. So I learned this all through meditations. I expect this entire world, everybody can become a meditator. They will know what I'm trying to tell you. The meditation will lead you into a good path and good way of how you can see new things. And also the past, you know, when you do meditation, as Saiji was telling just now, when you do meditations, you will have a past experience and all. That will disturb you so many times, disturb you. But slowly, when you start doing it, meditation, it will slowly will disappear from your mind. And then when you and the things disappear, you will become fresh and you will feel so good on you. Something has left from yourself. So you will have a good feelings and everything. So meditation is the number one in this world. If you can follow this, I'm telling you, I guarantee the entire world can live peaceful life and happy life. This is a wonderful life God has given to us. We are so lucky that we are lucky people. As a human being, we are very, very lucky to live in this world, because only human being can realize what is God, what is good, what is bad, and everything. So we as a human being, we have the everything, whatever we can deliver to our mankind. They are all our mankind. They are all God. So whatever we deliver to them, it turns into good. We give them the best, you will receive the best. So what I'm trying to say is, life is very, very short, and life is beautiful. And then it is only one time we are going to live in this world. It's not second time. Second time, if you have a chance, then you come back. But while you are here, that is the truth, and that is the reality. You're living now is a reality. So when you don't realize and you don't learn now, you don't know where you're going to go, and you don't realize that what is life now. The minute when you're getting older and older, your mind will shut down and your mind cannot think of many things. This is the time for you to think now. This is the time for you to realize what is good, what is bad. So the time is very, very short. This is the time to grab the opportunity from all the masters, whoever teach you what is good, what is bad, and everything. So we are having a dhyana classes every Fridays, and I'm sure that all the masters in Malaysians, all are really hardworking people. They really slog for to do things and everything. I know it's not easy to organize things, but we all sacrifice the time on Fridays. We are expecting more and more people to come over. When the more and more people comes there, I think it is the love will grow and more and more. And I'm sure that one day I'm just praying one day our hall will be packed with people and there will be no place to sit. So we are expecting that will happen very soon. I promise Patriji that one day the thing will definitely works. We are going very aggressive now. We got chances of people are calling for schools and everything. We will start up, and I'm going full time now to teach people what is meditation and what is vegetarianism. Even I humbly ask people, if they're not vegetarian, can you give me one day for yourself to become a vegetarian? I humbly ask them, can you do me a favor for myself, for yourself and myself? That one day can you sacrifice, become a vegetarian? I've changed many people like that. They said, okay, I will, because of you, I'll become a vegetarian one day. So the minute we start like that, the guy is going into the vegetarian one time, then he will slowly will become a vegetarian. So I believe I'll see people, I'll talk to them like that. Because straight away I can't put them into a picture. I'll tell them this is the way to become a vegetarian. So realizing, and the love I have experienced now, another experience I had now, I have experienced like in my house, there are a lot of small birds used to come to my place. And I noticed that what these birds are hanging around into my house and everything. I realized that something they need. Because of the meditation, I can focus, and I realized that the birds are coming slowly. I saw only 5 or 6 birds. And then I start then I knew that they need some food. So I started putting rice on that. Today, I see from 5, it became almost 200 to 300 birds. So these are, when you have a love, they also grow and they will sow the love. Now it's hanging around to my area. It's beautiful to see, and I'll meditate on their noise. They always will come and sing a song to my house. So I'll meditate on that. Without music, I'll only listen to this one. So with this, I would like to hand over to, I would like to thank all the Malaysian masters and Singapore masters and Indonesian masters and the entire world masters. It's not easy. I know you all really work for it. Our aim is to change the entire world to become a vegetarian. Okay. Now I humbly hand over to Master Chandra Rao. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Paidiji. Thank you, Swamiji. Very good.
Namaskar.
Swamiji, namaskar.
Swamiji.
Chandraji.
Namaskar.
How is everything?
Adriene, me Ashwaradam, Magella Pudurkitandi. Thank you so much for being in our life. Fantastic, Swamiji. Fantastic. We are really feel very great that we are in your circle. Fantastic. No, you are in our circle. Okay.
Yes, Swamiji.
Thank you so much. Yeah, beautiful.
Your
nice
message.
to hear. Yeah. Actually, we have listened to our great pillars of PSSM Malaysia, Master Lachumanan, Master Maniam Sir, and Master Paidi. I'm just a small dot. Okay. I just want to share what you have taught to us, Swamiji. The human body made of Panchabhutas, which are earth, water, air, fire, and space. All of us know. And then to operate this body, we have Pancha Indras, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. Okay, but come to real subject, which you have taught us, Swamiji, Pancha Gunas, the values of human being. Okay, the earlier is just the body and formation. Now, what I'm going to recap what you have taught to us is Panchagunas, which is one is non-killing. Non-killing, in fact, earlier shared by Master Ambari Mujamdar, elaborated in very detail. So this non-killing, to me, Swamiji, I started vegetarianism 34 years ago, back in 1986, when I studied in a university, second year. I don't know how it came in. I just stopped non-veg and being a full-time vegetarian, not even taking egg. Okay, so that is me. Then after that, when I got married to my wife, she was earlier vegetarian for 4 days. Thereafter, become full-time vegetarian when she was with me. She got married with me. Okay. Then my children, for the past 10 years, they also become fully vegetarian. I'm, to me, very blessed to have a family with the children who have got very high temptation to become a vegetarian in young age. Fantastic. All these, your guidance, Swamiji, and also our local masters, Grandmaster Lachumanan, whereby they have been attending Bhagavad Gita class since 2009. So they started, and then also attended lots of classes conducted by masters from India, like Tatavarti Sir, Madam Girija, and some other masters as well. Okay, the second one is non-violence. Non-violence occurs. I do practice non-violence. I do advise people not to do any harm in terms of anger to other people, being cruel to other people as well as other human, animals as well. Not only to that extent, even plants also. Plants, we don't destroy the plants very easily. In fact, this happens even among my children, whereby they also feel very sorry if certain areas been chopped by the local authority. Oh, the trees has been chopped. So they automatically feel that it's very bad to do the non-violence. Then middle path. Middle path, Swamiji, even though I can have a comfortable life, no problem. But I feel very feel free to have a very middle path. After seeing you, Swamiji, you are truly an example of how a human being have to live. Very simple. Not much greed, not much cheating, discrimination on any other people. Okay, dharmic way of living. That is called, to my understanding, is middle path. Then non-interference, Swamiji, where you have you also emphasize that don't ever interfere in anybody's life. That's none of our bloody business. You said these words to one of the session in our center, Pyramid Meditation Center. Okay, everyone has got their own chapters in life. So we are not. It's very personal. We are not supposed to interfere until the matters comes to us. We don't need to ask them. Then the final one is meditation. We have been meditating since 2009, whereby when we attended Bhagavad Gita classes, so Master Lachumanan used to encourage us to sit down and meditate. Right? And daily it has been a part of our life, Swami, that every morning before I go out to my work, I will do meditation for 1 hour. Same goes to my children as well, my wife and my children. So we do group family meditation. And also every Fridays, without fail, we come to our center, do 2 hours meditation, followed by our speech by our master. Okay. Then I do involve in this movement, PSSM Malaysia, follow our grandmasters, Lachumanan and Master Maniam, Master Paidi, to go and reach out to the public. So many places we have gone, even to the extent of Johor, the forest, and Kedah, Penang, even to the schools, student schools. We have done promoting meditation, Swamiji. At the same time, vegetarianism, we encourage people to be vegetarian. But lately, Swamiji has become a vegan. So it is our new next.
No. That was only temporary. I am back to vegetarian.
Okay, so I have been thinking that future next step is to be a vegan.
That's your choice.
Yes, Swamiji, yes, Swamiji. It's all your guidance, Swamiji. Whatever you do, we like to follow. That's all. Okay, so that's our fantastic movement we are in. I believe that this will lead us to a greater heights of wisdom, where I feel this is my last involvement in a spiritual movement, because as we know that in our life, lots of gurus is coming, and we have learned a lot of knowledge, but this is my final movement. Final activity I'm going to do is meditate and propagate vegetarianism. Okay, so that's my message. today because the time already overshoot. We want to just maintain our timing. Swamiji.
I want to see your
Yes.
children.
Your
Are
children.
they there?
Yeah, they are here. Yeah. Two of them are here, Swamiji. Hey, come.
Me.
Yeah, they are here. They are here. Two of them. Come. Namaskar.
Oh.
Yeah, they are here.
Nice to see you, Baba.
I'm doing it in the office, Swamiji, because at home I can't do. Neighbors are doing renovation. So
Okay.
that's why I come to office, my own office, and doing this what you call Zoom. Yeah, correct. It's very peaceful here.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Baba.
So much. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Now let us hand over to Master Nandini.
Yes.
My humble pranam to Patriji and all the private masters across the globe. My darling Patriji.
Okay.
Okay, year back, I just want to start. Year back, September 2009, I met Patriji at my parents' house. It was my first meditation session, and I would rather say I restart my spiritual journey in this lifetime from that moment. It has been now nearly 11 years I'm in this journey, and the path wasn't a straight line. It's a spiral. I continually come back to things I thought I understood, and I see deeper truth. At each layer, I have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. I had many experiences, and I would like to share one particular experience, one interesting experience I had with Patriji. It was being witnessed by 5 of us, myself, my sister, her husband, and 2 other relatives. It happened on February 6, 2016 at Kelaitu Airport. We are going for a holiday to Kerala. Okay, after checking our luggage, we went to one of the cafe to have some snacks. My brother-in-law didn't join us to the cafe, and we are supposed to meet up at the boarding gate. Okay, it was an evening flight. As 4 of us were in the restaurant having our drinks, when my brother-in-law called my sister and told that he was at the immigration office. Okay, he was being denied from traveling because the immigration office, because the immigration system shows that he had the payment default for his study loan. Actually, he doesn't have any arrears, so all his payment is up to date. Hello.
Yes.
Master Chandra, probably we can introduce the next speaker first. We can have Vanisha to join in before Master Nandini comes in back.
Okay, due to some technical error, I think let's move on to Master Vanisha. Maybe later Master Nandini can rejoin back. Master Vanisha?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, talk.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Vanisha, and I'm 15 years old. I'm a student studying at a secondary school. I started meditation at a young age, maybe around 4 or 5 like that. and I was a vegetarian ever since. Meditation really helps me out. My first experience was when my kindergarten teacher told that I was stupid because I was a slow learner. After that, my grandparents and my mom taught me to do meditation, and I did for 5 minutes for every day. And then that same teacher came and told that I was clever and I was top in my kindergarten. So after that, when I have any exam in my primary school or even now in my secondary school, I will get good marks, not only because I do my revision, but also because of my meditation. Since I was small, my parents were not living together. I used to travel from my mom's house to my father's house, up and down even until now. But it's because of my meditation. It gives me emotional stability and empower me to cope with my family situation. I have a healthy and beautiful relationship with my parents, my family members, and also my relatives of both sides. I'm always loved and being taken care of. My friends used to ask me, isn't it hard being a vegetarian? I said, yes, it's hard because sometimes the places I go, I won't get proper food to eat because it's a non-veggie place or something. But I survive with what I have, and I don't want to eat animals because they have soul too. But of course, my friends won't understand it. They were like, oh, I can't imagine being a vegetarian for my whole life. I just kept quiet. I taught them to do meditation. I told them that animals have soul too, but it's their wish whether or not they want to do it. I enjoy my life as a student. I balance my life. I do what teenagers will do. I do what normally teenagers will do, watch Netflix, play game, do my homework, go out. And I also will join Master Ayappa's Pindi daily meditation classes on his YouTube channel. I will do my meditation wherever I am. I'll also do in the morning before I go to school for half an hour, and before I go to bed, I will do in the night with my mom and my grandmother. So most of the time, I get nervous very fast and I get scared very fast. But whenever I get nervous or I get scared, I just close my eyes and I just feel and just imagine that Patriji is here with me. And I won't say the fear or nervous will go off immediately, but it will reduce. So I thank Patriji for that. I love you, Patriji. So that's all that I would like to share today. I just want everyone in the whole world to be a meditator and also a vegetarian. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Over to Master Shimawati. Okay.
Now, we're back to Master Nandini, since just now he was interrupted. So, Master Nandini, please continue.
Hello, hi, can you see me? Okay, all right. So sorry, apologize. I think earlier the internet connection has been kicked out. Okay, I'd like to start back my experience, which I had an interesting experience with Patriji. It was a year back, September 2009. Okay, 2016 February. 5 of us went to Kerala for a holiday. Okay, myself, my sister, her husband, and 2 other relatives. So after checking our luggage, we went to one of the cafe to have some snacks. My brother-in-law didn't join us to the cafe, and we were supposed to meet at the boarding gate. It was an evening flight. Okay, as 4 of us were in the restaurant having our drinks, when my brother-in-law called my sister and told her that he was at the immigration office. He was being denied from traveling because of the immigration system shows that he had a payment default for his study loan with the government. Actually, he doesn't have any arrears as all the payments up to date. But the system shows that he's having a payment default. he tried to, my brother-in-law tried to negotiate with the supervisor. He's trying to show his e-bank statement, through his handphone, but the supervisor doesn't want to accept it. And it was a Saturday where the banks and agency all been closed. So my brother was not able to make a call and to check on his account. So and they can't do much about that. Then they told my brother that you can't fly on that day. You have to go back and check your account, and maybe you can reschedule your flight on the next working days on Monday. Then 4 hours, we were standing at the entrance of the immigration section. I saw my brother-in-law coming out sadly. He showed us his passport being stamped barred from traveling with a date. My sister and my relatives were panicked and unsure whether 4 hours should continue with the trip or cancel it. We have booked a tour a month before and make a full payment for it. But I was calm. I don't know why, but I was very calm, and I have a feeling that we will break through this situation. I make a deal with my brother-in-law. I told him, don't worry, Patriji will take us to Kerala today, but you have to change to be a vegetarian. All of them looked at me and asked, how is it possible? I said, yes, it will happen. I told them to meditate for 10 minutes. We sat at a nearby bench. In the meditation, I request Patriji to show his magic to my brother-in-law, as he doesn't believe in spirituality, especially the concept of vegetarianism. As we are about to end our 10 minutes meditation, there was a power supply. There was a power disruption in the airport. We heard announcement that all immigration check-in will be done manually. So I told my brother-in-law to queue up at the counter. At first, he was hesitating, but I ensured him that everything will be taken care of. I was standing behind him. He went to the counter, and he handed over his passport to the immigration officer. The officer turned to a page, look at him, then look at his passport, look at him again and look at his passport. And he just stamped and asked my brother-in-law to proceed. Then when my brother-in-law was walking out from the counter, he looked at his passport and he noticed that this particular officer, he stamped the departure date at the same page on the earlier stamp, which was being said barred from traveling. So we continued walking to the security check. For a security check, then we've been very silent, didn't talk to each other because actually all of them was a bit hazy mode. They was not sure what's happening. And the power supply resumed the minute we passed the boarding gate. Okay, so after the flight took off, I told my brother-in-law, look, this is not a coincidence or it just happened randomly. It's a divine act from Patriji. And I told him to on hold on his promise to be a vegetarian, and this experience was a turning point for him to be a vegetarian. Okay, that's all for now. Thank you very much for PMC Global for this opportunity. My love and gratitude to Patriji, my family members, and my light families. Over to Master Shima. Thank you.
Okay, carry on. Talk.
Hello?
Okay. Carry on.
Hello,
Talk. Start.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Talk.
Okay. All right. Very good afternoon to my greetings to all Brahmin masters, and very good afternoon to Patriji sir. First and foremost, my sincere thanks to Master Lakshmanan for all his great guidance throughout my spiritual journey and in becoming a faithful meditator. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of today's DMS. I would like to take this opportunity to give a heartfelt thanks to our Patriji sir, the great master who introduced us to Anapanasati meditation. Thanks for the delightful gift, Patriji sir. Next, I was introduced to Pyramid Meditation Center by Master Jayapada in December 2019. Thanks, Master Jaya, for that. I would like to begin by telling how I was before and after meditation and some of my great experiences while I meditate. Well, I was a meditator before, but then I quit because I suppose I don't see much difference, and most importantly, I do not enjoy doing it any further. So what I did, but my search for proper meditation was always there in my mind. So firstly, when Dea told me about this pyramid meditation, I felt surprised because to hear that this meditation is for free. So I was keen to know more about it. Then I joined in January 2020. Since then, I have been meditating for almost 7 months. I'm still new to pyramid meditation, but I'm trying my levels to do my best to become a best meditator. The very first time when I meditate at our Pyramid Meditation Center handled by Master Lakshmanan, I felt the enjoyment that I was seeking all this while. I saw beautiful yellow lights, which made me felt extremely happy, as if I have achieved something in my life. I had a feeling like something heavy on my head. So I felt very painful. After slowly, but then I encountered severe pain. Though I did not open my eyes, I kept meditating. And then before I became a pyramid meditator, I used to have I used to have lack of confidence in whatever I do. Though I am an expert in that particular area, I would always have a doubt of myself. But now after pyramid meditation, I'm not anymore. I'm more confident, focused, calm, positive, and to my surprise, I have this huge transformation that is my career itself. I was a former lecturer in college. My husband is a businessman, and he always urged me to do business, as it is difficult to get a trustworthy person for his job. So then I did try. After working some time, I decided that business is not possible for me. It is not my field and it's very difficult for me to handle. So I continued to lecture. Then during MCO, for certain reason, I had to quit my job. And then my husband came to me one day and asked me, would you take up business this time? Then I said, this time I felt confident, different than what I used to feel. So I feel confident. So without a second thought, I accepted. Again, to my surprise, I started to work interestedly, more focused. And then business started to establish. I was getting good turnover. So my husband got a few businesses. So he gave me one of it, asked me to run it myself. I even took that very confidently, and I've been doing it very well now. And last week, 2 weeks ago, it is a Research and Development Institute of Malaysian government. We used to supply products because we are a scientific equipment trading company. We trade, we buy and sell scientific equipments to companies. So this is what I've been doing. So this particular government sector called me up and said that we have selected your company as one of the best supplier. So this one of my best achievement. The thing that I think impossible has become so possible to me. Of course, this would have been done without pyramid meditation. I was a meat eater earlier, but then within weeks of meditating in pyramid, the center, I felt very, I started to feel guilty whenever I wanted to eat non-vegetarian food. So then I immediately became a vegetarian. And within 2 months of meditating, my entire family became vegetarian as well, because I kept on sharing whatever Master Lakshmanan tells me in the center. So I come back, I share with my children, I share with my family, my husband. And then we also watch some of the YouTube videos about vegetarianism and all that. Whatever Master Lakshmanan shared to me, I will share with my family. So actually, before even I started meditation, I wanted to give up non-vegetarian long ago, but unfortunately, I was not able to do so. But with pyramid meditation, I did. So the impossible became possible again. After becoming a vegetarian, I encountered extraordinary meditation experiences where my meditation used to last for 15 to 20 minutes only before I was a vegetarian. And after vegetarian, I could prolong it up to 1 or 1.5 hours. Now I'm trying my best to do more because Master Lakshmana always tells us that the more you do, the better you see. So I already see the results already. I want to see more results. So I'm practicing more to stay longer than 1.5 hours, 2 hours like that. And why? Because after vegetarianism, when I meditate, I experience exceptional, sceneries that one can ever imagine. Sometimes I feel like so calm and peaceful watching those beautiful visions. So I don't feel like, stop meditating. Then I started to teach my kids meditation at home. And now all of my kids are doing it at home. Sometimes I take them to our pyramid meditation center. There, so much changes in my kids' attitudes, education. They show more interest in the education because last time I had to remind them to do something, but now they are doing it by themselves willingly. I don't have to remind them, and I have good feedbacks from teachers from school where I went and checked recently. They gave me good feedbacks. Like my son, another good example is my son, who would turn 8 this year. Used to be very mischievous, and I usually gets quite a number of complaints from school. But 4 days ago, the teacher called me up and then informed me that my son is performing better and show more interest in studies. As a mother, I have no words to say how happy I am today to see all these changes in my life with my children and family. I am immensely pleased as an individual, a mother, a daughter to my mother, and a wife. What more would I want? I now realize that leading a simple life with pyramid meditation giving me so much of gratification to my life. So whatever comes to me, I just accept it with full heart, and I feel very confident and positive about it. Myself, and also I have no doubt about my confidence now. So all these credits would go to our pyramid meditation and of course, our beloved Patriji sir. Thanks once again for allowing me to share my great experiences on this platform. Over to Master Radhakrishna.
Wonderful, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Patriji sir. Thank you to you so much. I'm grateful to be in Pyramid Meditation Center.
Wow, wow.
So I wouldn't stop from here because I have this, it's like an ambition for me now to, expose this meditation to all the young generation. So I have gone to one school near my house to spoke to the principal, and the principal agreed to have this meditation in their school weekly once. And then the teachers were also very interested because I also spoke to the teachers about the meditation and the benefits that they were going to gain. And the teachers are all very happy. They too wanted to have a meditation class. So it's going to be like a meditation for children and the teacher.
That's very great.
Thanks, Patriji.
Yes,
it's all
Baba.
because of your blessings.
Yes, yes. Next.
Please, hello. Good evening.
Yes. Yes, Baba.
Good evening, Patriji. So I'm very happy when I had 2 months this meditation. So I just learning the 2 months, and then I became a vegetarian, and now I'm every year, every week in Malaysia, they got a center, meditation center. So I participating in this meditation. So I'm very happy. Now I became vegetarian. Whenever I see my friends, I just tell about the meditation, Pramit meditation, and show them the YouTube, how they can contact and learn from the meditation. So I'm very happy on this meditation, and I'm really thankful to the PSSM and Guruji and Malaysia here, Masterjis and all the gods. I'm very thankful to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
How did you come into meditation first? Why did you come?
Through in YouTube, I listened one message from here from YouTube. He said about the meditation, the Anapanasati meditation is very useful. When I listened to that, I try already. And then then so many PMC Tamil YouTube channels, I was so many messages I listened. I listened, then I became a vegetarian. So now I already, now my family also now following my meditation, but then I'm the only one person in my family vegetarian. So I encourage them, and then they say they will later they will come for vegetarian.
Okay, Baba. Very good, very good.
Guruji, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh yeah.
So now I'm passing to, passing to Master Chandra. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Master Radhakrishna, for your wonderful sharing. I think we have come to final part of our entire Southeast Asia Zoom meeting summit. With this, is there any questions? Maybe we have a final 5 minutes to raise any questions to our Swamiji.
I want to speak to Dr. Ravi Chandran.
Oh, great, great, great. Dr. Ravi, are you in? Doctor?
If he is there.
He's in, he's in.
He's there, but it seems to be that he's away from the system.
Okay, okay. Proceed.
Okay. Any other questions, Masters? Our Bhagwan Guruji is here. Please raise some questions. We have a great opportunity to meet him face to face. Please raise some questions.
Chandra, I'm here.
Yeah, great, great. Okay, okay, Doctor. Thank you.
Swamiji, vanakkam, vanakkam. I missed your lecture in the morning.
Guruji, vanakkam.
Yes, sir. What's happening?
I'm fine, and I don't know whether you happen to listen to my talk.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Okay, no problem. But I hope you watch the video recording.
I'll do it.
The journey is very enjoyable, and I am in the process of completing my book also. I'll be sending you one day after I finish my book.
Yes, Swamiji.
And I have included all the philosophies, whatever you have advised us. And every day I'm thinking of you. My wife is also doing meditation for 3 hours every day. And she also always talks to me about you and how she can visualize you every time in front of her. So we have taken pyramid meditation as well as your philosophy is so serious that we only speak much about you to our friends nowadays. And even yesterday in Kuala Lumpur, we met our friend and we are sharing about your speech and your philosophies to them. So now we don't talk much other than your great philosophies, Guruji.
Thank you, Baba.
It is wonderful meeting you here and talking to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am awaiting your book.
Yes. Thank you, Chandra.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Chandra, Sai Ganesh is there?
Yeah, should be then. Saiji?
No, sir. He's not in the call.
He's not.
Saiji is not in the call.
Okay, Sharavana?
Yes.
Sharavana, you come down.
He's coming, sir.
Hey, what's happening? You have to unmute.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
All right. Yes. Sorry, sir. Thank you
What's
so much,
happening?
sir. Very nice to see. Everything is good, sir. We are just a bit moving up things in the home, at home. Function. Anya's brother's function is coming up soon. I don't know whether that told you, but brother's wedding is coming up in 2 months. Yeah. So yes, doing some housework here and there. And it's so nice to be part of this DMS today for Southeast Asia.
You are all doing great work, Baba.
Thank you, sir. My nieces are here. You want to see them? The girls are here.
Please show.
Come.
All the 3 girls.
Only 2 girls are here.
1, 2, 3.
Come here. Come.
Wow.
Kolaka.
Arey Baba, very good.
Hold on, I'll get there. Okay, go. Undande. Grandmother also is here.
Oh, yeah. I'm almost there in your house. Hey, call your mom.
Mom is not here, sir. She's gone out.
Gone out, okay.
Mom is gone out.
Namaskaram. Very good.
Okay,
nice
thank
to
you,
see all
sir.
the numbers. Yeah. Thank you, Sharavana. Yes, Chandra.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Swamiji. I think just right in time, we have concluded this summit, Southeast Asia Global Meditation Summit. Let's proceed before that, let us thank you all the masters of Malaysia, PSSM Malaysia, for your wonderful and great sharing of knowledge, wisdom, and experiences. Now, let us hand over until we meet in near future. Let us hand over this summit to Master Manoj from Indonesia. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, Raj Kukreji.
Hi, hello, how are you?
I am fine, Swamiji. Nice to see you, ma'am. Namaskar aapko.
It's been a long time. The last we met was in Bali.
Yes.
And 19.
Yes, sir.
It was, I met your daughter also there. And met
Yes,
so
sir.
many of from all over India and Southeast Asia, Vietnam. They were the most jolly people from Vietnam, everybody. They are so sportive. From Malaysia, they are very sportive. From Singapore, everything. And of course, Ibu Rini from the Sunni. I will let my wife speak first. Let us start first.
Yes.
Yeah.
आगे बढ़िए, ma'am.
I'm fine, Mr.
Was just thinking about, we're just going back to the long to 2017 when we met Deep and Philip first time. And after that, we went in November 2017, we went to Bali, our first trip to meet you. We meet in Suli Vegetarian Resort. I think you remember that. We had a kind of a 3 days, four days program over there. So we met you there. Then you came to Jakarta. We managed to have a group of around 40 people, and mostly were Indonesians who couldn't speak English. But I think they all enjoyed what you have taught them. Until now, they still remember you. And after that, in the next year, 2018, again, we met you. 2019, again, we met you. Been every year, except now I'm waiting for. I don't know what's going to happen now. I will meet you online now.
Yes, now it has become online. Yes.
Online or offline, you're always in our minds.
Okay, yeah. Please give your message to all the people, ma'am. Your message.
My message is that I think that we have now started to live simple living and with high thinking and lots of meditation in between.
Okay.
I think we have changed a lot, especially now we have so much of time. We're just sitting down every day doing nothing. So in the morning we do meditate, afternoon we meditate, evening we meditate. So we do it in short intervals. And I think we are both so grateful that you have taught us this simplest and easiest way to meditate, which we can do anytime, anywhere, at any place. Right?
Yeah, that is the most important thing. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it is not so much theory. You see, you just have to go for the anapati, just to what do you call it? Just to follow your breathing. Inhale and exhale softly, nicely. You see, yeah, with confidence, everything happens. You see, it just happened by itself slowly. You see, yeah. It happened by itself, everything. And with this meditation, everything, there's so much of awareness going up about our body, you see, yeah? Our sitting place, we are sitting on the chair, and below is the bumi, you see, yeah? Below is the bumi, the earth, you see, everything. And then the water element, yeah, which flow over it, everything. The air, yeah, which we breathe, inhale and exhale, everything, and the fire element also, you see, yeah. So we always, you see, yeah, we remember all these 5 elements also, and then also we also see about the chakra, Muladhara chakra, you see, yeah, how the Muladhara chakra, you see, yeah, we activate the Muladhara chakra, and then yeah, we activate. We can brush the back spine, yeah, the back spine and the anus. We just brush it up, everything. You make it a bit more awareness, you see, yeah. And then the genital area, and then the navel area also. The navel area, there is a button which we have to really focus on it also. It is not focused, but just a light thing, you see, yeah. Just a light awareness going for the navel area, everything, and then the heart chakra. You shoot it up to the heart chakra, everything, and then the vocal point here, and then between these 2 eyes, everything, and then you just let it go. You see, you just let it go. Let it just be merged with the cosmic. You see, yeah, with the cosmic. You just glide slowly, everything, you see, yeah. You just, you don't feel your body anymore or something like that, you see, become lighter, the body. And though everything is rising up or something coming down, we don't know, you see, what is it like, you see, yeah. It was a very nice experience, everything. Everything, it is, we are so thankful for this technique, a very simple technique, but it's because of its simplicity. And it is free of timing also, everything. So we can do so many times a day. But every time we have some time, we cannot sleep, or early in the morning, or maybe whatever time, you see, we just 20 minutes, 25 minutes, we just do some meditation, everything. And this also has to do a lot also because of the plant-based diet. Because of the plant-based diet, you can meditate all these things. You are more patient, you become more compassionate with nature and the surrounding. Even though you see something that is crawling also, you just let it crawl. It's okay. It just want to. It is just there for a few days or maybe for a few hours. Why should we step on it? No, let it be. Let it go. Let nature take its own path. Everything, you see. Yeah? We are so thankful, Patriji, for your teaching, for your awareness to us. Everything. Yeah. You have come all over the way to so many places, and then you make it to Indonesia also, to Bali, to Jakarta, with Manoj, as your caretaker in this country, everything he has been active also, you see, we've been communicating, everything like that, you see, So it is, it is from a simple thing, simple positive thing, you see, simple positive thing, it becomes bigger. Simple positive thing, you see, because everywhere is energy. We are a small energy, but surround us is a bigger energy. It's a bigger energy field. When you have a positive thinking, everything, you can just feel the energy, you see, and be with people that is people also that is we accept all walk of life of people. It doesn't matter vegetarian or non-vegetarian, but we are vegetarian, everything. We have been vegetarian for a long time. This is my 20 years to be vegetarian since 9/11. I decided to be vegetarian, everything. And the family also, they follow because they know. Because we cannot preach things like this. They see us, they see the difference in us. They also willingly follow it up, everything. Yeah. So in this new normal, everything, it's quite challenging. Things are everything, but you see, we build up our health, our stamina, strong, everything. You see, and just simple food every day. Simple food, simple fruit, yeah, warm water, all these things, and having the healthy milk also is good. Everything, you see, small thing. You see, And the Shiva Prasad also have like so many things here in Jakarta, everything. We just release all this condiment, all these spices, everything, you see. Become we have to dig up our old cultural value, you know. We learn a lot from you because I know people in South India, it is a treasures of the ancient culture is there. So small thing, but it has a very big value forward. You see, So people usually neglect all these small things. They go for the big thing. No, but the small thing affect us in a big way, in a big positive way. You see, We start with our vegetarian restaurant also back in 2008 or 9, like that. Since that also, then people was something shocked to see vegetarian, fully vegetarian, not nothing mixed, everything, you see. And sometimes also we say we have Jain food also for them, everything. So they were shocked, but we keep it up, everything, you see. And people become known. It become known. It's a rarity here in this country, but it is known already. And we also have on the third floor, we have also have the yoga shala, and people can meditate also, everything. Everybody can come free of charge, everything, because we know how to thank our master. We have to thank the master by glorifying the teaching. You see, Pranam to you, Partiji. Pranam to you, everything. Pranam to our master Manoj also. Everybody, and to Ibu Rini, from Suli Resort, everything. Who has a big heart in accommodating every one of us, you see. With the support of my wife also, I was able to make the pyramid, the small, I think 10 feet by 10 feet by 10 feet pyramid, you see, at home, just one level upstairs, everything, you see. So it is something unique thing, you see, which we really relish. At this age, what do you want? We don't need a big, we don't need a big new car, fast car, nothing. We just have to maintain whatever we have. The most important thing is to maintain our health, our character, and our linkage toward the eternal thing, you see. Sometimes I will just go up on the rooftop, just watching a bird, you see, about half an hour or 1 hour before sunset. We see flock of birds going from the coastline back to the city garden, back to the trees, you see. How the birds are going there, how the big swan are flying back from the from the river back to the coastline area. Everything, we watch them. It is just like it is just like a nature gift. It is just like God say, God is showing us something, you see, something great, you see. In this small thing, it is just a visual of a bigger thing like that, you see. I hope that we can also have more of this conversation, like this thing, zooming, whatever you call it, everything, you see. We have the linkage, everything. Nowadays, we don't travel much, you see. Sometimes we just go in our area, have a walk under the sun, and by evening we are just indoors. Life has become so simple nowadays. Thank you, Patriji, for all your teaching, for all your gyan, everything, you see. This is the most valuable. It has no price, but it is the most valuable. It is the most valuable thing, you see. The simple thing, everything, you see.
I see the whole of Indonesia through you, Swamiji.
Thank you very much, Patriji, for you putting the faith in us. Because of your faith in us, also we have to carry forward, you see. We have to carry forward, you see, all these things.
You have brought Indonesia to the PSSM.
PSSM.
I'm so very honored to be with you.
We will work out with Riniji, everything also. She also planned to open also one more pyramid meditation center in the eastern part of Bali, everything. But of course, nowadays everything is on hold. But I'm sure nothing lasts forever. Things will change up again.
Yes.
Things will change up again. Everything have a momentum. The world has been been overburdened with all the carbon dioxide, you see. We need to grow up everything again, you see. To look inward, how beautiful it is inward, how peaceful it is inward, you see. Everything. It was nice also meeting Pari also in Bali, everything, having a talk, everything with the group, everything, you see, from Singapore, from Malaysia, from Vietnam, from India, from around so many countries, in fact. Okay,
मैडम जी बहुत शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद आपको.
बहुत धन्यवाद या शुक्रिया बिल्कुल. वनकम.
मनोज क्या हो रहा है?
Namaste, Patriji. Yes, sir. Everything is fine. I'm in Coimbatore now.
Where are you?
I'm in Coimbatore now. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So, hi, friends. Let me introduce myself. This is Manoj Kumar. Currently, I'm looking after PSSM Indonesia operations. And let me introduce PSSM Indonesia, how we established. Actually, it was Patrizi, when visited Australia, he spoke with Mr. Pradeep. He advised Pradeep to visit Bali to spread the meditation. So in 2016, the first visit, Pradeep, me, Patrizi, and all India PSS master visited Bali, and we have stayed in Singaraja, North Bali, in 2016. Then Patrizi said we want to visit again in 2017. So in the next trip, miraculously, Pradeep met Madam Adriene, who is the owner of Suli Vegetarian Resort. She is very keen into meditation. Since her childhood, she practicing meditation. She very impressed the Pradeep meditation teachings. So then she allowed us to use her place for meditation purpose when we visited Bali in 2017. There she met Patrizi, and she impressed our PSSM principles. And she came to India and has seen all our major pyramids and want to establish a pyramid in Bali. So she has registered PSSM Indonesia in 2017 with the association of Raj Kukraja, who is living in Jakarta. Just he has shared his experience, and that meeting with Raj also by Pradeep is very, it's like we can say that universal design. So the Rini and Rajji has associated to start PSSM Indonesia. The main motto of PSSM Indonesia also same, to spread meditation across the Indonesia. So in 2018, we have constructed the pyramid. The size of pyramid is 36 by 36. Around 60 people can meditate there. So now I'm going to share a video about the pyramid, how it's located in a beautiful place. If whoever visited Bali, they must visit this pyramid. This is an icon of Bali. So let me share the pyramid. So this is a beautiful pyramid. It's constructed around the rice fields. So now let me share the pyramid which was constructed by Bapuji Raj in his rooftop house. Yes. Right. Yes, sir. Everything is going good here. And I'm during this Corona period, lockdown period, I'm expanding my soul consciousness. I'm reading many books and many lessons.
Everybody is happy in Coimbatore?
Yes, sir. Everybody is fine, sir.
Madam is there?
Yes, sir. She's here.
Show me.
Yeah.
I want to see her, talk to her. Name Sanati. Name Shankar.
Yes.
Sir, hi sir.
What's happening, Baba?
బాగున్నాను సార్.
Viable.
మీరు ఎట్లా ఉన్నారు సార్?
నేను నీలానే ఉన్నా, బాగా ఉన్నా. అంతా ఓకేనా?
ఓకే సార్.
Nice to hear these words from you.
సార్?
Very nice to hear these words from you.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Having the baby?
Hope I stay on the positive side and try to look at the positive aspects of life, sir.
Whole life is positive. There is no negative in life.
Okay,
Even
sir.
Negative, there is no negative in life. There is only positive in life for everybody, but they don't see, they are blind to it. All life is only positive. Nobody's life is negative. How is your baby?
Sir? Baby, she's fine, sir.
Very good, very good. Long day, Manager.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next level. Ramesh Sastry garu.
Okay. Okay, there is some problem in sharing the photos of Jakarta pyramids, so I will share later. Okay, then I will introduce one of the great master from the Bali, who is Ramesh Sastry ji. You know, we believe that meditation connects many great personalities in the world. You know, he is another great master, Dr. Ramesh Sastry ji, who is advisor of Bali Sanskrit Institute and senior faculty in English literature. And he is the founder of Vishwashanti Maha Sansthapan Bali Pitam and general secretary of World Youth Organization. And he is the founder and secretary of BIFA, and Bali Indians Association. And he do all many spiritual activities in Bali. And whoever stuck in Bali, any Indian or any other person, he used to help everybody. So now he is here. Let us welcome Ramesh Sastry ji. So let's share his great words.
Swamiji, namaskar.
Namaskar, Mom. So nice talking to you, seeing you all. Om Swastiastu.
Yes, sir. What a great personality you are.
Animi Ashirvadam. Everything is your Ashirvadam, and all things have come from this pyramid, what is just next to me.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
So namaskaramu, andariki sabhanki namaskaramu. Om Swastiastu. Let me begin with my salutations to my great guru. First, am I ready to speak? Can I go ahead?
We are all ready to hear.
Our Mahapunyam, it's our luck today. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Vakratunda Mahakarya, Surya Koti Samaprabha, Nirvignam Kurume Deva, Sarva Karyeshu Sarvada. Om Shri Mahaganadipate Namaha. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Matrubhyo Namaha. Putrubhyo Namaha. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaskaram. Respected Patreji, all the organizers of PSSM Global Committee, Brahma Rishi Patreji, Manoj Garu, and all my friends and brothers and sisters across the globe. It's my honor to be sharing few words along with you great people today. Greetings from Bali. In Bali, we always greet in a very traditional way as Om Swastiastu. Let everything be good for everybody. So this is Swastiastu from Bali. Today is a very important day. Even in Bali, we are celebrating Ganesha Chaturthi. Ganesha Chaturthi was a program started in India, as you all know. It's a movement. So we started Ganesha Chaturthi here around 16 years back. Yeah, it was a small movement we started. Today now we are almost a gathering of 1,500, 2,000 people in the main streets of Bali. We make the Ganesha Sthapana, we take out the procession, and people are following a lot of things. So we share our, basically, India Friendship Association is to link the culture between the rest of the world to Bali, and also take many great Bali culture and link to the other part of the world. This is our great job. In this great job, I'm so honored that I met great leaders like Brahma Rishi Patreji. Very simply, very humbly, very honestly, I was not very having any sort of information much about Patreji until I see him. The minute I see him, I heard about him. Then there's a saying that when you hear somebody, I heard about Patreji before on television sometimes, and around 20 years back, I think I heard something in Indian also. So as the saying goes, when we hear something, we normally forget. But when we see, we do remember. But when we mix with people like Brahma Rishi and the great movements, we understand what it is. So Patreji Garu, after meeting you, a lot of transformation happened. After you left Bali, I tried to contact you a couple of times. I was asking Mr. Manojji your number, and fortunately somehow I couldn't get connected to you directly. But I always wish and seek to be in touch with you. Thank you very much for this opportunity today. And today, as I said today, the question is, of my topic today is happiness or purpose of life. So that is the topic. So what is the time? I'm allotted 20 minutes, Manoj Garu?
As much as possible. No limit for you.
There. Endaro Mahanubaholo, Andariki na Vandanamulo. I am a great learned man, Gamiro. Me Gurinchi Manna, I was talking to Dr. B.K. Modi ji also, because he is producing a movie called Shankaracharya.
Okay.
So I was talking about Dr. B.K. Modi with you, who is trying to open up a very great big Balinese, Indian Bali cultural temple in Bali. He said that we need to make the culture, important concept is the culture, bringing cultures together. So he was talking about these things. Then I mentioned about you and simplicity. I said, yeah, we should work together. We can all go together in Chapna Raina. So it's so nice. Thank you very much for this opportunity, what I have today. So my topic today is the purpose of life. What is life? What happens between life? The matters of life. Patreji, sorry, because whenever you are sitting and listening to us, I always like to listen from you than me talking to you. So you're a great nectar. You're an ocean. We are not even a fish in that ocean. So, and the greatness in my last seminar, I was talking to a seminar organized by the same PSM group from America. So where I was talking about some purpose, they were talking to me about these things. Then I said about happiness, I was calling you as a Vishwamanava. I call you as a Vishwamanava, Patreji. Please accept my thing, because you are the only person whom I have seen who does go along with everybody, but you take along everybody and you don't lead. You make us lead and stand back and correct us. So you are an elbow or a backbone to the whole society. So that is what the whole thing is all about. So it's not you are not happy, you share your happiness. You make others feel happy. You make others feel comfortable. There's a Sanskrit saying, Paropakaraya vahanti nadyaha, Paropakaraya duhanti gavaha, Paropakaranta palanti ruksha, Paropakaratam vidam shariram. So you definitely lead, prove and show. So Ma Adrushtamadi, a great masters like you who are in front of us, you are a living God to us. We can follow you. Today's youth, today's people in the world don't only need Swamijis and Gurujis, but also they need people who are the four walkers. Mundra vachi, how to lead. So that is what is greatest thing, a guru, what I found in you is that greatness I found. I'm not just trying to pamper you, but I'm telling you the fact is that you stand behind people and lead them to the front and make them work. That's what is required in today's world. And for all this great service and devotion to the whole world, on behalf of Bali, Indonesia community, as well as the rest of all the world, please accept our humble pranams and greetings from everybody, and also from the Bali India Friendship Association, also from the World Hindu Youth Organization. Thank you very much, Patriji. Now, happy Ganesh Chaturthi to you also. Well, I know this is not a one-to-one meeting. I'm not addressing and talking to Patriji. Now I am forgetting Patriji is not here. I am talking to my audience. Namaskaram. Thank you very much. So today's my topic is about purpose of life. What is the purpose of life? Why have you come here? So everybody has got a reason for coming to this world. So what is the purpose? So as I keep on telling, the moment today we get a baby, the mom is pregnant, they start naming the child. What should be our name of our child? Once the delivery is too close, immediately the parents start thinking, should be a boy or a girl? Once the baby is come, what type of delivery it should be? And today it has gone up to such a stage that we have become self-Brahmas. We want to decide even when, what time our baby has to be born. It has come to that particular stage. We humans try to overseek nature and try to master and rule everything because we are thinking that we know everything and everything is in our hands. Honestly, not so. So after the baby is born, right in the cradle, you say, okay, he is a doctor, he is an engineer, he is a scientist, he is a computer technician. You already name your baby in the cradle. The minute the baby is named in the cradle, you go to the school, you find the best school, you find the best university, you find the best job. So you find everything best. So the desires always keep coming and coming and coming. So the minute the baby is born, and without the knowledge, something called as stress, stress is induced by the parents. It's induced, it is already induced to that small baby. So it has to do according to our requirement. We all become the directors. We want that product to become what we need it to be. Suppose if that product is not what we want, if the product does not choose the way what we want, there we start getting problems into, this is not the way I want, this is not, you should not do this. So we put lot of hindrance goals stage by stage, stage by stage. So if you see all these things, going to school, finding a job, getting university, getting degrees, getting money, getting married, getting everything. Today morning, I was into a very big family today for a Ganesh Chaturthi Puja. They have everything in the world. Nothing is less for them. But still they said, Guruji, indiko stress. I am not happy. You know, everybody in Jakarta is stressed. Everybody in the world is stressed. Everybody in Bali is stressed. What is the reason? There are some impediments. Yes, you know the present condition, which what happens is the situation what we are today in is exactly what is against humans, because we humans always derive and devise and control nature and say this is what it has to be. It has to go like this, ilapawali. We all streamline it purposefully, contently. We have designed everything. But in this mad rush of time, in the mad rush of going to seek our goal, we often forget that there is someone above us who tries to control. We forget ourselves, we forget nature, we are all running behind something. We didn't think about where did we come from, where am I, what's the purpose, where are we going, what's my goals? Oh, is my goal is to buy a car? Is my goal is to buy a house, to have a good food, or to get some achievements, to get some great prizes, to buy all the things we want. But there's something called as a mission statement. We need to have a mission. That mission is lacking in our life. So what is that? What is it lacking? It is asking or lacking our own life. What values are important? What values are not important? This one, we have no time to write. What is the purpose? Is it experience? It's a huge question. What is the purpose of life? Even great Gnanis, we are as a social scientist, as a philosophers, as a thinkers, as a part of understanding something, intellectuals, so-called intellectuals, we try to explain something to people, but still is that we are happy is more very, very important. So when I went like 6-7 months back, I think, I was in India in a part of a ceremony where there was a great speaker who was talking about so many very good things. He was talking about the mother, he's talking about the essence of father, mother. He gave a very strong message. How important is that to respect? How important is this to be stress-free? He gave a lot of important messages, one after the other. Finally, I couldn't catch the flight that day. There was some delay in the flight. Then he said, "Where are you going, Guruji?" I said, "No, I'm going to the airport." It's my house is on the way. I want to accompany for a while. Just let's have some small drink before you go. Please come. So such a great person. I couldn't say no. I joined with him. Elano. So the minute I go to the house, I saw his mother or an elderly woman just in front of the veranda, what we call veranda, the front part of the house. She was lying there. Immediately he called his wife and started fighting. How many times I told you, don't make this old lady sleep in the front. You don't know, I get some guests sometime always. I was shocked. Yemara in Into Guruji, he spoke about the values of life. He spoke about parents. He spoke about respecting people. Intanni maatladreina. I can't believe myself. Is this person talking to the old people like this? So the question came up. My mind kochede. So what we practice is more important than what we teach. So my practice is very, very important than the preaching itself. So Patriji and your old community I have seen, they are not just preaching. They are not only teaching, but they are doing. There's so many things in the world, what we do, people just follow. I never tell my son to do this, 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 this. I just do. He sees, he follows. He must be aware that my parents are doing this and the children should automatically do, the neighbors will automatically do. A small instance, when Brahma Rishi Patriji came to our ashram that day, he had no language that day. They were all very, very conservative people there, and they were very hard to listen to any language apart from their own language. And I saw how gently you disappeared from that area. You sat in that area. You made all of them to come there. You draw your beautiful, great flute. You mesmerized the whole people there. And without language, barrier, contact, priest, anybody for that matter, all of them, I could say, was so happy in the ashram that day. Everybody was sitting and deeply involved in that peaceful flute, and so simple, very simple stages. Just close your eyes, watch your breath, enjoy it. Abadu, I thought, is meditation that simple? So you all know we are born in a typical Orthodox family. We are Brahmins. From 5 years old, we are doing meditation. So many things we have been practicing and practicing. And we make it so hard for the people to understand. But PSSM, very simple, nicely, smoothly delivers what has to be delivered. So the two important things is there are two most important days in our life. That is the day you are born and the day you will find out why you were born. This is very important. Even now I feel that these two are very important days. The day you are born and the day you start thinking, why was I born? That is the day of your real birth. So you start thinking. So now, what is the purpose of life? It's very important. We are here to serve others, not to live wholly for ourselves. It makes a very big difference. Giving something and taking something. They are two different elements. When you give something, the life is very different. So that when you take something, again, it is different. Some people get happiness in giving. Some people get happiness in taking. There are two parts of life also. Now, consider the life of four people who are talking about what we are made up of. The first person says that, oh no, we are just simply made up of flesh, bone, and blood and all those things. Second person will say, hey, no, actually we know human body is filled with 70% of water. The third person may say, well, if you really want to know, we are mostly empty. The fourth says, no, we are really only light. It's just pure light. We are just light. We are pure light. Which is correct? Is that we are made of flesh and bone? Is that we are only made of water? Or is that we are made of empty space? Or we just of pure light? Which is correct? Yeah, everybody's views are different. Most of them are correct. It depends on the level of what similarity you are thinking. Everybody has a purpose. It is either the questions or the answers itself is important. Now, as you know, always the top purposes is we need to share love. We need to give. That's what you have been always telling. Share love, share love. And Patriji, especially the Dharma Vachanas, what you spoke about in the Basveshwara Vachanas, Kirtanamrutas, it's so simple and so clear. It says, share your love, give to others, increase your light, learn wisdom, accept yourself. So when you share the love, you enjoy the mystery. When you create your reality, you follow the spirit. So you reveal the present, you will definitely experience the joy. If your true purpose of life is only to follow, just naturally follow. Love everyone. Don't be selective in whom you share your love. Try. It's very hard. Easy to talk, but difficult to give. Share your love. Give a smile. You give a smile, definitely you get back a smile. You frown, you know what you get back. So giving others, sharing love. We are here to serve others and not to live wholly for ourselves. That will make a big difference in the world. This increases the light. This will increase our spirit. This will flow lightly. So you will have a good bearing capacity of life. Now, when you are living in life, try to read something. I know reading may not be enjoyable for everybody. Some people like to listen. Some people like to read. And today's technology is so good. You could read, you can listen, you could watch, you can do both. As I said, audio and video. There are a lot of very good technologies what we have today than those days. Those days, Shravana Matrena, we only listen. Those great acharyas, those great leaders, those great rishis, those great masters, just by listening everything, they put everything on the smrutis, on their values. And today we have only, at least I think we have just only 20 to 30% what they have given us. Rest is all lost because we had no proper technology. But people like PSSM, people at many like-body institutions are trying to move and give wisdom to everybody. Now, learn wisdom. So how do you learn wisdom? Read the best books. Learn as much as you can. Pure wisdom is not end in yourself, but it's better to serve others. So when you keep serving, automatically you get new ideas. Automatically you get great knowledges. Automatically you get huge talents. Accepting yourself. Flow with who you are. Do not complain. The point is we must develop critical thinking skills. Now, what is critical thinking skills? When, what, why, who, how. So you have to draw a circle and stand out of the circle and start thinking about these critical thoughts. The minute you develop these critical thinking skills, you get answers for most of your questions, because you know that the problem is not around you, you are in the problem. You are the creator of the problem. So since you created, you are the one who need to come out of the problem. So problems cannot be just given by somebody or taken by somebody. Everything is by us. So we need to start accepting ourselves. So flow with yourself, flow with your parents, flow with your community, flow with your neighbors, flow with your country. If you start complaining, you can't choose your parents. You can choose your friends. You can't choose where you need to be born. There are so many things, what we see we want. If everybody starts thinking that, there's no end. You can never be happy because this life disappears so fast like that. So now you need to accept yourself, accept your inclinations, accept your purpose, feel and flow with your emotions. Enjoy that. So enjoy the mystery. Wonder at the beauty of life. Do not try to think everything intellectually. Okay, Bidda, Papa, one small baby. Look at the way how a baby looks into this world. It's so happy. It looks everything. It welcomes everything with a smile. So that's what a set of mind we should have. Now, how to get this is reality. You need to create your own reality. Now, how to create reality? It's spear. You can choose how you want to be, but be bold. Be bold and decide what you want to do and what you really want to do. Move towards that goal. Move towards that vision. Move towards that power. I see a lot of volunteers. I'll see a lot of great masters. They don't think about anything. Their only mindset is to be happy, to be relaxed, to have a peace of mind. So how to develop that peace of mind is that they have created their own reality. Are we undergoing through some turbulence? Hello?
Yes, no, sir, you can continue.
Thank you. So I was listening to some turbulence voice, Manoj Garu. I thought, is it something you're
let me check.
On time or something? No, right? Okay. Now, follow the spirit. Trust that inner voice that leads you and prompts you. Everybody will listen to everyone. You can listen to me, you can listen to Patriji, you will listen to gurus, you will listen to your parents, teachers, friends, everything. The moment you decide to take things into your ears and it goes and registers in your mind, and that mind will store it as a central processing unit, and it will prompt you to take it back from there and make it happen. That is the day that the purpose is served. We listen. When we listen, we need to store. When we store, you need to retrieve. Input ayin takshno dani process chesi, after that process you need to get the output. That is the spirit. The moment that spirit comes out, you listen to Guruji, you listen to Patriji. He gives you very simple ways of meditating, simple ways to be how to be happy. After you listen and you forget it, then and there, next day you're the same. Pardon there, padra, something, there's something. Telugu, I heard that. I forgot those things. So it does not work. People who are alcoholic, You sit with them and talk to them the whole 10-day story. They listen to everything. After they say, they'll go and do what they should do again. Again, they're in their own lokam. So they're happy with that because this mindset is registered for that. Ade marga, this intoxication comes only in that state of mind. See a drunkard, he is in a different state of mind. See a gnani, see a yogi, he is in a different set of mind. Shankaracharya so beautifully defends Udarapich tam bahukta vesham pahi murari. He very clear in Shankaracharya says about in Bhaja Govindam. Bhaja Govindam, Bhaja Govindam, Govindam, Bhaja Mudavate. It's very, that paragraph, yes, very clearly said. Samprapte sannahite kale nahi nahi rakshate dukurna karane. When your time comes, everything is gone. So, coming back to the retrieval stage here, as the alcoholic person finds happiness in drinking that, the minute he gets that influence, until he is intoxicated, is all fine and happy. See the minute that is not there. Look at his withdrawal symptoms. You see people when you go to the centers, de-addiction centers, it's so very, very pitiful. They're all our brothers and sisters. So for all these people, PSM is the only answer. Slowly, 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 the whole world has to get into this sort of principle of meditation. So this meditation, as Patriji is doing, and you're all doing it very good, that it has to go in a very, very, very simplest, easiest way, which has to reach the lowest people of the society. There are different types of meditations. Now, meditation is very commercial. You can do a meditation course by paying so much money. You can't get this with money. There are so many things in this world what money cannot buy. Today, Corona has taught that effect. What money cannot do. So, you should experience the joy. The ultimate purpose of life is to happiness. But happiness comes when you pursue it easily by yourself. So it is you. You have to accept. You like it or don't like it. You need to experience. You need to accept that. And you need to revel in the present. What do you mean by revel in the present? Means find joy and engagement in your day-to-day activity. Whatever work you are doing, whatever is your way of life, seek happiness in that. Do not complain about what you are doing. The minute you start complaining about what you're doing, there is a lot of induced energy within yourself that you don't want to do something and you're doing, that itself is stress. Now, you should find joy and engagement in your day-to-day activity. Recognize your point of power in the present action. Come to know that this is all Maya, this is all illusion of time. So you should follow the purpose of life. So this life is a very big experiment. Now, if you want to create, if you want to balance your career against your family, it's very hard nowadays. In my life, I want to balance my career against my family and goals. I simply don't want to keep on working long hours for the sake of it. I need to be able to enjoy the pleasure of life outside my work. I want to take full holidays. I won't be able to pick up my daughter from school. I don't have time to meet my children. I don't have time to spend my life with people. There's so many questions. So, if Rani chustavu pote, what is the purpose of life? This question keeps on coming, hitting us every time. So there are so many Mahatmas, great soul in this country, in this world. They have become legends. What do you want legend? These people will still talk even though they are more than hundreds of years. Even they are not with us anymore. Still, they are living with us. Because They create an action and a trial for people to follow. So the PSSM movement must be like this movement, which is creating a trial for people across the globe, how they can lead a simple life by meditation. So what next? You all know, one day we are going to get old, for sure. Our eyes will getting worse. Look at me. I have my glasses. I'm 50. Without these glasses, I'm blind. I can't see things. Our legs become weak. We get very senile. Sometimes we are so stressed, we don't even remember what we are eating. There's some stage in our life one day, we don't even remember who we are. Forget about those types of terrific diseases, whatever we have, Alzheimer's, Parkinson, all those things. Leave those people. I'm talking about regular people. Because you don't enjoy your life. Now, I am in charge of how I feel today. I am choosing my happiness. Adi sankalpamu. That is your wish. Now, you should make a wish saying that actually I will decide how I will choose my happiness. Actually, happiness is a byproduct. The happiness allows, how does this happiness come? It's a byproduct of bringing goodness into others. You get happiness not only in yourself, by seeing how other people are happy. Patraji's concept is help me to help you. That day in the resort, when I saw him, there was a program going on. He ate his food happily. He was with me. He was eating food. Suddenly it disappeared. Then I said, where he went? I saw him happily. He was sitting beside the pool, just taking a nap, just resting back there, very humbly. Then he said, okay, bye. The life is that he knows what to do when. Most of us forget. Actually, happiness is a byproduct. So he said, okay, his aim was to make the program, make people meditate, make them feel happy. It is very important. Somebody seeing, if you are happy by seeing others happy, that is called Manava. Mahan Manava. Mahatmas. They are great souls. That's why I call him Vishwa Manava. He mixes with everybody. He sees happiness in others. He says, help me to help you. Now, you and you. Always we are there. Are you aware of your likes and dislikes? We don't know. So many things we don't know what we like, and we also don't know what we don't like sometimes. We also don't know how many likes we have, how many dislikes we have. Sometimes there's a priorities in our life. So every day our priorities keep changing. Why every day? Within hours, within second. Suppose you're going to your friend's house and say, one particular class guy of a society come. Hey, sorry, my one VIP has called, I have to go. While you're going, another VIP calls. Hey, wait. Sir, I can call you back. There's one more VIP coming now. I have to meet them. So your priorities, according to your wishes, whatever you get, your mind attracts. There's a pull. There's always a gravitational pull on you. We push and pull factors until we try to know if somebody is pushing us or somebody is pulling us, or we've been pushed by ourselves or pulled by ourselves. You need to understand what are the priorities of life. What is the specific reason of this priority? Are there any core values for these priorities? Sometimes we don't know why we respect somebody, why we hate somebody also. So there's a mission, there's a purpose. So if you want to write yes and no, you can write all these things. You should know so many things. So there are so many things in this world. People still believe that now most of them, I think, I've understood now. We have a lot of things that money cannot buy. Now they come to a sort of understanding that money cannot make everybody happy. You cannot buy manners with money. morals, respect, important character. How can you buy this? And at least common sense, trust, patience, the class, the integrity, love. So happiness is the final ending for everything. So how to be happy? You can be happy only when you have a strong body. So how to make a strong body? Strong body undalante, brain undala. Brain panchavalante, when the brain must work, you need to keep the brain properly by feeding it properly. Now from those days we are talking about pranayama. Om buhu, om buaha, om suvaha. They thought, oh, these rishis are just keeping their nose. See any Vedic ceremonies. After Sankalpa, it starts pranayamya, om buhu, om buvaha, om suvaha. What is this? It's your breathing techniques. It stabilizes your brain. It stabilizes your mind. So this important stability to make your body strong, to make a healthy thing. If you need to achieve anything in life, all that we need is this stula shariram. Yeah. Now the other identity is soul and body. I'm not going to that chapter today. So this is a very big chapter again. I'm just talking about your body. I'm just trying to say this. Your body is your temple. That is your product. Without that, you can't do anything. You need all your sense organs to work. You need your brain to work. You need food to eat. You are not eating only for living, but you're also eating to keep this body in a good condition that they will go. So there are so many rishis, so many great people. They lived with fasting, with proper food. What a great concept. In the Chunde, here, two things our Patriji talks about. It always, I read few of his books. I didn't read many of his books. I got some 10, 15 books from Mr. Manojji, that only those books I have read. But he's like a Panchamritam. He mixes everything and communicates to a man in a very simple way. So that is, if I study Vedas and talk about Vedas, it's very hard. So he says that how to keep your mind happy, how to keep your body properly, what type of input you should give to your body, yem tinalanu, what should you eat? Are we born animals? Is our body fit to eat so many things? Are we carnivorous? Is our teeth designed like that? So there are so many questions. So he teaches Satvika Aharam. He says vegetarian food. Vegetarian food, I call it very sattvic. So Satvika Aharam tinte, automatically your brain works properly. So we have to know what to eat, how to breathe. It's a great Panchamritam. Patraji is teaching you both. He is teaching you how to eat, what to eat, which is good, which is bad. He tells everything. And he says, enjoy your life also. He never said, don't do this, don't do that. No. And I'm very happy. He's such a humble man. Everybody he calls Guruji. Every day, everyone he calls Maharishi. Because he treats himself, everybody, the way he looks himself. How he looks, takes care of himself, the same way he takes care of other people. That is what is the most essential core of a guru. What it's my individual opinion. I don't know what other people say. My opinion is that a guru is the one who practices, who does, who leads, who shows. Rest, automatically people will follow. He's telling you very clearly what is good to eat, what is not good to eat. And he also speaks about how to keep your body fine, how to keep your brain fine. Body unte brain, brain unte body, all these things we know. So both is very, very properly synchronized. Other day I was seeing one small video. I don't know, Manoj Garu, if I have permission, I'll tell that. I was seeing that one Telugu video you showed me YouTube with one film star. I don't remember who is that guy. I don't know. You sent me one video about people who are enjoying life. Patriji was talking after with him for a long time. He said that, you are saying I enjoy my life. You also enjoy my life. I also enjoy one day in my life. I also go do this, do that. So transparent, so open. So he's telling people, a guru is setting up very clear examples, good and bad, yes and no, guidelines. That is more important. Now, happiness is often, sometimes very hard. That's because we have desire. Desire is the root cause of all the miseries. So we should fix up how much desire we want. That is also very, very important. How much desire we should have, that's also very important. Who don't want? I want everything. You also want everything. Everybody wants everything. If everybody could get everything, then it's very hard. Everyone wants happiness, but one thing is simple, I understand, is everybody wants happiness. No one wants pain. Who needs pain? But you can't make a rainbow without little rain. To make a rainbow, you need little water, you need rain. So you must know how you should make that rainbow. We face many setbacks to do this. And we always ask, if something happened, Ayo Devda, why me? Why should it happen to you? Karma will not leave anybody. Whatever has to happen will happen. So there is no end for karma. Karma is Newton's law of motion. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So now, in pursuit of this happiness, I saw an English movie that was good also, Pursuit of Happiness. It was a nice movie too. I liked that. So people cannot make anybody happy. Whatever you do, people are happy. So I was saying that, I think you know the story, how a girlfriend asked the heart of his mother. This crazy fellow goes, kills the mother, and brings the heart and gives to his girlfriend and said, okay, now you marry me. And this girlfriend says back, you are such a stupid guy. This person whom you loved most, who took care of you, just because I came today, you brought her heart to me. So what is a guarantee that somebody beautiful than me comes tomorrow? You will do the same to me. You better go back. So when this heart fell down, the mother's heart says, please take care of yourself, my son. So you know the story of the golden eggs and all those things. So pursuit of pleasure, power, all problems start when we seek pleasure, when we seek happiness. So this will get to disappointment. The minute you get disappointment, you have an empty feeling. We have a boredom. You have anxiety. Then starts addiction. You get into a lot of addictions. This is the stage where people get into addictions because they don't get what they are. They're not happy. Why they use all bad drugs? Why they use bad things which is not allowed in society, which is not good for human beings? Because they try to seek happiness, because they don't know the way that just by controlling your breath, by just doing simple meditation, you can be happy. That is not reaching people. There's some other problem also in this world today. When you give something free, people don't take it. Same meditation program, $220 yesterday, people are happy to go buy it. If something comes free, that's also a problem. So we need to think. So this pursuit of happiness life got a feeling, boredom, anxiety, obesity, bankruptcy, depression, final rehab center, adi work kaledante, suicide. He was telling, Patriji was telling, when I was in high school, I wanted to do something like that. I was listening, it was so funny. So everybody, even the great masters experience this karma. Everybody has got this. So now the necessity is only the faith. Only in faith, we find the meaning and possibility. We need to have faith. Faith is infinite, meaning is the finite existence of man. Meaning is that is not destroyed. It's no suffering. There's no depression. There's no seek of solace, or there's no death. So only in faith we can find the meaning and possibility in life. So for that, what we should have a proper perspective. Yemi perspective, spirituality over materialism, which is important. Spirituality na materialism. Only time and perspective will let you know which is important. So first is happiness. Enjoy Ati Sukha, over happiness counted everybody. To have Ati Sukha, second happiness is Bhoga Sukha, and third is conclusion. So coming back again, I'm telling you, Ati Sukha means first happiness. So enjoy economically, sufficient wealth, acquire everything in this world, be happy, but in a righteous way. Dharmo Rakshita Rakshitaha. So there are four things: Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. So Dharma is righteousness. Everything we should through Dharma. So if you do anything through Dharma, is acceptable. If not, it is not acceptable. Next is avoid livelihood that is harmful to others. Don't put yourself into problem. At least others also into problem. So there are so many bad professions, you know. Don't go into these things. And you see animal slaughters, poisoning, intoxication, animal slaughter. So I feel so sad when I even think about those slaughterhouses. When I think about prani, I say, you have no right to kill anything in this world. Have you given life? Did you create anything? Then what right do you have to kill? We have no control. Humans forget that. So there's in Kannada guy and Basveshwara. I think even Patraji books I read about this. Abbakke tanda harikaya kuri toranake tanda talira mehutittu kondavaru ulidare. A sheep, a goat, bought for a sacrifice. They put some grass, some feet to that. They put a garland. They put some tilak. It's very happy. And this person is with the sword ready to slaughter it. He does not know there's someone up above keeping a sword on his neck also. So this is not our life. We are not entitled to kill anything. We should eat sattvic food, what God gave us. God gave us everything. God gave us life. God gave life to those animals and everything. It has to live by itself. We shouldn't do anything. So what now God has done to us? He said, better stay at home. Social distancing, stay safe, and put us all. So Bhoga Sukha is spending their wealth liberally on himself. Family. So you have more money, just spend everything for your family. You buy the best car, you buy the best thing. This is Bhoga Sukha. That's not important. You should do good things. If you have to Paramacharya idam shairam. See, build some hospitals, build some charity houses, temples, meditation centers, help the sick. All these things is very important. In this, you should find happiness. That is second happiness. That is Bhoga Sukha. So my conclusion now, fourth happiness is Ananya Sukha. Means, what is Ananya Sukha? Ananya Sukha means be happy, be free from debts, be free from gratitude. Don't have any debts. Everything you clear off. Be happy. Don't borrow. Don't give. Be happy with what you have. Fourth happiness is, we call this Anavaja Sukha. Means you always try to live a good life without committing evil through all your manasa, vacha, artha. So this is all important stages where you should sit. So Manusvarita means a wholesome state of mind. Means you always have a thinking about helping others and always have a compassion and sick and poor. So when this comes to your mind, now your mind will have a nirvana, free stage. Okay, you start forgetting about yourself and you start forgetting about the rest of the world, but you're only focused with what you have is sufficient. Now, there are so many obstacles to achieve this goal, but it's very hard that we don't need to achieve everything. The conclusion is money earned honestly, spent wisely, invested in service of humankind will get true happiness. So money is not everything. Money is not everything. Human life is more important. So please always you are known by what you read with your friends. Please always serve, live happily, live and let live happily. I know Manoj Garu, I can see a slabbing on your trim. I think I am running out of time. So don't worry. Now I am coming to my end of my small short talk. I'm not a great teacher like Patriji who can share a lot of thoughts. I don't know. He is an ocean. I'm saying you again and again, he's an ocean. It's our responsibility to collect all the great materials in the ocean and transfer it to the new generation. I try my best to do my service, whatever I should, whatever I can on behalf of the PSM in Bali also. I know we're all working together. Our only mission is to spread the concepts of meditation, to see that Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Swastik Prajabhyam Paripalayantam Dhyayena Margena Mahisha Go Brahmane Shubhastu Nityam Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Samasta Sarvamangalani Bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Namaskaram. Thank you, Manoj Garu.
Thank you, Sastry sir. It was a wonderful speech, and all the points which Patriji was teaching. You know, the whatever you mentioned, money, joy, you know, love, everything. He simply put it in the middle path. So it was wonderful speech, and sure we do the more work in Bali to spread the spiritual truth to everyone. Thank you so much for being here.
Can I say, is Prateji still there? He's left already. He has left.
Let me check.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm here.
You're here.
Got muted.
So thank you very much, Patriji. Thank you very much. It was really a great pleasure to share my small, simple thoughts. Everything. I want a lot of your books to be more worked and translated to Indonesia. I want a lot of things to happen. Hopefully by next year, things will settle up. And I want you to come back to Bali as early as possible again.
Yes, yes. Namaste, madam.
Namaste.
Namaskaram, sir. Ela unnaru? How are you, sir?
I'm very, very fine, ma'am.
Happy Ganesh Chaturthi.
Yes, yes, yes. Happy
We
Ganesh
just
Chaturthi.
finished our prayers here.
This is our home temple. We can see they have the darshan of our temple here also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it is so nice that I got a nice platform today on a very auspicious day. Thank you very much, Patriji Garu. So I was just wanted to say to you, with your permission, I saw your very, very honest video with that movie star. What is his name? Or what is that movie? That guy, that actor you were talking? Two people. That one was the two fight masters. Along with that fight master, there was one hero.
Ram Lakshman.
No. The other, there's one more hero sitting with him.
Jagapati Babu.
Jagapati Babu.
Yes, Jagapati Babu. So it was really that conversation between both of you. It was so good that you transferred and so many things went up, and you also discussed so many. Yes. You told about so many factors, Abado. You spoke about suicide, you track about boozing, you tracked about simple things. So many factors you touched that day. Then I thought, he's a real guru. See, unfortunately today, everybody has a curtain in front and back. That's what I like in you, appreciate with you, that you are so open. You say that I did this, you don't do this. So that is very important, sir. So Meera, that I like that happiness, Abado. Even in Bali also still people ask, Siapa itu means who is this person? They're asking. Then I told them, so you should know. So we will. I think Manoj was talking to me that we should create a channel and put a lot of things on Indonesian channels and try to talk about in local bahasa also. We will do. And with your permission, I'm very, very happy today to meet and see you. And I want a favor. Please give me one way how to access you. Show me a way. If I need to talk to you sometimes, I need to talk to you. I don't get access.
I am always here, Swamiji. Hey, Manoj, I am always ready. I am always here. Why you didn't contact me?
I need to talk to you sometimes. Please, please allow me access to talk to you sometimes, because there are some important issues. Some comes up to mind. We need to talk. Sometimes I'm a human. I forget sometimes. So
we need to talk to you. We need to talk to you.
Yeah.
Is Manoj why he didn't allow me to talk to you?
No. Manoj gave the number. Papa, I know. Manoj Garu gave the number to me. He gave access to me. He said, call on this number, call now, call that.
And murder Manoj.
No. On your birthday, what a great day was that. So nice. And I saw all your interviews and your channel is very good. Congratulations. Patriji, I want your channel to be like the Shankara TV. Please, I don't know. I know it's very hard. You please make it like Shankara TV, which will be on satellite.
Yes, sir.
So let the whole world know much about you. And really, thank you very much for all the PSS team. Baga communicate chestunaro. Even the people, even in that America that day, that Padma, Anando Brahma was so really Anando Brahma was so nice. Yes. So nice. So thank you very much, Patriji. Your blessings is always on us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Done. Today my day is made. I'm talking to you, Baba.
Sir, I was just wanted to don't know, but I just saw all these things. Me Vachinamurtam book, Tulsi Dalamu, amazing. Vachinamurta, what you have written in simple 2 lines, 3 lines, perfect book. I was very simple, strong, dedicated messages. Any Tom, Dick, and Harry will understand those things. You are a boon to the society. You are Panchamurtam. That's why I say you can mix up with any class and any type of people in the world. Namaskaram, sir. Namaskaram. Bless us.
Romba Nandri.
Romba Nandri. Sana Santoshmo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now I would like to introduce Miss Lily from Bali. She's actually from Singapore, now staying in Bali. She was the first meditation student for me. So when she come to me, she's very interested in meditation, but she's scared for doing meditation again, because since childhood she was doing, suddenly somehow she stopped. Okay, let us listen her meditational experience. It was very unique experience she gained through meditation. Okay, so Lily, I'm welcoming you. Please join us.
Yeah, unmute. Okay, can you? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. You can share. You can share your video.
Okay, just give me a minute. Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I'm from Bali. Thank you for the opportunity to share. First of all, I have only 2 years of experience in meditation, but my journey of meditation started 45 years ago. I remember when I was about 7, one day I just suddenly felt that my brain is open up and there is a lotus flower inside and a butterfly came out. So ever since then, I knew that something in me is changed. I was so young, I don't know about meditation, but I always want to do meditation. But being in a Taoism family, I don't have anyone to ask, and I'm too young to ask questions. I do not know what to ask. But it is ever since that time, my mind always tell me that I want to meditate, I want to meditate. And it happened that when I start working, when I was 21, I met someone who went to Thailand to be a monk for like half a year. So I told him that I'm very keen in meditation. So he told me, okay, so you go home, you like this. So I went home, and that very night, I start to sit down and do what he said. Within about maybe 3 minutes, my soul came out from my body, and I am very clearly saw two me looking at each other. One is huge in the sky and one is tiny like an ant. And it freaked me out. So immediately my soul came back again. So after that night, I'm so afraid. I don't know what happened. And there is nothing during the time that I can Google and check. So I keep this in my heart, and I'm very afraid. And ever since then, I start to see a lot of things around me, be the higher spirit or the lower spirit. So my mind always think that, oh, meditation is very scary. In 2015, I moved to Bali, and Bali being a place of spiritual. So during that time, I was thinking, maybe I should, whole life I'm thinking of meditating. So maybe I should start to do meditation. So I start to do my meditation, and I remember about half a year of meditating. I don't know how to do, but I just sit down and do every day. And within half a year, I start to, my whole body shaking. So I'm afraid again. So I stopped to do meditating again. In 2018, when the first pyramid in Bali is open, I met Manoj. And that is where I told Manoj that I'm very keen in the meditation, but I do not know how. And, I told him about my past experience. So that is where he actually sit down with me and show me some video, and he explained to me nothing to be afraid. And then on top of it, he was telling me, okay, you should be a vegetarian, this and that. And on that day onward, I start to do my meditation again and became a vegetarian. Within the first week, actually, I had Kundalini experience, and luckily Manoj was there to guide me, because this is a very uncertain and frightening things for me. But he was there to help me and guide me. So after that, I was doing meditation for every day. It's like I was like having an addiction. I can't pass a day without meditation. And through all the days that I meditate until today, I had so much of experience during my meditation. Whether it's the karma meditation, the past life meditation, recall of my past life. I even, through meditation, I knew my life purpose. Today, I actually not too sure of what to share, but just now we are talking about, the whole day we are talking about vegetarian, we're talking about the end, we're talking about violence, we're talking about karma. So I think I want to share this specific experience that I had. Last year, I was having a 21-day meditation teacher course in the pyramid. And we were told that we will do meditation that to clear our karma. And the instructor was saying that, okay, sit down and think of the pain in your body, because all our pain is caused by karma. So during that time, I had trigger finger that is I had it about 2 or 3 years. I can't close my hand or I can't open my hand without another hand support, and the joints are pain. So during that meditation, I imagined that I was told to sit down and imagine the pain, and the instructor said, grow your pain and see how huge it goes. So when I imagine the pain is like the same size. My fist is like the same size of my whole body. It's like a big rock. And then he said, ask the pain why you have this pain. So when I asked the pain, why am I having this pain? I suddenly see a little green frog came out from my hand. And immediately I knew what is happening. Because when I was about 13 or 14, I remember I was playing and I was a very notorious guy. So I actually caught a frog, a green little frog from the river. And I used 2 needles, nail the frog's hand on a wood. And I actually tortured the frog. And during the meditation, I just can't stop. I cried and cried. Oh, even now I still have some emotion. And I felt the pain of the frog. So I said sorry to the frog. And I was just asking for forgiveness. And suddenly the frog just jumped and come to me. And the frog just put its 2 hands on top of my hand. And when I see both my hand, because the frog was nailed into the palm of the palm, that is the two nails that I nailed, it became 2 red flowers. And immediately my fist, from a big huge stone, it just suddenly felt like feather and grow back to my original size. And during that time, because I'm always constantly having pain on my hand, my finger, and immediately the pain level that I had from 10 of 10, I felt my hand is just 3 of 10. And after that, I continued to meditate and ask for forgiveness. Until today, my hands is easily, I can open and close without pain. And everything is good. And this is something that I really think that, yes, even how small the animal is, we shouldn't be cruel to them, you know. And beside this, I also want to share something to the experience that I gained from my meditation is that I am nothing, but I am everything. If you want any changes, start from yourself. Then, thank you. Another thing that I would like to share is you can hear from people how good, how beneficial is meditation, but that is not good enough. You need to do it. You need to go into it. Thank you.
My goodness. Very, very wonderful man.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Absolutely marvelous.
Thank you, Patrick. I always want to talk to you. Hope one day you can come to Bali.
Yes, yes, yes. I'll be there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lily. And if you have any questions, you can ask the Patriji. This is a great opportunity for you now.
I feel shy to ask. I want to ask him in person.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your experience, and keep doing meditation and share your knowledge to everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I would like to invite Kalyani Patel from Jakarta. So when Pradeep first time visited Jakarta, Pradeep met Kalyani at Gokul restaurant. She allowed us to teach meditation in Gokul restaurant. So she is the first person provided opportunity to given to PSSM. Now it's there is a pyramid. So because of Kalyani. So Kalyani, now you can join here and you can share your experience.
Okay. Namaste, Patriji.
Namaste, Baba. Namaste, namaste.
Namaste. Good evening, everyone. So, yes, that was how I met Pradeep and Navneet. I was actually looking for something more in meditation. I started meditation about 8 years ago. And even though I was practicing, I felt there was something missing. And that was around about the same time I met Pradeep and Navneet. I must say I'm very lucky that we met and that was how simply observing the breath. And that was just simply beautiful because it was the easiest way how to do it. And I was going all around. In the past, I was just going all around the internet looking for answers, how to do it the right way. And suddenly this couple just walks in and says, okay, this is how you do it. And it was really easy. And that is how I started becoming more and more diligent with my meditation. I started practicing. And there has been a lot of changes that has happened in my life after I started practicing meditation. Most of them, of course, positive. I was able to see, I was able to uncover each area of my life slowly, one by one. It's like I'm watching a movie of my life, and realizations struck in. As in, I started realizing that, okay, this was happening because of certain actions that I had done in the past. And all this has been achieved through meditation, not otherwise. I wouldn't have been able to do it without it. So when it comes to meditation, it has turned my life 360 degrees. And I would say it's the best thing that has happened to me in my life. I really don't have much to say because, again, like what Miss Lily said, people can share their experiences, but one really has to go through it to understand what we are feeling, what we are going through. And only a meditator can experience it the way another meditator is experiencing it. So thank you very much, Patriji, for bringing this into my life. I'm very grateful that we have met, our paths have crossed. Because of you meeting you, I got more into this, and it just kind of made my life much more easier, much more understandable. I'm beginning to understand more about what life is than just going on the rat race. So I think I don't have much more to say about meditation. Again, one has to experience it to know what it is. And thank you, Patriji.
Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful to see you again and hear you.
Yes, Patriji, we are looking forward to seeing you in Jakarta again soon.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes. Of course, now because of COVID, we have temporarily ceased all activities in regards to meditation. But
Yes, yes.
once things settle down, we shall resume. But
Yes,
of course, individually, we all, I'm sure everyone, each and everyone is doing their part.
Yes, Baba.
Thank you, Kalyani ji.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much.
sharing here.
Thank you.
A question if you have anything to Patriji.
I think that's it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to introduce Jyoti and Pooja. They are from Jakarta. Those also learn meditation in Gokul, where we have teaching meditation every day there. So let us invite them and listen their experience, how meditation changes their life. Yes. Yes.
Namaste, Patriji, Manojji, namaste.
Namaste.
Hello, everyone. Evening.
Namaskar, namaskar. Yes, yes.
I remember when first the meditation was going to start in Jakarta. When I came for the meditation, there was nobody. I was alone. And you were telling about the crystal meditation. Only I, one person came. Yeah, Pradeep, yeah. And then we were wondering, nobody was there. So you spoke and you spoke as if everybody was there. And really it made such a big impact on me that next time when it happened, I told my daughter, Pooja, you have to come along. And Pooja was not feeling well that day. I told her, you come and you try this meditation and you see how you will feel well. And truly, we went for the meditation, and when we did the meditation at home, and really she started feeling well. That she had fever and all, everything went away, like it was miraculous. So really, we have started believing in this meditation. Anytime we feel not well, little bit down, little bit, the mind works, we start straight away into the meditation, and it clears up everything. So I think it's wonderful, and everybody should be doing this meditation.
It started actually when Pradeep and Navneet came over to our store and they asked for an Indian restaurant.
Yes, right.
And we told them about Kalyani's place, Gokul. And that's how when we came for the meditation, we saw Pradeep and Navneet there, and we said, oh my God, don't we know you? From where do we know you? And then we realized that it had started like that. And when we started we had heard a lot about meditation, but we never knew how to do it. We tried once or twice, we left it, it didn't work, we were not able to sit down. And when Patriji showed us his method, it was the easiest. We just had to sit quietly. And we couldn't believe that it could be this easy or this doable. Every time that we learned about meditation, it was hard. It was difficult. You had to do this, you had to do that. It was very daunting. We did not know how to do it. And we went and joined. It's really miraculous. It's become a part of our lives now. It's become, when we can sit quiet 10, 15 minutes at a time, and it's become a practice. We don't only have to sit in the meditation, we can be sitting and also distancing ourselves from what's going on. We're sitting in the car, we're sitting in any place that we have, and we can just close our eyes and for 2 minutes feel ourselves separate from the body, separate from the thought, separate from what's going on around us. Right, Mama?
Right,
That's right, no?
very right.
Yeah. Then it has changed our lives in so many ways. We have seen miracles happen when there are answers that we need, so many questions that we have, or we don't know how to move forward. When we sit in meditation, when we sit quietly, it's like that
we get the answers.
We get the answers.
We get the answers,
It's like miraculously the answers coming out. And when we come out of meditation, we know exactly what to do, or who to talk to, or what to say to anyone.
And nowadays, the situation, we don't get worked up when the situation is there. We can sit down and, relax and think about it and get to a solution.
So we can even do meditation on like, sit down 15 seconds, quieten yourself, and then up and say, okay, this is what I'm going to say, or this is what I have to do, or how I'm going to react. And of course, when Patriji came, when we met Patriji, both the times it was amazing. We couldn't believe that a guru could be a little elder and he could be jumping and so full of energy,
full of life.
We were very, very, very impressed, and we were so happy to have met Patriji. And we had also gone to Bali, to the Suli resort.
Yes.
And we practiced meditation.
We did meditation there with
Manojji also.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Amazing. In that pyramid. Yes. We had never done a meditation in a pyramid before. And it was absolutely amazing. And there was so much talk about spirituality. And we feel that it completes the thing. Spirituality and meditation, both are hand in hand, both complete each other. And whatever you learn in spirituality, when you come into meditation, you take a step back and you just swallow everything, you churn everything, you think about everything, and you're quiet. And really, Patriji, we're very, very grateful that you have taught us such an easy way, and such a doable way. And anywhere you can sit down and you can just be with yourself. It's really wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone, please get into meditation. Learn Patriji's way. It is really amazing. Amazing. It turned our lives, as Kalyani has said, everyone has said, it has turned our lives around. We are very, very happy, and we tell everybody, please do meditation, please do meditation, please do meditation. Thank you, Patriji. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba.
Patriji, I can't hear you.
Thank you, Baba.
I can't hear you. Manojji, we cannot hear Patriji.
Thank you so much for your sharing. And,
cannot hear. Can't hear. Why we can't hear?
Can you hear me?
Absolutely wonderful, ma'am.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Manoj?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. What a nice way to visit all the Indonesians. Thank you, Baba. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. So now I would like to invite Mr. Shiva from Bali.
Think the whole thing. Here. Cannot hear.
Now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, Baba.
You can bring the next one, Manoj.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm inviting Shiva from Bali, who is a regular meditator at our pyramid in Suli Resort. Okay, now, okay, Shivaji, please join and share your experiences here.
Yes, Baba.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh. Oh. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, excuse me, sir. They have to click on join with computer audio.
Join with computer audio. Yeah.
It is available on left side.
Yeah.
So,
Hello?
Yeah, you try with join with computer audio. It will be on left side. Okay. Can you hear our voice?
I can hear you on the telephone, but I cannot hear you on the internet.
Oh. Right.
I think my telephone just doesn't work, or my audio is not working.
You can speak. You can speak.
Manoj, if you can speak on the phone itself, I think it could be good.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Okay, I can maybe put the speaker. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
That's fine. You can look at camera and you can share. No problem.
Huh?
Yes. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, you can share.
Hello?
Yeah, you can speak. Don't do anything. Don't. You're trying to do something. It's going to be muted.
Hello?
Yes. Speak as it is. Yeah.
Namaste. Can you hear me? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Namaste. Patriji.
Yes.
Manoj ji. I would like to just say hello and express my gratitude and for being part of this wonderful international global summit. It's a little bit difficult to talk on the phone like this. My computer is a little outdated, so I'm going to have to talk in this manner. But again, namaste and thank you very much for allowing me to be here. It's an honor to be part of this meditation group. And again, I'd like to thank Manoj ji for being my great guru who has opened up many spiritual doors in the quantum realm of pyramids and meditation. My meditation has started several years ago, but more focused after meeting Manoj ji and meditating at the pyramid here in Bali. As you can see, we're here in Bali. I'm wearing traditional Balinese headdress. One of the most important aspects of my experience is that during meditation, a lot of information came concerning pyramid technology, quantum physics, and various methods to help humanity be able to focus on a global consciousness, collective consciousness, which is connected more so to humans on a cellular level. As most everyone knows, most of us are made out of about 85% to 90% water. So water is essential in, well, it looks like I lost you for a second, is essential for charging our bodies with cosmic energy. And during the meditations at the pyramid, I received a lot of information on how to devise a special mechanism to charge water with cosmic energy and information. So if I may just show you an example of one of the cosmic pyramids that I designed. It's a little bit difficult to juggle with the telephone. Yeah, so that's the cosmic pyramid for charging water and cosmic energy, inspired by, of course, my numerous meditation sessions at the pyramids in Bali. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. No, continue, please.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, so the whole idea behind the cosmic pyramid, charging the water with cosmic information so that we as human beings can come together globally. We're 7 billion on the planet. So if we can somehow be programmed to have cosmic consciousness that is filled with love, compassion, joy, and consideration for every human being, because actually we are actually one. We are not separate. We're not a separate entity from the planet Earth. When we look at Gaia, this beautiful planet that we are host upon, we see one. We don't see a separation between human beings, animals, molecular structures, oceans, mountains. We are actually one entity. We are one vibrating frequency in the cosmos. So the whole concept is to bring us to a higher frequency, vibrating in peace, compassion, and love. And this is what it's all about, the pyramid that I'm working on, still having certain concepts. A lot of the components to charge the pyramid are from crystals, quartz crystals, tetrahedron vessel that has sacred Balinese water that has been given a mantra chart with Balinese or Hindu mantras, and it's within a coil that's wrapped around the cosmic pyramid. So it's also inspired by Nikola Tesla. So there are components from all the great masters and scientists, physicists. There's Nassim Haramein, our good friend Krishna, and many different inspirations. So I'm hoping that we can allow, whoops, I guess I lost you for a second. Yes, sorry. Yes, this is my project, and to bring us all together as one collective consciousness, meditating in pyramids around the world that are constructed. And yeah, so that's really what I have to say about the pyramids. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, Manoj.
Okay, Shivaji, thank you. Thanks for your sharing. And
Thank you.
yeah. So how you are doing now? You are going to meditation pyramid every day? Going to center?
Practically every day. Yes, I go to the pyramid practically every day, but there's nobody there.
Yeah.
And sometimes I invite my friends to meditate with me.
Sure. Now you are the teacher there. You can teach there.
Yes, I'm inviting everyone, trying to get everyone to meditate together again.
That's good. That's good.
It's all about collective meditation. My whole concept is bringing the field of energy together. And if we're 7 billion people, if 50% or even 20% of every human being is meditating collectively, this can change the frequency of global consciousness. So there are certain machines that can actually measure the amount of energy that human beings project consciously. Whoops, I think I lost you again.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you again, Adriene ji, Manoj ji, and all of the great gurus around the world, those living and those non-living, those that are still connected to us cosmically.
Yeah. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Okay, that's how we have completed Indonesia chapter. Now over to Pariyaka.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Manoj, and thank you, everyone. Wow. What an amazing and enlightening day it has been. And so much wisdom, so much learning, so much of experience sharing has happened today. Couldn't have asked for better. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasant duty to express our vote of thanks, our gratitude to everyone. I thank all the masters who shared their beautiful wisdom and the lovely, enchanting music with the entire world through DMS Southeast Asia, organized by PSSM Global. I also thank all the masters who have shared their mind-blowing and really transformative experiences with us all, with the whole world. I thank the viewers who have made this event super duper successful. And our only purpose through this event is to make the great wisdom available to everyone throughout the world. My heartfelt gratitude to each and every beautiful being for gracing this event with their presence. And a special thanks to Brahmashri Pitahama Patriji, the founder of Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement, who has been tirelessly and continuously working really hard since the last 30 years to make every person on this earth a meditator and every person on this earth a vegetarian, for his gracious presence in DMS Southeast Asia event. And Patriji always says, we are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. So we are all on our journey to find our true godly self through human experiences. And we are here to clean and purify all our bodies and become light beings. And last but not in any way the least, I would like to pay our vote of thanks to the organizers, because an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago, and it requires planning and a bird's eye for details. And we have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very proactive and dedicated team who are very well versed in their own jobs. And I'm in short of words for their involvement and their willingness to take the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. I'd like to thank our main organizers, Navneet, Manoj, Lechmanan sir, and Paripatri, and our Zoom admins, Sai Krishna Teja, Venkatramana, Jahannavi, Karunaya, Kalyan, Monica, Chitra, Dhanashri, Monisha, and Soumya. And the flyers design, the work that has been, starting the promotions of the work, the flyers have been going on. The one who have worked behind those flyers are Bharat, Madhu Gajala, and Soumya Sainath. And the PMC team who have been constantly streaming these videos in PMC English and PMC Global are Krishna and Siddharth from PMC. And finally, Radhika, thank you for the beautiful write-up that you have done throughout this whole event. Thank you so much. And with that, I end this event, Digital Meditation Summit, Southeast Asia, with a big thank you and my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. Thank you so much. And now, yes, I would like to invite now to ask Brahmarshi Patriji to speak a few words about this event. Thank you.
It was very, very wonderful, but I would like to listen to Lakshmananji first. Please ask him to speak.
Namaste, sir. Dandal, sir. Chakaga, the whole DMC South Asia was introduced by Parimala of USA. And then we had a lot of preparation. So our site went so well because I ran the 3 Zoom session rehearsals to really hand over the session from one person to another. That went on for 3 days. And all are very cooperative. Great day for me. I was sitting here also. It's a great day and a great sharing from all the great masters from Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia. Everywhere, great knowledge. I truly enjoyed, sir, in your presence. This whole thing happened. Although we are not able to join so many every day, you are conducting 2-3 summits in other languages, but at least the opportunity was given to Southeast Asia this time. And I thank so much. Thank you so much, especially Parinita Patri and Parimala Patri and all the names you mentioned, Soumya, Maunisha, and Manoj, Navneet Kaur and Pradeep, Sir Vijay, and all those things. It was very great cooperative work. We made it success. It was a successful event, Parinita Madam. Successful event. Patri Sir, thank you. It's a great success. First attempt, we made it.
It was so very wonderful, Lakshmananji.
Yes, sir.
Morning, I missed it because I had some work in the valley. But then I came back, and so I was so moved by hearing all the experiences of all the masters.
Yes,
beyond my wildest imagination, that the Southeast Asia, all the masters have joined today, beyond my wildest imagination. I thank all of the masters. Shastri Garu, Namaskaram, thank you very much. Shastri Garu, Matladaru. Shastri Garu, again speak.
I have said everything in my speech, whatever shortly I could say. What should I tell? It's like, this is like a panchamrutam. I said, this organization is mixing with everybody on a very simple way, a very common way. That's what the world needs. I've been seeing some of these programs continuously running for almost 2-3 weeks now. I was seeing something, I was getting shared link from some people all rest across the globe. So it's really great. And we will try to make a bit effort in Bali to make this organization a little more stronger in Bali too. So I know we have a good, quite fantastic, beautiful, dedicated team, and everybody together. This is hands of all. Everybody's putting hands together, and it's going great. And the best thing is giving a message to the people of the world and making their life happy. So keeping happy, making everybody feel a good way of life, enjoy the art of living through you, Brahmarshi Patriji, and all the PSSM volunteers and staff, everybody who have got, just now I heard so many names. Yes, to us something, it requires a lot of things, a lot of people, a lot of hands to work. So, Endaro Mahanubhavulu, Andariki na Vandanamulu. Thank you all for making this real Panchamrutam. Thank you. Namaskaram, Patriji.
Munni Pari is there?
I'm here, yes.
I want to see her.
Okay, I'm here. Yes. I'm here, Dad. Okay. She is not here. Paripatri is not here.
Okay then.
Hmm.
Thank you, Manoj. Wonderful.
Great job.
To end it, I would like to play the flute for 5 minutes. Let us do meditation for 5 minutes. Please close your eyes and observe your breathing. Dhyanamo, 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 sesatama, dhyanamo, sesatamo, kallurendu musi kalabula nitrunje swasa yadam chedamo namo sedamo kallurendu musi kalabula nitrunje swasa yadam chedama namo sedamo swasa guru swasa margamu swasa pranamu swasa jivamu swasamune gudeda ma dhyanamune sedamo swasamune gudeda ma dhyanamune sedamo atmaya nityamu atmaya satyamu atmaya manamo manage jayamo jayamo jayamulane koredama namo sedamo dhyaname seyaga satyame deriyaga swastatane pundaja adiye varamo varamulane koredama dhyanamune sedamo dhyanamana atma shakti dhyanamana atma drosti atma drosti atma drosti namo sedamo re re mama papa mapa ni va ni ni da da ni da va ni ma pa re ma ni va ma re da ni da ya namo sedamo dum dum da da dum da dum da dum da dum dum da 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 dum Only 2 more minutes, be with your breath. Normal, natural breath, my dear friends. Our breath is our guru. Our guru is always with us. We have to be with always our guru. become Hanuman, become Bajrangbali, become Vayuputra, become Pavanputra, become Shwasaputra. Be with children. Be a vegetarian. Be a meditator. Be a master. Access pyramid energy. Listen to everybody's experiences. Read all the books of the whole world. Become a spiritual scientist. Only 2 more minutes. Final 1 minute. Be with your breath. The whole mankind will become absolutely Buddha. Everybody has to become a Buddha. Will become a Buddha. With the help of Anapanasati. We all have to become like Buddha. Whatever he has achieved, we all have to achieve. He is our role model. Final 1 minute. And today is Ganesh Chaturthi. We go to him and we are under his leadership. We are making this earth a heaven. Final 1 minute. Seconds. Final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Kindly place your hands on your eyes for just 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And see you again in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Singapore, everybody. Thank you, Lakshmananji. Thank you, Shastri Garu. Thank
Warm
you,
welcome to Bali again. We look forward to see you, sir.
Yes, Swamiji. I am there with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravichandranji. Thank you, Manoj.